Welcome along to Oils Western Springs Speedway, ladies and gentlemen. It is our Boxing Day meeting here at Western Springs, traditionally one of the great ones. So settle back, relax, enjoy yourself. Wherever you are around the world watching, we know there's people on the live stream. A particular hello to everyone watching in Indianapolis. It's the morning over there, and also to Peter Murphy, who might be watching us in California at this stage. Settle back. We've got a great race meeting coming up. We've got the cars out doing the wheel pack out there at the moment, the sprint cars. So we have a packed schedule tonight, as always. Kiwi Kids are going to be featuring. We've also got the F2 midgets, as I mentioned, the sprint cars. And then tonight is when we kick off the International Midget Series at Oils Western Springs Speedway. Tonight it's the 30-lapper. The big 30-lap World Derby, and we've got drivers from the USA and Australia. Caden Brown from Australia, Zoe Pearce from Australia, Logan Seavey, Ethan Mitchell and Buddy Kofoid joining us from the USA. So it is going to be a good one. Of course, we've got New Zealand's best midget car drivers here as well, and everything is packed and ready to go for a great meeting here at Western Springs Speedway. As always, a big one around this time of year. In fact, we've got a couple of great meetings coming up that will also feature the New Zealand midget title coming up. So all the Kiwis out there racing in this international series over the next couple of races will be honing their skills, getting ready to see who can take the New Zealand #1. Speaking of which, we've got the USA #1 and #2 racing here at Western Springs tonight. We got midgets, we got sprint cars, F2s, and the Kiwi Kids. It is going to be a great feature. But when it comes to racing at Western Springs, there are things to look out for. And the man that knows more than most about this is Mr. 100 himself, Graham Standring. What to watch for at Western Springs tonight?
Well, what to watch for, Nick? Of course, it's the International Midget Cars. And like you've just already said, I'm going to reiterate it. We have got an international show to behold. We've got Buddy Kofoid from the USA, we've got Ethan Mitchell from the USA, and we've got two-time Chili Bowl winner and USAC Sprint Car champion Logan Seavey. He was really having a purple patch. And the Australians, it doesn't end there. We've got Caden Brown and Zoe Pearce. Zoe, the only female driver in the midget car section tonight. Now, do you think they can foot it with our guys? Michael Pickens, Brad Mosen, Brock Meskovich, and last week's feature winner, Hayden Williams? I certainly hope so. The other thing to watch, if you're a sprint car fan, let's look out for Michael Pickens. And can big dog Jonathan Allard foot it with Michael Pickens? And can Shane Van Gisbergen put in another outstanding performance like he did last time? Third on the podium, can he do better this week? Man, we have got a night ahead of us. I cannot wait.
Thanks, Graham. That's actually one of the things that Graham didn't mention there is the people that are pulling double duty. Michael Pickens in the sprint car and the midget tonight, and I was just walking through the pits. Michael Pickens' midget looks something spectacular. One of the cool things about being here at Western Springs is you can come down to the pits. No open-toed shoes, no alcohol, no smoking in the pits, but you can get up close and personal with your favourite drivers out there. And boy, can you see some fantastic machinery that is going to be racing out there tonight. Another one to watch out for is Corbin Anderson running in the F2 midgets and the midgets tonight. And I was asking him why he hasn't brought the sprint car along. And he said, well, doing triple duty might just be a bit too much this early in the season, so you never know. Later on, it could always feature. Now, if you think to yourself, this is a great meeting, we're getting ready for this one, don't forget there's meetings coming up on the 2nd and the 4th here at Western Springs, and we have more meetings coming up. So, if you're going to get your tickets and book them in now, book them in, because tonight is going to set a template like you wouldn't believe as we get racing on the track. With me, Alistair Wooten, who is the commentator here at Western Springs. Now, Alistair, you did a great job for me last time when you were sitting in. Sorry, I was a bit crook for one meeting, the one I missed, but I did watch it on live stream, and I got to say, it is a brilliant thing to watch on live stream. So everyone watching on the live stream, you got some great racing coming up tonight.
Yeah, and it definitely wasn't the same without you, Nick. Let's be completely honest. But we definitely managed to hold it down. Me and Hayden Cupdall, my co-commentator upstairs in the booth. But great to have you back nonetheless.
Now, as Graham alluded to, Hayden Williams had a blinder in the midgets last time. That was a spectacular drive.
Yeah, exactly. And a return to form, I guess, for Hayden Williams, back into an open-wheel midget car. He's been dabbling with the sprint car for HLR Racing as well in recent events. So he'll be doing double duty and double campaign throughout the season as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hayden's a gun. You know, he's a previous New Zealand midget car champion, and the Wing Monsters have always been a personal interest of his. So great to finally see him in that one of those cars for HLR.
Now, speaking of one of the Winged Monsters, Buddy Kofoid turning up in midgets tonight. Now, he is an undefeated New Zealand sprint car champion.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so if anyone's got a car that they're thinking they might want Buddy to pedal around the track tonight, then he could be doing that for you. As you mentioned, Hayden Guptill, our co-commentator, he's up in the commentary box as well. How are you, Hayden?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Nick, how are you?
Yeah, good. Much better now. But this is an exciting time. Do you remember when you were racing? Because you were racing, well, a lot closer to the time than Alistair was. Boxing night at Western Springs Speedway. It's always a fantastic meeting to come to.
Yeah, and I remember even further back than that with myself and other young fellas like Brayton Davison, and we used to go and park on the pit fence for midget hot laps as well on Boxing Day, and we looked forward to that basically the whole season, and we got that show there. So being able to see it from a different vantage point these days, it's still as exciting as it was then.
Yeah, highlights for you tonight. What do you think is going to be the thing to watch out for? Graham said it's the Americans. What do you think about the Kiwis? Where are we going to go with the Kiwis on the midgets?
Yeah, I think what we've seen is the whole field has stepped up, and we're seeing both Michael Pickens and Brad Mosen being pulled back to the rest of the field, and we saw that last week with almost 4 wide going across the start-finish line. So we've got a lot to look forward to tonight, and we're seeing our young stars like Ben Morrison and Mitch Fabish stepping up to the plate, along with those veterans who have been around for so long, and Brad Mosen and Michael Pickens, Brock Maskovich. So a hell of a night in store.
That's right, Brock Maskovich, the New Zealand number 2. Now, last time I was here, did one of the most amazing things is pulled the car at the last minute because there was something he just couldn't nail that was causing him not to be as good a drive as he got. So pulled the car out, not to damage it, to bring it back for meetings like this. It's a very sensible thing to do in this time of the season.
Yeah, and I think that just shows the level of expertise and maturity, I guess, for Brock Maskovich. And, I guess for the likes of Hayden and myself, we all used to knock around together, so they're just equals and peers to us. So, but in the greater sense, the likes of Brad Mosen, Michael Pickens, Brock Maskovich, those names, these guys have been doing this for 15 to 20 years now.
Yeah.
So although they're still young somewhat in age, they've been doing this for a bloody long time.
Actually, speaking of that, there was a guy that started his racing career here at Western Springs Speedway in the quarter midgets, which we'll feature a little bit later on. But turning up tonight, there he is, 97, the United Truck Parts 97 sprint car. Shane Van Gisbergen loves getting behind the wheel of that thing and pedaling it around the track. Well, you never know. You could go to NASCAR. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure at the last meeting here, he was trying that NASCAR trick of put it up against the wall and see if we could rail it round.
Yeah, that's right. And Hayden and I actually had a couple of conversations about this as well, is that the wall actually doesn't hurt as much to hit when you're that close to it.
Really?
Because, well, when you're down on the pole line, you slide up into the wall, as we just saw a little bit earlier with Zoe Pearson and Wheelpack, actually. There's a lot more ground to cover when you slide up the racetrack that far and hit the wall. So, he was pretty much bouncing that right rear tyre straight off the concrete.
And there was a moment where he got close to the concrete and caused a bit of damage. But the turnaround to get the car back out on the track, it was in the pits, pulled it apart, got the thing ready to race within a race.
Yeah,
that turned that around.
And it just shows the caliber of the Sean Inslee racing team, for starters, but also the testament to these race cars and how tough and strong they are, that the damage actually wasn't as bad as what it particularly looked from the vantage point where we were looking at it. So team did a great job, as you say, record time turning that car around, and he was obviously on the podium and brought home that third step.
There you go, and it's a big excitement night tonight here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. It is the International Midget Series. It is the Jack Daniels World 30-lap Derby that we're gunning for. We'll be pushing through the heat racing to find out who is going to be on top. And one man that's going to be completely on top of everything is Graham Standring.
Right, everybody. I'm down here with Logan Seavey's partner, Kenley. Kenley, welcome to New Zealand. It's first time to New Zealand?
Yes, it is, yep.
Okay, she's quite a bit shy, so I'll do most of the talking here, but what I'm going to really tell you about is the amount of merchandise they've got. They've got caps, they've got T-shirts, they've got model cars with Logan's anthem thing and that on them, and a lot of stickers and stuff too. Now that goes for all the Americans that are here. They've all got merchandise. Speaking of merchandise, no one's got more here than Shane van Gisbergen. So if you've got a crappy Christmas present, make yourself alive down here and come and get something decent. So, Kinley, roughly, you got all the sizes here?
Yep, I have kids extra small through adult 3X.
3X. Okay, there's a few guys here that have overeaten through the Christmas period, so I'm sure that they'll be good. But certainly, we're welcome to New Zealand, and we can't wait for you to see you here. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Graham. Someone was saying I should get the 3XL shirt for me because, over Christmas you do overeat just a little bit. So this is a good place to sit back and relax. As Graham mentioned, there is a load of great merchandise to get here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. And best of all, you can come down to the pits and get it signed by the driver. So you can have one of those great mementos for Western Springs Speedway. Because, as you know, we're going for the last lap at the Springs. Now, I just want to make this public announcement to everyone from our stadium landlords, TAU. There can be no distribution or any unauthorized material or publications in the stadium present. Anyone found to be breaching these conditions will be removed from the stadium. I'm just going to say that now, and we'll get that taken care of. And let's get on with the race meeting that we're here to celebrate, the racing at Western Springs Speedway. It is going to be a beauty tonight here, as it always is at Boxing Day, and get set for a great series as they're coming around. Now, you look at the paintwork on Zach Sokol's car. That is reminiscent of one of the race meetings. I think it's 20 years ago that his dad used to run. Ozzy Sokol used to run that. Now, Ozzy was telling me in the pits today that car, they've put the paint on for this season at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. What they're going to do. And I said to him, you know what you should do, Ozzy? You should auction off the front wing at the last meeting of the season. And he said he might just do that. So keep an eye on that. The Fairview wing on the front of Zach Sokol's car, that could be yours come the end of the season here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. Just one of those great things. We're getting out there for a wheel pack. There has been a little bit of rain during the week, and yesterday it was a bit rainy on Christmas Day. So the track has been prepared, was opened up, the water has soaked in. Graham can explain that a little bit better as we go through the night, and you can watch the cars getting ready to get out there and get sorted. We've prepared the track. It's going to be fast, and it's going to be sticky, and it's going to be ready. We just finished the wheel pack with the big guys coming out there, and as is traditional here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway, for our visiting drivers, we're going to give them the opportunity to get used to the track. So what will happen is the sprint cars will come off. The midgets will be pushed out onto the track, and they'll do some hot laps, and then we'll get ready to go straight into racing. And we'll start out with the what we like to call the breeding ground for the next round of races here at Western Springs. The Kiwi Kids will be coming up. But ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the drivers as they come out of the track. And as is the tradition here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway, for our visiting drivers, we like to play the national anthems of the countries that represents the drivers out there. So as the drivers come out, ladies and gentlemen, representing USA and Australia, will we please be upstanding for the national anthem of Australia? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Could we please remain upstanding for the national anthem for the USA? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, can we remain upstanding for the national anthem of New Zealand? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, welcome once again to Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway for our traditional Boxing Day meeting. It's the start of the International Midget Series. We do have drivers from around the world. We're getting the push-off. You can tune in on the FM dial and catch all the commentary, and I'll hand you over to Hayden and Alistair, our commentators at Western Springs, as we get ready for the hot laps for our visiting drivers.
Thanks very much there, Nick, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the City of Sales, Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. Hayden, how good is it? This is the side of summer here, as you and I know. Boxing Day tradition at the races and 4 wheels. Forget 4 legs. 4 wheels are where it's at for Boxing Day races here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway.
Yeah, most people count down to Christmas and most people call it Boxing Day Eve. So it's the time we all look forward to all year, and we've got just about the best race car drivers in the world on track right now with both Logan Seavey and Buddy Kofoid. So I'm excited. I know you're excited.
Yeah, mate, I absolutely love this stuff. And I tell you what, we were talking just off air a little bit earlier about Ethan Mitchell, obviously, may not be one of the highest point scoring or positioning finishes drivers when it comes to Power Eye or Outlaw Midget Series. But tell you what, some of the stats out of Logan Seavey and Buddy Kofoid are absolutely next level. Yeah,
and both wing and wingless racing as well, as we saw Logan Seavey this year, majority of his stuff in the non-wing category, but both of them 2-time USAC National Midget Champions in America. So some of your best midget drivers in the world on our track today.
That's exactly it, in perfect conditions, just as we see Ethan Mitchell just getting a little bit out of shape down at NZ Safety Blackwood's turn number 3. And certainly the experience of Buddy Kofoid here in the Langslow Engineering number 2 USA is certainly showing, and great to see visiting driver Caden Brown in the United Truck Parts number 97 getting his grips here, running down on that pole line. He's being charged hard by that 1 USA of Logan Seavey here on the hot laps, but at this point in time, Logan Seavey, the fastest man on track, with a 14.60, but Buddy Kofoid is definitely looking like he's coming to grips with this and getting on top of that race car.
Yeah, Logan Seavey all over the back bumper there of Caden Brown in hot laps. Caden Brown coming off one of his best seasons to date so far in 2024, winning basically everything. I think the other week he lost a heat race, and that was the first time he'd been beaten all year. So a very impressive season so far for Caden Brown.
Yeah, and he's one of the gun drivers, obviously based out of Sydney and running on that beautiful racetrack that they've got there. Big, fast, wide open racetrack as the yellow comes out, and that's going to be the end of hot laps. And Seavey is going to be the fastest driver to round out with a 14.6, as we previously mentioned, and Buddy Kofoid only 8/100ths behind him, and pretty fast times in general with Ethan Mitchell and Caden Brown both doing 14.8s as well. So definitely no slouches here, and as we'd expect at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway with our visiting international drivers out of Australia and the United States.
Yeah, I made my way around the pits so far tonight when I arrived to the track, and what I did was I spoke to the different drivers about the caliber of racing that we're dealing with, and we all agree that as you arrive to the International Series, that the New Zealanders are a little bit rusty, but we're just kind of knocking things off, and then as the Americans arrive, they lift the whole game for all of us.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And while we've got the opportunity before heat race number 1 for the Kiwi Kids, we're going to drop down to the disc with Nick Brown.
Thanks very much, Ali. Interesting you mentioned Heat 1 for the Kiwi Kids. I have with me Gary Hughes, who's he's been instrumental in developing the Kiwi Kids here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. And we were talking just before about the future stars. But you have with you a little bit of rock and roll history from Western Springs.
We do like a bit of history here, 96 years of it. So I've dug deep to find a program from 2001 this race night. I just want to let you know the Kiwi Kids field back then, right, it was pretty stacked. Some young punk called Brad Mosen. Shane Van Gisbergen running 97 in the Kiwi Kids, and he held the track record for 6 laps back then in 2001. Ryan O'Connor, his brother Shane was running. Hayden Williams, Dane Running, who's gone on to do Trans Am circuit racing. Very stacked field back then. And some of the bloke called Wooten, I don't know, could be a misprint. Made up name probably, but look, a pretty tough field back then, 2001. So you wonder, where do the stars of the future come from? This is the pipeline, right? Brad Mosen, Michael Pickens, Hayden. They don't just pop out of nowhere or get delivered by the stalk.
And this is the one to watch for. And the one that we were looking about was one Alistair Wooten was racing on this day back then in the Kiwi Kids. Alistair, talk us through that one.
I tell you what, it was a great time in my life, and I tell you what, it seems like an absolutely eternity ago, but what am I now, 34 years of age, so yeah, plenty of Christmas days gone by and Boxing Day races here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway, but I tell you what, this is where the future champions are made, and my buddy sitting next to me right here on the booth, Hayden Guptill, you had some great memories in the Kiwi Kids as well, mate.
Yeah, and we went through different times as well, going from having only 4 or 5 cars to having about 21 cars on track here at Western Springs, so being able to experience those different phases in the quarter midget class, and we see the numbers are strong again today.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and for a time there, as Gary and Nick were just alluding to, the likes of SVG, Brad Mosen, the 2 O'Connor brothers, both myself and my sister Jenna, the 2 Harris sisters in there as well. It was really, really strong, and we had some great trips around the North Island competing against obviously one another throughout the country as well. So as we look to head down the back stretch, it's going to be what looks like Jaden Sardalich and Lucas Smith off the front row. Unfortunately, we haven't got any grids for you at this point in time, so we're going to run this one out, and it looks like it's going to be Sardalich in the 14 that gets off to a great start, but watch out for the speed around the outside of the number 5 all-tech machine of Lucas Smith.
Deegan Thompson with an aggressive move from about 7th up to the 4th position into turn 1 there as well, so as he follows through behind the 8 of Monika Rawson, and works to her inside out of turn number 4. Actually, a little bit of contact there as he's going to take 3rd across the start-finish line.
Yeah, Deegan Thompson trying to force the issue there, banging wheels. It's rubbing is racing, and Deegan Thompson now going to set his eyes onto the back of Sardalich, but the number 8 in definitely getting a good run up the inside, and we've got one around down at Midas turn number 2, and that looks like it's the Henderson Valley Automotive number 41. Turned around down there on the pole line, so the Western Springs crash crew getting to him there and making sure he's A-OK. We'll get that race car hopefully restarted once again for young Heath, and you'll notice a very similar paint scheme on that race car that'll be out on track in sprint car heat race number 1 with Steve Smith in the number 76 Henderson Valley Automotive machine.
Lucas Smith showing right from the start that he's the one to beat in heat race number 1 as well, with an 18.3 being his best lap time, and that is almost 5/10 quicker, so almost half a second quicker than Jaden Sardalich in 2nd, who in turn had an enormous gap over 3rd place. So it'll be interesting to see. Now we've got 3 of the fastest drivers up in the front there, Alistair.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and there's no love lost between the drivers in 1st and 3rd, so let's wait and see what happens if Deegan Thompson can get the blowtorch applied to the back of the number 5 of Lucas Smith. So it looks like we're going to be going green next time by, as the drivers in single formation there with only 1 completed lap. We've got 1 retirement with Heath Bryant there, and Lucas Smith, our pace setter, as we look to head past the CRC 556 cone. He's good to pick up the throttle at any point. Driver's line astern, not giving any track position away, and we get across the chalk and take the restart of this one.
in line at the front, as it looks like Monika Rawson was looking to the inside of Deegan Thompson into turn number 3 as well. So she's not just going to sit back there in 3rd position and looking to take that position back, but Lucas Smith has pulled about half a straightaway advantage over just the first corner.
Yeah, that's right. And Monika Rawson doing a great job there. Obviously one of our visiting drivers from Nelson, so she's already got another run up the inside. Almost thought she was going to get 2 for the price of 1 up the inside of Sardalich and Deegan Thompson, but Deegan Thompson is now up into the 2nd spot, but Lucas Smith has absolutely checked out of this one, Hayden.
And then the whole field from about 2nd, as we've got more contact there from Monika Rawson on Deegan Thompson. Thompson's going to fall back to about 5th or 6th, and Jaden Sardalich gets given a Christmas gift, and goes through to the race, into 2nd position.
That's it, and Sardalich now finds himself up into the 3rd spot, and Monika's running in 2nd, but lap traffic coming into play into this one as well, as they get right up the back behind the number 71 of Jackson McDonald. And a bit of a moving chicane there, but so far all drivers managing to get through safe and sound. But at the front end, it is plenty of action, with Lucas Smith now actually finding himself up into the 2nd spot. Malika's still hanging on to that 3rd spot, as Deegan Thompson now tries to work his way back forward, but there's only 1 lap to go, and it looks like it's going to be too little too late, as it looks like Lucas Smith may potentially put another lap on Jackson McDonald as they head down into NZ Safety Blackwood's turn 3 and 4, and he's going to come out and he's going to take the checkered flag for the first heat of the night, going to Lucas Smith, and then it's a hard-fought battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, but it's Lucas Child that ends up taking it, and we've got a wheel off the number 98 machine down at turn number 4 as we head across the line. But this man on screen, undoubtedly your fastest man on track, with a 17.8, some 6/10 faster than his nearest competition in 2nd. But congratulations, Lucas Smith. Great victory there for the first of our Kiwi Kids Quarter Midgets heat races.
Over a 4-second lead there as well over the span of 6 laps, Alistair, shows how much faster and how consistent Lucas Smith was over that first heat race distance. Is really unfortunate to see Josh Brown heading back into the pits on the tow truck as well, as he notched up a good top 10 finish in heat race number 1.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I tell you what, with a track like that, is obviously we spoke off air as we take a look at the results here. Lucas Smith from Lucas Childs, Monika Rawson coming home 3rd, and Sardalich and Thompson in 5th. But that is perfect track conditions for the Kiwi Kids Quarter Midgets. But Nick Brown, back down to you at the desk.
Quick question for you, Alistair. When you were racing Quarter Midgets all those years ago on this very day, how does the speed compare? Because, I mean, those guys were actually starting to catch the back of the field. And Monika Rawson, who, up from Nelson, she's the South Island champion in Kiwi Kids. So she put on a spectacular drive through there. But what does it compare like when you were racing?
Yeah, to be fair, it's not a huge amount of difference in terms of the specification of the cars and whatnot. There's obviously another engine in the playbooks here with the Shinray 250 motor, but so far the development of the cars has kind of slowed up a little bit, but still great parity between the Kiwi Kids Quarter Midgets, and great racing as always, Nick. But I believe Nick Brown may be down on the Graham Standry might be down in the pits with some more to report.
Right, I'm here with Brock Maskovich. Brock, I imagine pre the International Series it's all been about preparation. It's going to be a pretty rigorous session. Like we've got 10 shows coming up, and a lot of them are big shows, but is it exciting still to race these Americans and Australians?
Yeah, hey, it's always good for us Kiwis when the good Americans and the best of Australia come over here and race. It really shows everyone how good New Zealand actually is in midget racing, and it always pushes us to go further and further and obviously put on a good show for the Kiwi fans. So hopefully we can tonight, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, a lot of the Americans come down there pre-Chili Bowl, and it's a lot of training and stuff for them, but certainly the standard of New Zealand cars and drivers has improved immensely. Last week's feature, to give you an idea, the first 4 cars finished within 1 second, so it's on. It'll be on for young and old tonight. How do you think you'll go?
Yeah, hey, we just obviously want to qualify in that top 6 hopefully, and make that A-dash and see where we end up at the end of the feature. Hopefully we can finish a little bit better than last week, and yeah, hopefully we're there.
Okay, well, we wish the R&R Malum car all the best tonight.
Perfect, thank you. Cheers.
Hey, I'm Sean.
Hey, I'm Jace.
And we are Sign Solutions.
Situated at 61 Preston Street in Invercargill, we can meet all your signage needs.
Anderton Decorators are a long-established Canterbury company covering the whole of the South Island who love to support their local community. If you require expert advice from design to application, then Shane has the expert team to ensure your next project is hassle-free with a professional finish. Floor to ceilings, walls to roof, inside, outside, commercial or residential. Let our team take the hassle out of your decorating. Give us a call now on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators, we have you covered.
We roll out for the first of our International Midget Heat Race number 1 here tonight. 10 laps the distance, and it's going to be one of our visiting international drivers, Caden Brown in the 97 AU machine. Starts out at grid position number 1 with Jaden Worthington in the 63M out of 2. Logan Seavey in the 1 USA starts out of 3 with Trent Way in the 9A starting out of 4. Connor Clark in the 4M starts out of 5 with Ryan Baker in the 17A out of 6. Terrence Durrell in the 22K out of 7 with Alec Inslee in the 71A out of 8. Peter Honeybow in the 39A starts out of grid position number 9 with Morgan McHugh in the 24A out of 10. Zoe Pierce out of Australia, she'll be starting out of grid position number 11 with number 47P out of 12. The 47K starts out of 13 with Mitch Fabish in the 3NZ out of 14. And your last car starting out of grid position number 15 here is the 1NZ of Brad Mosen. This is going to be fire here, Hayden.
Yeah, this is a premium midget racing heat race track here as well, as we saw just how good a racing are put on with the quarter midgets, and our hot lap heroes, both Caden Brown and Logan Seavey, ready to take it, both on the inside of the row 1 and row number 2.
That's it, and hopefully we can get a shot actually just while we're about to do formations of the back of a couple of the race cars out there on track. Let's use the 71A Yale machine of Alec Inslee. We'll notice a slight adjustment, it looks like, to the rear panel sitting behind the driver's seat, that the top almost seems to have a little bit of a wickaboo on the back of it, and obviously aerodynamics aren't obviously specified to be legal in this category, but the back of that race car, like we say, it's almost got a shelf above the fuel tank, Hayden.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that's developed over the time here at Western Springs, and it really only came in about 3, maybe 4 years ago, and then it phased out for a little bit, and some drivers kept it and some didn't, and it's been used as the excuse to prevent fuel from getting on the driver, but I think it's probably more a discussion about the aerodynamics, as you mentioned.
That's it. So right where that King chassis sticker is, above the carbon concept sticker there on the Blast number 71. We call him the Blaster Master, Alec Inslee, the 71. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with in this international series, and he's definitely one of our favourites. And mate, you're even wearing this T-shirt. You're full fanboy.
Yeah, I'm president of the Alec Inslee fan club there as well.
He's a good kid. He's awesome, and certainly a crowd favourite as well. And he'll be starting out at grid position number 8. And Caden Brown, I'm really excited to see how Caden goes. And he's starting out at grid position number 1, and he's been absolutely dominating, like you said, during hot laps, especially obviously over in Australia.
Yeah, and this isn't a new partnership as well. When he was here last, about 2 or 3 years ago, he was teamed up with the United Truck Parts team and had a lot of success racing with some of the best in the world, challenging Bell, challenging Larson, and showing that it really is just geographical location that's actually putting him in a different category there. So seeing him and seeing our current best midget driver in the world starting out of grid number 3, we're going to see a true tale of it here.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and the field is looking extremely pretty as we get gridded up. What a lovely shot there, and sellout crowd here at Luxor Western Springs Speedway, and Jaden Worthington out of grid position number 2 is going to have his hands full with the gun driver out of Sydney, Caden Brown, starting out of grid position number 1, but watch out for the 1 USA right up behind the back of the number 97. And the lights are out, and we're going to be set to go for 10 laps here, the distance. And it looks like it's going to be Worthington that gets off to an early jump and actually pulls out from Caden Brown on the start of this one.
Yeah, bottom lane wasn't good on the start there, as we saw the inside lane really channel up, as we've got someone upside down further back in the pack. And that looks like the 47P of David Wilson at the back there. We've identified who our missing driver was.
There we go.
There. So really unfortunate for David to travel all this way and end up on his lid there in turn number 1 and 2. It didn't look like a hard accident there, just more a concertina effect out of turn 2.
Yeah, it did, and I tell you what, Caden will be extremely happy that one completed lap will not be counted here, and we'll go back to full original grid. So yeah, he just didn't seem to get off the line, and already we're seeing the tone of the racetrack change down here, in particular at 3 and 4. So the heat of the Auckland sun definitely coming into play here, and I think we're going to be in for a slick one. But certainly looking how the colour of the track has changed. We see a replay a little bit further back. Yeah, so he just climbed over the left rear of Peter Honeybell, and unfortunately was a passenger from there. Doesn't look like any sizable damage to that race car, so he is going to go on the hook. But yeah, just as we see the colour change down here at 3 and 4, Hayden, obviously the extreme pole line is starting to look a little bit darker, and then obviously we might have a little bit of a mid lane, and then obviously as the racetrack moves up, that's obviously we're going to see the racing later on tonight.
Yeah, and it can be challenging off an original grid start as well if you're given the inside lane, as we've got one more view at the crash there for David Wilson down in turn number 2 as he rests on his side there. But as I was mentioning, it can be tough if you get given that inside lane and it's not the most grippy lane, as it's really hard to get off the mark. And we might see a few games here from Caden Brown trying to move Jaden Worthington up the racetrack, but Jaden Worthington's not new to midget racing, so there'll be a little bit of a battle of the wits there off the front row.
That's exactly right, and they were already extremely close coming down the back stretch before the start of that one as well. So let's wait and see. No doubt Caden is going to, as you say, try and move him up the racetrack to try and obviously have that left rear just on that darker shade of the racetrack down here at 3 and 4 to try and help him get off the line. But we're still under yellow, so we're going to go one more lap around Oils Western Springs Speedway. And great to have the new sponsor here down at turn 3 and 4, NZ Safety Blackwoods, down here as our new partner for the Jack Daniels 30 Lapper Derby here tonight.
We are seeing already Caden Brown getting into his work nice and early and working Jaden Worthington up the racetrack here on the pace laps, as we're going to work, hopefully going green this time by, as the lights are out down there in Midas turn number 1 and 2, as he's pushing him a long way up the racetrack down there. So as we mentioned, he's going to be playing a few strategic games there, and we'll see how Jaden Worthington responds.
That's it, and so far so good, as they're already rubbing nerve bars down here down the back stretch, and Jaden Worthington knows the games that he's playing, but Caden has managed to do it, and he's a whole lane higher than he was, and that's going to give him a better start. But Jaden Worthington still blitzes him down into turn number 1 and gets that jump. Trent Way sneaks up the inside of the One USA and moves himself up into 3rd. So great start for young Trent Way in the Langslow Engineering number 9A.
Yeah, big mistake by Jaden Worthington into turn number 3 here, as he caught the bump, the only bump on the racetrack, as we see further back Brad Mosen going to work, as he's picked off about 5 or 6 cars, and he's going to work into about the 8th position in 1 lap.
Yeah, Mosen's on absolute fire. He's able to put that race car wherever he wants on the racetrack at this point in time, and he's the only couple of drivers up on that high line, and he's managing to pick them off like absolute wildfire. And he's going to now set himself up the inside of Alec Inslee, but can't get it done. So the front two have already pulled out a little bit on Trent Way, and Caden Brown coming to grips here at Oils Western Springs Speedway, and I wouldn't be surprised if he looks to put a move on Worthington before the end of this one.
We see Seavey looking to the inside and moving Trent Way out of the way, as Ryan Baker's going to try to come through as well, but won't be able to make it happen. Trent Way just losing 1 there, but Logan Seavey's found the line, as Jaden Worthington also moving up. So we're seeing the whole field realise that mid area of the racetrack that you talked about, Ellis, is coming in.
That's exactly right, and Caden Brown needs to take a leaf out of that book as well, because Logan Seavey is coming, as Jaden Worthington now goes to that high line and leaves that door open, but leaves Caden Brown for dead coming out of turn number 4. And look who's on the back of the United Truck Parts, number 97, and in fact gets up the inside out of turn number 2. So watch out for the Greenway One USA as Caden Brown now moves the lane higher. So the message has got across, and they're starting to get to work on that top shelf, Hayden.
And we've seen Brad Mosen's momentum stop as well, as he's rested in about the 7th position there, as we've got a 3-way battle for the lead and going into turn number 3. Caden Brown looks to the inside, slide job for the race lead on Jaden Worthington. Worthington looks to the inside, but he's going to get hung up in the slick, and Caden Brown is going to be your race leader in heat race number 1.
That's exactly it, with only 3 laps left to go, and we called it. The United Truck Parts number 97 finds himself in the lead and already starting to stretch out on Jaden Worthington. And here comes Logan Seavey, the man out of the United States of America, riding with the best, as Trent Way now starting to close up that gap in the 4th position. But Brad Mosen still in the thick of it down the back with Ryan Baker and Blaster Master 71 Alec Inslee hanging on there in the 7th spot at this point in time, with only 1 more lap left to go for our Australian visiting driver Caden Brown, as he comes down into NZ Safety Blackwoods, turn number 3 and 4 for the final time. And it is going to be the Australian driver that picks up heat race number 1 from Logan Seavey, Jaden Worthington and Trent Way. Mosen coming home in the 5th position and rounding out your top 5. And I tell you what, that was action aplenty. If that sets the tone for the International Series 8, and we're in for a treat.
Yeah, and we saw Logan Seavey put together his best lap of the race on the final lap there with a 15.149. Both our first and second place drivers, Caden Brown with a 15.245 and Seavey with the 15.149, significantly faster than the rest of the field there. So a great drive by Caden Brown, and really exactly what we expected there as well, Alistair.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and we say it all the time as we see the results on the big screen. Caden Brown taking the victory with a 15.2 and only a tenth slower than the second place driver Logan Seavey coming home in second. But we say it frequently, but we've got all the drivers checked up in the gates trying to get off the racetrack. So a couple of drivers checked up, and that obviously slowed down the queue. And we're going to drop down to the desk with our man, Nick Brown.
Thanks, guys. That was a pretty impressive race. I mean, Caden Brown really sewed that one together. But Logan Seavey moving up through the track, and, of course, a great drive from Trent Way as well. By the way, the Kiwi Kids out there, one of the Kiwi Kids that went off the track, Josh Brown in the 98A, they've delivered this nice little T-shirt. And they said, if you want to give that away, that'd be great. So the first, I guess you got to be under 10 years old. First one around to the back of the town now can tell me what number car does Josh Brown in the quarter midgets drive. I got a nice little Christmas present for you on a Boxing Day racing here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. We're one down for the midgets. The next heat rate is set to go. And boy, what is going to happen in this one? I'll hand it over to Hayden and Alistair.
Thanks very much there, Nick. And, mate, I tell you what, that was fierce. And obviously with more of our international drivers with the likes of Ethan Mitchell rolling out for this one, there's going to be some dicey battles. And I think it was is it heat race number 3 that's going to be coming out with 1 NZ, 2 NZ, 3 NZ, and Pickens Mitchell in there as well. It's stacked all night long. I tell you what, it's going to be interesting. But as we see Justin Inslee going to work on that left front shock on Michael Pickens's number 54 machine, I tell you what, Michael has not had the cleanest, easiest run so far this year, Hayden.
Yeah, it's been an interesting case of showing a lot of speed in the sprint car class, and he's picked up a few wins here and there, and showed a bit of speed in the midget, but hasn't been able to put any results together so far this year. So really uncharacteristic of Michael Pickens and the King Racing team, and we're seeing a lot of success out of Ben Morrison in a very similar race car. So no doubt that they'll figure it out in due time, but they don't want to leave it much later than tonight.
That's exactly right, and we start getting into the paying part of the season where we get into the big races, the International Series, the World 30-lap Derby that we've got here tonight, the 40-lapper, and of course the 50-lapper as well. So as we take another look at our beautiful sellout crowd here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway, jumping into the grids, it's going to be the 69A of Corbin Anderson starts out of 1 with Mitch Osborne in the 12A out of 2. Shaden Austin in the 8M starts out of 3 with Hayden Williams, our feature winner from only a few days ago, in the 27A starts out of 4. Ben Vaughan in the 57M starting out of 5 with Luke McClymont in the 6M out of 6. Ben Morgan, our visiting driver from Canterbury, starts out of 7 in the 45C with his brand new race suit on board tonight. Carlos Stone in the 73M starts out of 8 with David Pello in the 7K out of 9. Ben Morrison in the 97A starts out of 10, and then it's our visiting American driver Ethan Mitchell in the 19 USA out of 11. Connor Clark in the 4A starts out of 12 with Brock Maskovich, the 2NZ driver that Graham interviewed just a little earlier, starts out of 13. Then it's our 2 USA driver starting out of group position number 14, Buddy Kofoid, and starting off the back in the 54A, Michael Pickens.
We have a very different picture painted in this one than we did in the last one. The last heat race, we saw a lot of speed starting at the front of the heat race. And in this one here, we've got Ethan Mitchell, Buddy Kofoid, Ben Morrison, Michael Pickens, all starting in those back kind of 2 or 3 rows. And Hayden Williams seems to have a pretty good run at the front there, last week's feature winner, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that's right. And this driver on screen, the Garrett Advanced Motion Turbochargers number 69, Corbin Anderson. I think we could both probably agree that Corbin has been going from strength to strength. He's been bouncing between both his Honda and Toyota engine packages, and no particular preference there. It's, I was talking to Corbin's father, Lance, a little bit earlier on this afternoon, and they're obviously just getting Corbin prepared for the New Zealand title coming up in a couple of weeks' time. So that was the whole idea behind having the choice and the luxury option of having those 2 engine packages. But the Honda package is very much still alive and going well, and Corbin's going to be pulling double duty here tonight in both the F2 and the main game car as we see him once again on screen.
Yeah, those fans who have been coming to Western Springs Speedway for a long time have seen the success of Corbin Anderson in the F2 midget class and probably agreed that it's an overdue change up to the A-grade midget class, as he's shown that he's got all the skills and he's got the dog in him to get the job done in the A-grade midgets. Yeah, and certainly here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway, the track conditions and finesse of his driving style, I think being in a car like the F2 category as well, it's a real momentum car, and obviously precision driving is obviously paramount with driving those race cars. And as he stepped up into the faster A-grade midget, he's doing a great job. And now with that Toyota power plant under the hood here tonight, he's going to be one that's going to be a jet off the front row. So let's keep an eye as we see Megan pull off in the Mahindra safety truck here. And Mitch Osborne and Corbin Anderson is our front row. And watch out for Hayden Williams in that 27A GT Radials HLR racing machine, starting out of 4. But Shaden Austin right tucked up the inside of him. Let's wait and see as we go green who's going to get the jump into 1. And it looks like Osborne's going to cut the nose off Corbin Anderson. So look out, the return of Mitch Osborne. And he looks like he's going to have a clear run down into turn number 3 and 4, and he's going to lead the opening lap here for heat race number 2. We were 3-4 wide out of turn number 2 there as Michael Pickens, Ben Morrison, Buddy Kofoid and Ethan Mitchell all trying to work their way through the slower drivers at the back of the field there as we get all bound up, and Brock Maskovich has to actually bail out across the infield as we've got a race for the lead as Hayden Williams tops up here Bud and drives right around the outside of Mitch Osborne for the race lead. That's it, and he passed Osborne right around the outside of 3 and 4 like he was standing still. And listen to that unique exhaust note out of that KRE number 27 as we've got 2 around, and it's our visiting Christchurch driver along with our 10-time New Zealand midget champion Michael Pickens. And the restart rules in this series are if you come to a stop, no matter where you are, you have to go to the tail of the field. So no matter who was at fault for the accident, you go to the tail no matter what lap it is. So Michael Pickens just making his midget run this season even more challenging as he's going to have to go to the tail and do all of his work all over again. Yeah, and luckily we only had 2 laps completed, so 8 laps left still to run as we see another angle there. And in fact, it was Ben Morgan that got turned or was turned around, and an innocent bystander, Pickens there just getting into the inside of him. But both drivers look like they're going to get a restart, and that's great news for both drivers as we see another angle. Same replay, sorry, of the incident here. So we'll see the 47. Was there a touch there? It was. Buddy Kofoid got into the rear bumper. There we go. So a bit of a bump and run there. I think he must have been watching the Tulsa shootout, maybe, Hayden. Yeah, we've heard a little bit of a few interviews here and there about bump and runs and tap and spins over in the States. So probably not intentional there of Buddy Kofoid, but it will be interesting to see if he does get punished by the officials here and joins Michael Pickens at the tail. That's it, and both drivers restarted and joining the tail end of this one, but I tell you what, he spun it out all by himself once again, and he'll be feeling like a real muppet down there, but the crowd puts their hands together and acknowledges the efforts, and there's already a push truck down there, so hopefully we get him restarted, but Hayden Williams, I tell you what, that was a real easy move straight around the outside. Oh, here's a replay of him doing it all himself. Maybe he's just practicing his victory donuts for later on tonight. Maybe he knows something we don't know. Yeah. But as we see as well, Buddy Kofoid has been sent to the tail for that accident. So he has been designated the prime cause and he will restart from last position on the grid. So we see Michael Pickens, Brock Maskovich and Buddy Kofoid still trying to make their progress forward a little bit further. So that's going to be the advantage to all of these drivers who started at the front in the other heat race, and alongside Ben Morrison, who's worked his way forward, Hayden Williams, who's starting off the front row here, all of these other drivers who now have this little advantage for later in the night. Yeah, that's it. And unfortunately for Ben Morgan, that would have been his second restart. So no second restarts in the heats here. So unfortunately for the Graham Hill Roofing Limited machine, he is parked on the infield and will sit this one out. So back to Hayden Williams and Mitch Osborne to take the green here. And so far we're looking good and the lights are out
let's wait and see if Williams can get that early jump. And listen to the engine note of that 27. It's something completely unique with that KRE power plant under the hood. And he goes early, and Osborne was predicting it and tries to go with him, but just misses out. And Corbin Anderson tries to go with him, but Luke McClymont being the one that took the opportunity and now finds himself up in third.
Yeah, Ethan Mitchell way up in the weeds. He's going to lose 2 out of turn number 2 further back in the field. So we can see how busy it is about mid-pack, as Michael Pickens is already on the back bumper of Ben Morrison. So he's gone straight to work in this one and is about up to where he started when he got collected in that accident.
That's exactly right. So he's got a couple less laps to get the job done. But Pickens now sets his eyes on the back of Connor Clark and his teammate Ben Morgan. And he's trying to get his way through, and he's got his elbows up, and he ain't waiting for nobody.
No, that was an aggressive move there, right around the outside of one to the inside of the other, and him and Ben Morrison just picking cars off as they work their way through. You can see he's attached to the rear bumper. 2 different approaches there as well. Ben Morrison trying to run a slide line up to the grip. Michael Pickens entering on it and trying to turn down. So 2 different approaches to the same racetrack there.
That's it, and just hearing that number 27 of Hayden Williams right on the chip, revving the daylights out of that 27, and we're already at halfway distance. So it's Hayden Williams from Mitch Osborne, LeClymont, Corbin Anderson, and Shaden Austin rounds out your top 5, and then it's back to Ben Vaughan and Ben Morrison with his hands full, trying to keep his fellow King Toyota driver Michael Pickens at bay, but here comes Buddy Kofoid in the process as well.
Ethan Mitchell again, big mistake further back, and he's going to lose another one to Brock Maskovich. Hayden Williams so far with over 1.5 seconds advantage over Mitch Osborne, with a welcome back to racing as well for Mitch Osborne, with not much experience in the seat in the last couple of years as Luke McClymont works his way into the 3rd position.
That's it, and we're going to get the white flag next time by for Hayden Williams in the GT Radials Hambley Haulage number 27, and making light work of this in this battle with Shaden Austin, Corbin Anderson, and gives him a little love tap and sends him up into the wall at Solder straight away, and finds himself moving up a spot. But this man, Hayden Williams, a return to form. How good is it to see the 27 back on the podium? He takes the victory from Mitch Osborne, Luke McClymont, Shaden Austin, and Corbin Anderson rounds out our top 5 for heat race number 2.
Yeah, Michael Pickens worked his way back to 7th there, Buddy Kofoid to 8th. So both of those drivers with a good move, as they're not happy with each other either, as Buddy Kofoid has pulled across the front bumper of Michael Pickens, and they're waving hands at each other and putting a whole lot of show on down here in turn number 3 and 4. So 2 drivers who aren't pleased with each other there, Alistair.
I tell you what, that's one way to get started here as the visiting driver, is to try and bang wheels and try and rub it up with the 10-time champion. But there's our results on screen. Hayden Williams taking the victory with that fast 15.4 lap time from Mitch Osborne, Reclymont, Shaden Austin, and Corbin Anderson. Nick Brown, down to you, my friend.
Thanks, guys. And that was an exciting race. And we've had 2 great heats. But Graham Standring talking to Caden Brown, the first heat winner for the midgets here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway.
Yeah, I'm standing here with Caden Brown. Caden, that was a very, very good first race, and you've just watched the second race. Watching that dice between those guys, Kofoid and Pickens, it's going to be on, isn't it?
It is. We don't come here to mess around, especially Boxing Day at the Springs. Haven't been here for a while. It's been, I think, 5 or 6 years, and it hasn't really missed a beat. It's really cool to be back here. The atmosphere's electric, and the racing's really aggressive. So it was good to get the win in that first seat. Just try and get rid of the rush, try and knock out some of the butterflies. Cars rolling around real well. So, yeah, hopefully come feature time we can be dice from the likes of Pickens and Buddy.
Like most Australians, I've been following your progress in Australia, absolutely following you. You've been dominating over there more recently. What's attributed to that?
We've been really good. We've obviously got a really nice family-run team with a lot of good people behind us, a lot of good sponsors, and obviously we purchased a Toyota late last year and then got a brand new King chassis as well. So all our crew, family, sponsors, and then just having a perfect race car makes my job real easy, and it's just a pleasure to drive. So feel like I've slotted in pretty nice into that first seat, into the United Truck Parts King chassis. Sean Inslee knows how to get me going around this joint, so that makes it a hell of a lot easy for me. So hopefully we can just keep on top of it and be at the pointy end come feature time.
Now, those of you that don't know, your dad, Mark Brown, or they used to call him Brown Dog, he used to come in and race against when I was racing and stuff. Very, very tough competitor. Does he offer much advice?
Yeah, he's my number one critic. he's obviously got a world of knowledge that he can instill in me, but then he also can tell me when I'm doing a good job, but then he also has that ticket where if I need a bit of a wake-up call, he can give it to me. Don't feel like I was going the best in hot laps, so he kind of pulled me inside, and he's like, man, you got to drive a bit harder. We're here at the Springs. So it got me up in the seat, and it definitely helped. So hopefully we can just continue on and, be up the pointy end come feature time.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and we wish you all the best with the United Truck Parts car. Number 97, keep an eye out from Caden Brown.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Everyone has accidents, but thankfully, there is always someone there that can help fix your problem. Fraser and the team from Elite Wheels in Christchurch can put your wheels back to the way they should be with state-of-the-art equipment and operators that will have you back motoring in no time. Custom fabrications is their specialty, from wheel manufacturing and whitening to suspension manufacturing and modification. Elite Wheels have you sorted. Elite Wheels is also the preferred repairer for all major insurance companies. Drop down and see the team at Elite Wheels, 240 Annex Road, Christchurch. Hessel's Poultry Farm is a family-run business situated in the heart of the Horowhenua that produce over 800,000 eggs a week to your community. With 60 years experience, this fourth-generation business know how to look after their customers. They truly are locals looking after locals all over New Zealand. Head into your local supermarket and make sure you ask for New Day free-range eggs or morning harvest eggs. Hessel's Poultry Farm supply fresh, quality eggs to your local community. They are the pride of Foxton.
Getting ready, let's see how the sprint cars shake down. Now tell me this, the track looked pretty good for the midgets. It's going to go well for these beasts, isn't it?
Yeah, I tell you what, it's going to blow off pretty quick. I tell you what, Nick, because the track has already taken rubber down here at 3 and 4, and as Pickens jumps out of one race car and into the next as he does so well. But yeah, the track's certainly evolving a lot down here at 3 and 4, but it still looks like there's plenty of drive down at 1 and 2, Hayden.
Yeah, and we've seen a few different lane approaches as well, and the two ends are vastly different as well. The majority of the field was working the bottom end of the racetrack down there in turn number 1 and 2, and then as we got down to 3 and 4, drivers were trying different lanes. There were short sliders, there were sliders up to the grip, people entering on it, running the whole way around. It was just, you could be quite creative down here in turn number 3 and 4. So we'll have to see how 1 and 2 develops, and often sprint cars can carry a bit more speed with the wings as well, and so we may see a different approach again.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and we're going to roll through the grids while we got the opportunity, and it's going to be the 6M out of grid position number 1, Mr. Angry James Dahm. Steve Smith in the 76A starts out of 2, with Carl Fenton in the 77A out of 3. Luke Brown in the 89A starts out of 4, with Michael Pickens in the 54 out of 5. Ken Dahm in the 88M starts out of 6, with Ryan Barry in the 16A out of 7. Matt Levisage out of Canterbury in the 78C starts out of 8, with Chris Kernahan in the 92A starting out of 9. Nico Pinkerton in the 67A starting out at 10, and Jeremy Halpin in the 29A starts rear field out of grid position number 12. So I tell you what, if that formation lap was anything to go by, Hayden, I tell you what, Pickens looked pretty comfortable standing on the gas early and getting straight up to speed and making sure he's comfortable in that race car. But that Mahindra safety vehicle is off the racetrack, the yellow lights are out, and we are set to go green for 10 laps the distance for heat race number 1, event 4 here. And heat race winner from only a week ago, starting off the front row here, is going to be a Steve Smith. So keep an eye on the Henderson Valley Automotive Machine starting out of 2, and he gets the jump on James Dahm. So watch out, Steve Smith already leading this one early.
Luke Brown very sideways as he's just about going to get split out of turn number 2 between Carl Fenton and Keaton Dahm, as Dahm's going to give one up to Michael Pickens as he's one of the first to the top side in turn number 3 and 4. He drives around Luke Brown and looks to the inside of Carl Fenton, but he can't get that one done.
No, that's Adam Pickens trying to get through on actually a car that used to be campaigned by himself. So the CRC Z-Build number 54 goes high and wide, getting around the Fenton house removals and number 77. And Pickens now sets his eyes on the back out of Mount Maunganui as we see our leader get all out of shape, and Pickens is going to pick up 2 for the price of 1 and gets up the inside of both James Dahm and Steve Smith and gets himself into the lead.
And James Dahm's going to grab second out of turn number 4 there as well, as Keaton Dahm, the brother of James Dahm, has worked his way up to 4th, and he's caught that battle there as well. But Michael Pickens a straightaway advantage, just 1 lap in the race lead, and he is gone.
Yeah, he's absolutely checked out, signed, sealed, and delivered. Michael Pickens just walking away with this one and making it look easy, but it's still going to be James Darm running in second, Steve Smith hanging on to third, and Keaton Darm trying to do everything he can to get around the outside of the number 76. So definitely the faster drivers on the racetrack are definitely up on that high and wide lane at 3 and 4. But as we said earlier, still plenty of drive down on that pole line at 1 and 2.
Steve Smith just driving an intelligent race as well as he runs the bottom down in turn number 3 and 4, but moves up and protects the lane off the corner. And it just doesn't give Keaton Dunn the opportunity, but he is going to get round the outside this time and take the third position. But Michael Pickens over 5 seconds in the race lead right now after being in the race lead for about 4 laps.
That's it. So 5 laps completed. Pickens pulling out a second a lap on James Darm at this point in time, but with only 5 laps left to run, he's already found himself in the lap traffic, getting around the outside. Jeremy Halpin and manages to do so successfully. Then it's back to second and third. So the Darm brothers now running second and third from Steve Smith, but Matthew Levisage out of Canterbury rounds him up and moves himself into that 4th place. So with only 2 more laps left to go, make that 1 to go for Michael Pickens. And with half a lap virtually ahead of the Darm brothers at this point in time, as Levisage almost collects the wall, but Michael Pickens in the CRC Z-Build number 54 gets around NZ Safety Blackwood's turn 4 for the final time and takes victory in Sprint Car Heat Race number 1 here. And the 2 Darm brothers going at it down at turn number 4, but it's going to be James in the Hydrolink number 6 that takes second place from his brother Keaton Darm in third.
A 6.9 second race lead in that one there from Michael Pickens. 6.9 seconds, and he only led about 3/4 of the race there. So unbelievable speed out of the CRC Z-Build number 54. And maybe a sign to Jonathan Allard there that he's figured things out and he's looking for the race win.
That's exactly it. And Sprint Car Heat Race number 2, it looks like. Zach Sokol's already won it, apparently, and Jonathan Allard's come second. So don't pay attention to that because we're about to see what's coming out shortly. But Nick Brown, what did you think of that one for our man, Michael Pickens?
Mate, I enjoyed that. That was a great drive from Michael Pickens racing around the track. I have with me one of our American drivers, driving the 19 USA, Ethan Mitchell. Ethan, we haven't seen you here for a couple of years, really?
Yeah, it's been a couple of years since being here. You know, last I decided to skip a year in between, and wasn't by choice for sure, but super glad to be back, and I'm having a great time so far.
Now, you were here a couple of weeks ago for the BT Race for Mates.
Yeah.
You were telling me you've just had like 1 day off since you got here, the practicing, the setting up of the car and getting a racing out there. What's the car like?
Yeah, you know, it's super good right now. I feel very comfortable in the car, and everything's vibing pretty good. So, 1 day off. You know, I've been planning some trips and having some fun while I've been over here, but you got to make time for what matters, and that's racing for me. So.
And you're packing it in. Are you lined up to go back to the States for the Chili Bowl later on as well?
Absolutely. I fly back the 9th, and then I'll be hard at it for Chili Bowl on the 13th. So, short time.
All the best. The number 19 USA. Come down to the pits, get some merchandise. Come and see this man. Get it signed for you. Graham Standring has another one of the top racing drivers in the midgets right this very second in the pits.
Yeah, guys, I'm standing down here with a guy named Tony. I'll get you my best American accent, Todd Garber. Todd works for Speedway Engineering. For those of you that don't know, Speedway Engineering build all the Toyota TRD racing engines here. Todd, tell us a little bit about your background.
Yeah, I've been at Speedway Engines for about 24 years now and build all the Toyota Midget engines for them, so I'm head of that program. Yeah.
And before that, you were building like Mopar engines or something?
Yeah, we built Mopar midgets, S-Lingers for a short time, a lot of IndyCar stuff back in the day. Now we've have sprints and midgets pretty much, yeah.
So out of the fields in the United States, about how many are Toyota engines? 50%, 60%?
In the U.S., we're almost 99% right now of the Toyota midget engines. Yeah, I think we got 8 engines here, yeah.
That must keep you pretty busy doing rebuilds and things like that. And with the Chili Bowl coming up, you've got a lot of work to do?
Oh, yeah, nonstop there. I think we'll have about 60 engines in that race. So there's about 115 engines now in the world that we've built of Toyota midgets. So pretty amazing, really. Yeah.
How do you not get the parts mixed up?
We try our best on that one.
Okay, well, look, really great to have you here in New Zealand. Sometimes it's not always about the races. It's certainly about the people that come with you. So great to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for the Green family for everything they've done for me for this trip, too. So it's been awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thanks very much there, Graham. And always interesting to see who's just kicking around down in the pits there, Hayden. And looking forward to this one. Great to see the earlier heat race there. And Pickens, a dominant force, but Jonathan Allard lining up for this one as well. And obviously those two are fierce competitors in the sprint cars.
Yeah, we're going to rattle through the grids here, and starting out of grid number 1 with a throwback scheme on his car, the 47A of Zach Sokol. So for those who have been around Speedway for a long time, that'll be good memories back to Ozzy Sokol, who's obviously his father there. So really cool to see that car painted up like that. Out of grid number 2, the man we've been talking about all night tonight, Jonathan Allard. Grid number 3 is going to be the 98M, that's Ryan O'Connor. Jamie Duff in the 71A out of grid number 4, with Kerry Brokus in the 21K in grid number 5. We haven't seen Kerry Brokus so far this year, so great to see him back at Western Springs. The 99M of Christian Hermansen out of grid number 6, and Shane Van Gisbergen with his second run in the sprint car so far this year, starting out of grid number 7 in the 97A. Bailey Clive welcoming him up to Auckland from Ruapuna Speedway, so that's the 49C. Bailey Clive, a campaigned 6-shooter driver, done a really good job in the 6-shooters last year and graduated up to the sprint car class and has been doing a good job down in the South Island so far. Richie Battersby is going to start out of grid number 9 in the 27A, and Kendall Savage in the 19A is going to start out of grid number 10. I think we were just talking about if Michael Pickens is sending a message to Jonathan Allard. I think this is his chance to reply.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And MP absolutely dominating with that 6-second win in only a 10-lap heat race. And Jonathan Allard has certainly been the only man that's got anything for him this season so far. Certainly at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. And Allard already with a couple of feature wins up his belt down at Bay Park. And in this one here, very cool to see that retro 06 throwback paint scheme for the Fairview Rodney RPC Logistics number 47 off the front row. Obviously SVG gridding up for this one as well, and the United Truck Parts number 97 Chem sponsored machine. So let's wait and see how he runs in this one. He'll be starting a little bit down the pack out of grid position number 7 as the lights are out at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway, and we're set to go green for 10 laps the distance here for sprint car heat race number 2.
Allard's going to lead them away with an enormous jump out of the outside of the front row. Sokol and Jamie Duff are going to race side by side into turn number 1 as Zach Sokol's going to take second place and Duff is going to slot in behind as majority of the cars make their way to the top side in turn number 3.
That's it, and at the middle of turns 1 and 2 we've got a nasty rut developed down on that pole line right in the middle of the turn. So let's wait and see as we see Jamie Duff just hit that hard and fast. And that's going to certainly challenge the drivers early on here. But Allard has absolutely checked out, and he must have got some insight from Michael Pickens on that last one because Allard has gone.
3 seconds and 2 laps for Jonathan Allard. An unbelievable race lead so far as Zach Sokol slots in and himself has a second gap back to Jamie Duff there in third. So Jonathan Allard and Michael Pickens both in their own league at the moment.
That's exactly right. And the time that Allard has already thrown down is already a 10th of a second faster than what Pickens was able to do in that previous heat race. So Jonathan Allard with a 14.0, he's going to be down in the 13s in no time.
Christian Hermansen with a slide job there on his teammate Ryan O'Connor into turn number 3, and he's going to hold on to that position there in about 5th as he's not showing up on our timing charts. But Bailey Clive, just rolling the bottom there and doing his own job. He's actually doing a really good job at holding off the 99 as he's starting to build momentum there in about the 5th position.
That's it. So it's still Zach Sokol running second, and then the driver out of Canterbury, Jamie Duff, and the Haikoki number 71 hanging on to third, and then Christian Hermansen is now going to have to be careful because SVG is coming for him, and he's in the HLR sandwich between himself and Ryan O'Connor. But as we see SVG just hitting that rut we spoke about at Midas turn number 1 and 2, not maybe looking as comfortable as what he was last weekend here at the Springs Hayden.
Yeah, that's got to be challenging jumping with not much experience and quite a different racetrack we're seeing this week as well, with a very aggressive racetrack where you really have to get after it, as we're seeing Jonathan Allard continue to charge, working to the outside of Richie Battersby into lap traffic, and he's going to clear him with a little bit of contact off the wall there out of turn number 2 as well as he goes to the top side in 3.
That's exactly right, and just the amount of side bite that Allard's still able to get out of that race car, he's right in the thick of it. And I tell you what, he's going to lap himself right up to probably almost the midfield come the end of this one here, with only one more lap left to run here, and he's going to head around turn number 4 for the final time, and Allard is going to take victory in heat race number 2. Zach Sokol coming home with probably his best drive of the season. Maybe it's something to do with that retro paint scheme, doing a great job in second, and Jamie Duff hanging on for third.
Bailey Clive with a great drive as well, having never been to Western Springs Speedway before, and he rounds out with a top 5 finish in his heat race, holding off SVG. So a really good performance from Bailey there, as SVG, as you mentioned, really struggling to get a bit of momentum there in his heat races. They're going to have a little bit of work to do later on. Yeah,
it's exactly right, as we see some of the setup demons coming back from watching that one there, as we see the drivers and mechanics and engineers obviously observing that race. But Jonathan Allard, a signed, sealed, delivered, taking the win in the 4 USA from Zach Sokol. Jamie Duff coming home third, Bailey Clive in fourth, and SVG rounding out our top 5. Nick Brown, to you.
It is like watching a game of top trumps, isn't it? You got Michael Pickens laying down that 6-second lead in Heat 1, and then you got Jonathan Allard blasting away. I mean, what did these guys get for Christmas? Did they spend all Christmas practicing hitting the accelerator? Because, man alive, that was a great way of rounding things out. And just to make it a bit more interesting, the 50-50, it's another great tradition here at Western Springs Speedway. You buy your tickets. Now, Racer Man's a little bit late, but watch out for the girl with the bright red hair making her way around the crowd. The 50-50, it's worth at least $500 already, plus what we can add to the pot tonight. And the race we're going to feature is going to be the sprint car feature. Okay, so the sprint car feature, when we find out who wins the 50-50, we call you up, you pick a driver in the sprint car feature, and if they win, you get 50, they get 50, and it's at least $500 you can win tonight at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. We'll see how things go. So make sure you grab your ticket for the 50-50. Don't forget, if the kids are out up and about and running around, there's some entertainment up on the hill. We've got the bouncy castles. There's lots of food, and there's lots of beverages for you to enjoy. Plus, I've found a T-shirt. Now, if we go back to some of the great days at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway, one of the great drivers to come here, and he really set the place alight in both sprint cars and midgets, was one Rico Abreu. Rico Abreu. Now, I've got here a T-shirt from Rico Abreu. If I'd say a teenager, you can wear that one. If you can come around the back of the tower here right now and tell me what happened to Rico Abreu that he can't drive cars at the moment. Everyone's been talking about it. Everyone knows about it. First person to pop around and tell me what happened to Rico, I'll give you a Rico's. God, everyone's gone mad in the. It's just going to be a bun fight, so you better be quick, all right, on this one. But enjoy yourselves. Let's get ready. It's the F2 midgets out on the field now. And watch out for Corbin Anson pulling double duty in F2s and midgets tonight. But how does this one shake down, guys?
Yeah, it's going to be Josh Matthews off the front of this one, Nick, with Bryn Jackson, the 47A, starting on the outside of him out of 2. Madison Jones in the 82M starts out of 3, with Troy Jeffries in the 5M starting out of 4. CJ Wilson in the 78M starts out of 5, with Holly Russell in the 25M out of 6. Brad Curtin in the 51M starts out of 7, with Michael Stock in the 81 starting out of 8. Dion Kendall in the 81A starting out of 9, with Scotty Cossey in the 17 starting out of 10. Christian Larson starting in the out of grid position number 11, with Reese Jeffries rounding out our 12-car field starting out of 12.
Great to see Josh Matthews having the run he's having so far, as well, as he's had a real intermittent campaign over the past kind of 4 or 5 years, doing a lot of travelling and helping his brother Ben in the midget class, now graduated up to the sprint car class. So seeing Josh and seeing the success that he's having, multiple podiums, as we can see him rolling out of there in turn number 2. And you can't really miss that car as well with how bright green it is.
Yeah, that's right. And we just saw a shot there just of that racetrack breaking up down there at turns 1 and 2 in the middle there. So is probably doesn't look so much, but when you look at some of the size of those clumps breaking off that racetrack as we pan out here for a 13-inch wheel compared to the size of some of those, right, Tate? And that's you're definitely going to feel that. Maybe not so much in the sprint car, but certainly with the F2 midgets, they're going to feel that if they get their right rear. As we see them just navigate around, it gives you an idea of the size of the ruts there relative to the size of the car. So these drivers are going to have to navigate their way through this one well and truly.
Yeah, the other thing you've got there as well is these cars don't quite have the wheel speed and the ability to get the tyre as big as the midget class does. So in the midget, you can, right as you're about to make contact with that kind of bump, you get on the gas and it expands the wheel and you can kind of bounce off it and use that as drive. But with the lower horsepower classes, you really can't make contact with those ruts. We have to do it really strategically to avoid having some kind of accident.
And it tends to be the most favourable part of the racetrack where the F2s like to be, is right down on that pole line. Obviously, the shortest way around Oils Western Springs Speedway is going to be Bryn Jackson and Josh Matthews. There's our front row to set us off for the first of our F2 heat races here at Oils Western Springs Speedway as they head across the chalk and look to pick up the throttle. And it's going to be somewhat of an even start as they head down to 1 and 2, as Bryn Jackson definitely high and wide on the racetrack and just allows Josh to just break away as Troy Jeffries now tries to get up the inside to make it a three-way battle for the lead.
Yeah, heavy contact with the wall further back by Michael Stock in the 81 as it looks like he's going to be able to continue. But the F2 midget field extremely close down there into turn number 1. You can throw a blanket over the top about 7 or 8 as Troy Jeffries, just as we mentioned, making contact with the bump there, as we've got Reese Jeffries just floating around there into turn number 1 with her first time in the F2 midget class, so she's just navigating the bumps back there as well. So we've got a great race for the lead shaping up between Josh Matthews and Reese's brother, actually, Troy Jeffries in the 5.
That's it. So the drivers have got to be careful as they navigate up behind Reese there as they look to complete their third lap here at Oils Western Springs Speedway. Josh Matthews is going to be the first one to come up and close that gap as they navigate into the lap traffic. So this is going to be interesting, as Reese is obviously on the rookie program as well, so hence why she started rear field. So she'll just have to keep her line and allow the drivers, including her brother, to get around the outside. So Troy does so successfully, as well as some of the other drivers as they round her up. And already a thick-heated battle at the front between Josh Matthews and Troy Jeffries. Troy Jeffries, one of the drivers, certainly getting to grasp with the F2 categories, had a dabble in the A-grade ranks and came back to the F2s, and certainly finding his feet here and doing a great job tonight here in heat race number 1.
Yeah, Bryn Jackson working the outside of the racetrack down there in turn number 1 and 2, but it's probably the wrong end of the racetrack to challenge, as Troy Jeffries unfortunately going around down here out of the second position, and he's going to have to reset to the tail of the field, as that was quite interesting as Reese Jeffries drove past and gave her brother the what the hell happened up there?
What happened there? So I hate to tell Troy that, but I think I put the commentator's curse on him there. So luckily we'll get a restart. And I tell you what, some of the drivers, including Brad Curtin and Holly Russell, did a bloody good job to manage to avoid that one, because they almost got into the back of each other, and it could have been a monumental one. But it looks like Troy's car is going to be A-OK, and he's going to be able to get a restart here for heat race number 1.
Just as I was talking about it, Bryn Jackson committing to the top side of the speedway down there in turn number 1 and 2, but I really think the top in 3 and 4 is the best part of the racetrack. As you can see, Troy Jeffries just all on his own as well, just way too sideways on turn entry.
Look a little bit further back as Holly Russell almost gets into the back. Does she? She gets. She does. Yeah. She gets Brad Curtin there. So the young F2 rookie, having picked up 3rd place at the Aotearoa Championship down at Bay Park only a couple of weeks ago. So she's coming to grips nicely with the F2 race car as well, and will be looking good to go green for 5 more laps here for heat race number 1 for the F2s. Lights are out, and it's going to be once again Josh Matthews and Bryn Jackson to restart, and he goes early. That allows him to get down onto that pole line and get the jump on the restart here with 5 more laps left to run.
Single file down there into turn number 3. Brad Curtin just looking to the inside of who is that in 3rd there? That's the 82 of Maddie Jones, has snuck her way up into the 3rd position there, as Holly Russell, really the only car working the outside of the racetrack, looking to the outside of Brad Curtin and slingshots around the outside, and is going to take 4th, looking for 3rd out of turn number 2.
That's it. So 3 female racers doing the business here tonight, and running in 2nd and 3rd as well. So both Madison and Holly Russell running 2nd and 3rd, trying to hunt down Josh Matthews, but the laps are ticking down. Next time by will only be 3 laps left to go, but right up against the wall. How he didn't hit it is Bryn Jackson, getting all out of shape in the Jackson Road Haulage number 47. And this is the battle pack on screen. They're all chasing down Holly Russell, Brad Curtin right in behind. There's the BNT number 17 in there as well. So keep an eye on this one, how things play out. So Scotty Cossey, in only his rookie season in the midget category, doing a great job running in 5th position.
Yeah, Holly Russell still committing to kind of the middle of the racetrack there in turn number 3 and 4, and it is hurting her as she allowed Brad Curtin by, but she takes it right back down there in turn number 1 and 2 as they're going to race side by side down the back straightaway, but she's going to hold on to it down here into turn number 3. No questions about your race leader, though, with a 1.5 second advantage over second place Maddie Jones. And Holly Russell's going to hold on to it down there into turn number 1 and finish in the 3rd position. So a great drive from our female drivers in the pack here.
That's exactly right. So to round out our top 5 place setters here, Josh Matthews taking the win from Maddie Jones, Holly Russell coming home in 3rd, Brad Curtin 4th, and Scotty Cossey rounding out our top 5. So certainly the track is evolving here as we just confirm those results there, and we'll come back to you on how things are playing out. But I believe Graham Standering's down trackside with Buddy Kofoid.
Guys, I'm right here with Buddy Kofoid at the moment. Buddy, welcome back to New Zealand. You've been here a couple of years ago in midget cars, and also you're a New Zealand sprint car champion some time ago. So tell us what your season's been like in the US.
Yeah, it's been exciting and a lot of fun, but really busy. Ran the full World of Outlaws schedule for the first time with Roth Motorsports, Toyota, and Mobile One, and that was everything I thought it would be, and then some. So did probably about 80 shows in that, and then luckily got to go back and run with KKM and the midgets for the West Coast Swing and prepare for this and for Chili Bowl. So it's been really busy, but really fun.
Now, you're on the Toyota program. When we talk sprint cars, generally we talk about Chev engines, 410 cubic inch, about 900 horsepower. Where does the Toyota fit in that program?
Power-wise? Yeah. A lot more. No, they run exceptionally well, and it's an honor to be, the one that Toyota chose and Roth chose to be the guy to help R&D it and further it before they go into production for sale. And so it's been a lot of fun, ups and downs, but it's been, like I said, really enjoyable. And I feel like, non-biased, I feel like they're arguably one of the best motors I've ever ran. So that's a testament to Rider Racing Engines and Speedway Engine Development for all their hard work and all their knowledge. So, glad to keep continuing that in the next year.
That's really good. Now, you're driving again for Keith Coons. I presume that's for the Chili Bowl again this year? Runner-up last year. Doesn't that hurt? Don't you hate that?
It's not. To come second, the biggest midget race in the world's not the best feeling, but not the worst feeling either. I've had some good years there and then had bad luck, I guess not this past Chili Bowl, but the one before. And but then, I feel like we came right back swinging, and I feel like we had one of the best cars to beat. And, obviously Logan is pretty stout in the Expo Center as well. So he's had a really good couple years, but I think it's time to knock him down one.
I think when the track took rubber, I think the race was done at that point. But certainly racing here in New Zealand, just explain how does that prepare you for the Chili Bowl? Certainly that last race was elbows up and a bit of sign language from your to-be partner at Keith Coons Motorsport. So just tell us about what New Zealand brings to your racing career.
Yeah, no, it's definitely beneficial. Anytime you can get in a car is a plus. I'd rather stay busy than sit at home, and at least for me, I like to race as much as I can, and I try and create a scenario where I don't have an off season. So that's really a testament to Jason and Linda Way, Langslow, J.A. Russell, and for all their partners and their crew guys for keeping inviting me to come down and believing in me. So, but yeah, like I said, just tight bull rings and like you said, elbows up. That's exactly what the Chili Bowl is. So you can't beat that experience anywhere.
The Chili Bowl is quite a ruthless place. Drop a position in a race, it really pays at the end of the thing when you have something like 300 or 400. So I forget how many entrants, but you can't afford it. It's just right from the get-go. It's absolutely on, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's the format's very rewarding, but it's also very grueling, and it'll get you if you're not on your game. And I believe in luck to a certain extent, but at the same time, you got to make your own luck as far as getting through there. With what the track's giving you, whether it's super juiced up and where it's not conducive to passing, or where it's slick, where you got to bomb it in there and take what you can get. So, yeah, pretty much the mindset is to be first every time you're on track, being a points format. That's what it takes to start up front, to have a chance to lock it in, and let alone win the Chili Bowl.
That's fantastic. Look, we're going to wish you all the best for this time that you're here, a whole lot of races. I believe you're even staying here for the National Championship and then straight to the Chili Bowl. But in the meantime, everybody, keep your eye on the number 2 USA car, the Langslow Engineering car with the buddy across the sunshield there. We wish you all the best and good luck.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and it's exciting to be back here after a couple years now, and for me, and to see the place packed, it's cool to see it. Even for me being an American, where I don't get to see this often, it's cool to experience it. So, just want to thank everyone for coming out, and hopefully see you guys all later on.
Okay, thank you very much.
The right machinery and attention to detail is what it takes to produce precision engineering. At Phantom Engineering, they can do exactly that. Whether it's a race car or trailer build, or even alterations, through to anything you need built for the home, your work, or the farm. Come and chat to our team that will take the hassle away. The right gear, the right knowledge, and the right team. Phantom Engineering, 317 Waihola Highway, Melbourne, New Zealand.
If you break it, we can fix it. If you want it, we can build it at Phantom Engineering.
If motorsport is in your blood, then Speedway Garage Palmerston North and Wanganui is your home away from home. From Speedway trivia nights, car reveals and good dirt track banter, along with great food that has our famous steaks, roast of the day and classic pub meals, Speedway Garage is the place to be. We look forward to hosting you at one of our 2 locations, 528 Main Street, Palmerston North, or 45 Anzac Parade, Wanganui. Don't forget to check out the Pits TV Garden Bar. See you at the finish line.
A unique format here at Western Springs tonight as well, where you need to qualify inside the top 20 qualifiers to make it through to the A main. So there is no B main here tonight at Western Springs Speedway. What we're going to see is something a little bit different, and we're going to see an A and a B dash. So your top 6 qualifiers will go to the A dash, your next 6 will go to the B dash, and your winner of the B dash will kind of get a little bit of a promotion and get to start off the tail of the A dash and try and advance their starting positions there. And the finishing order will set the starting positions for our feature race later on tonight.
That's exactly right. And the driver that we saw have 2 spins in his first heat race, the driver out of Canterbury, Ben Morgan, will be one of those drivers that'll have to go through the B. And I tell you what, he's one of the fast guys out of Canterbury to keep an eye on. There's a couple of notables, and he's certainly one of them. So we'll wait and see how he gets his way through in that beautifully presented CP3 Tim Clark chassis with the RSI Esslinger under the hood. So we'll be gridding up for 10 laps of the distance, our current 3NZ. And remembering, ladies and gentlemen, to get your piece of New Zealand midget car title merchandise, make sure you get up to the Luxor Western Springs merchandise container, as the New Zealand midget car title t-shirts are up there currently for sale as well, and they're a beautiful looking tee, so make sure you have a look. So keep an eye here as we head across the chalk and look to pack down the rest of the racetrack down here at turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, keep an eye on turn number 1 and 2 there as well, and how many drivers are going to try and get after it up on the top side of the racetrack down there. This is probably the best front 2 rows we could have asked for tonight, minus our international guests, obviously, as we've got our 1NZ of Brad Mosen starting out of pole and Michael Pickens out of 2. And that front row battle alone has been one of those battles that we've seen 100 times over the past kind of 10, 15 years, and we've seen 100 different results and some legendary battles. And then we've got the new blood of Mitch Fabish coming through, 3NZ, only 20 years of age as well, doing a great job there to be in the top 3 in the country. And then Brock Maskovich, experienced campaigner, starting on the outside of the second row. And tucked in behind him, in case you thought that wasn't enough, we've got Ethan Mitchell in the 19 USA.
That's it, and Ethan Mitchell picked up a seriously dominant win here at the previous night at Luxor Western Springs Speedway, and absolutely destroyed everyone in this exact heat number 3 only a few days ago. So as the Mahindra pace truck, looks like we're going to get a start here, and keep an eye on the start as we look to go green next time by. As we head down the back stretch, we are set to go green for heat race number 3 for the International midget heat race here as Michael Pickens and Brad Mosen, our front row, rolling around nice and slow, and we go green, and watch out, Maskovich with a heck of a start gets up the inside of his brother-in-law, Michael Pickens, but Mosen gets off to that early lead, but the yellow comes out, and we're going to go full restart.
Not happy with that one there, as we saw Michael Pickens trying to get up into the grip off the start. As we mentioned earlier in the night, the inside lane can be really punishing if the outside car gets a real good run off the top side. So obviously a few games there on the front row, and I think those two are probably the king of games, and we've seen it over the years. So we'll rack them back up and try and get this one underway once again.
As we get set to go green once again for heat race number 3 here for our International Midget Heat 3. Pickens and Mosen is our front row as we roll across the chalk. Let's look for a clean start this time. Super slow, but much more even and clean down into Midas turn number 1. And certainly what Michael Pickens was looking for as he gets out to the early lead.
Yeah, Mosen gets tight on the bottom there as we see Ethan Mitchell out in the weeds out of turn number 2, as we mentioned. But your top 3 separate as Mosen and Pickens go to the top side, Maskovich to the bottom, and then Mitch Fabish next in line.
Maskovich finds himself moving up a spot against the current 3NZ of Mitch Fabish, and a whole lot of drivers trying to navigate their way from the back to the front. And certainly one of the drivers that started deep in the pack doing a good job of that so far is the Yale number 71, Alec Inslee. So it's certainly the fast 5 at the front at this point in time, and then it's the gaggle cars a lot further back. Morgan McHugh deep in it with David Pello and Baker and Alec Inslee. So Baker now finds himself up the inside of David Pello, but leaves the door open to the hard-charging Alec Inslee.
Yeah, Inslee's going to take that one back down the front straightaway as he works his way. We're 3 wide as well out of turn number 2 as Baker just moves him off that bottom lane, but Inslee's going to take the lane away from him as he slides to the top side there in turn number 3, tucked in behind the 7K of David Pello, who's doing a great job there in about 7th position.
So still plenty of moisture down on that pole line as we see Baker get right through that rut down at Midas turn number 2 and launches the car skyward. And the drive is certainly down on that pole line at 1 and 2, and then further up the racetrack against the wall down at 3 and 4, but already halfway distance. And it's that typical battle we're used to seeing here at Oils Western Springs Speedway of Pickens and Mosen. But this is the battle deep in the pack of Alec Inslee and Baker going at it, toe for toe, slider after slider. But the Mahia ITM Auto Supershots number 17 manages to get through as we see David Pello just getting all out of shape there as Baker just clips the wall down on pit entry. So drivers going hammer and tongs at it as we've only got 2 more laps left to go for Michael Pickens next time by.
Yeah, Pickens and Mosen both half a second quicker than the rest of the field, and their best lap time so far is Michael Pickens with just a second of an advantage, but Mosen seems to be pulling that advantage in just slightly, but he is going to run out of laps as we're only going to have a couple of laps left in this one, but they have a huge lead over the rest of the field, 4.6 seconds.
That's it, and the white flag is out for both those leading drivers, Pickens and Mosen, and they're going to get away without having to get into the lap traffic with only a couple of turns left to go. And then it's back to Maskovich, Fabish, and Ethan Mitchell from the United States. But across the line, Pickens is going to take the win from Mosen, and it looks like the R&R Malum Inferno Armour 2NZ of Maskovich going to take home that 3rd step on the podium for heat race number 3. So there you have it, the CRC number 54. Back to form is Michael Pickens, and great to see as well. And with the fastest time of the heat race with a 15.490. Somewhat 2 tenths faster than Mosen, and then it was another 4 tenths back to the 2NZ of Brock Maskovich. So confirming those results on screen, Pickens from Mosen, Maskovich, Fabish, and Ethan Mitchell, and Morgan McHugh and Baker Inslee in that hard-fought battle inside the top 10. But I tell you what, Nick Brown, this International Series is heating up, and it's only the first night.
Well, and the cool thing about that is, I mean, we do have the international drivers here. We've got Logan Seavey. We've also spoken to Buddy Kofoid, the number 1 and number 2 in the US. But there, Brad Mosen and Michael Pickens just driving the wheels off it. Michael Pickens laying down again, just like he did with the sprint car. So looking like it's going to be a great racetrack tonight. And, of course, it's just the start of the International Midget Series here at Western Springs. We've got the World Series Round 5 coming up on the 2nd of January after New Year's. And then on the 4th of January, the New Zealand Midget title. And we already know that Buddy Kofoid's going to be in for that one. But Michael Pickens will be looking to get the one on the tail tank. And, of course, Brad Mosen already has the one on the tail tank. The number 2 has got the New Zealand number 2, Brock Maskovich, is looking to upgrade that to number 1. There are so many drivers out there, all using tonight as their litmus test heading towards the big one. So the big 30 lapper tonight is going to be a ripper.
Wow. Plenty of action here, Hayden. It's so good to be back to international racing and having a quality handful of drivers here, albeit not a massive amount, but I feel like right now we've got the fastest midget, or as they say in Australia, speed car driver with Caden Brown. And how can you argue, one of the fastest up-and-coming drivers, certainly he's one of the fastest guys I know of in a midget car in America with Buddy Kofoid as he now moves across into sprint car racing. But Logan Seavey, seeing him run, we spoke about off air a little bit earlier tonight, but Seavey is just one of those drivers you can never discount. He'll be one of those drivers that'll start, deep in the pack in a feature and then get halfway distance and all of a sudden he's in the top 5 and just finds himself at the pointy end of the field. He's just a real points racer and really strategic and just plays the long game. So there he is on screen at the moment in the Total Access Greenway number 1 USA machine. And as always, a beautifully presented race car out of that Greenway stable. And he's one that you can never discount, as I say.
Yeah, real record breaker this year as well, with an unbelievable season in both the USAC National Midget and Sprint Cars, and seeing an unbelievable record get broken, actually. 23 consecutive top 10 finishes in a row, really speaking to that fact that you just talked about there as well. So our two-time national USAC national champion alongside Buddy Kofoid, who is also a two-time USAC national champion, coming off his best season with the World of Outlaws. So World of Outlaw Rookie of the Year this year, 4th in World of Outlaw points. Unbelievable. We're extremely lucky to have both of these drivers here at Western Springs.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And I think much like when we had Kyle Larson down here in the early stages of his career, no doubt we will be in a very similar position, I'd say, in probably under 5 years, where we'll be thinking back to the time that we had Buddy Kofoid and Logan Seavey down here in New Zealand when they're running in NASCAR or whatever they go on to compete in. And certainly I think for Buddy Kofoid, he'll be one that'll be at the gun. And sorry, as we were just saying there, we've got Hayden Williams parked down on the back stretch as well. So let's wait and see. We've got, it looks like Greg Williams, Hayden's father, about to jump through the gate to have a look at that race car. Maybe an electrical problem. Maybe something to do. Hayden's waving his arms around. Maybe a battery terminal. The battery's down there just under the left-hand side. Maybe a plug lead even, because they're reaching in between those headers as well, Hayden. So we'll wait and see. Bruce is down there by the looks as well.
Did seem like they were making an attempt at those plugs down the bottom, trying to either place or replace them. But Bruce James is going to work to the bonnet here and try and get that left side panel off, as Ben Smith also joins them down on the back straight, as hopefully they can get on top of that. Hayden Williams with an outstanding heat race victory as well. There's our 2-minute bell on screen next to our race official tower down here in turn number 3 as well. So that time is always ticking down. A little bit of pressure on the crews as well to try and get that job done in time.
And I tell you what, it's that sort of the B main type, point structure as well with these kinds of events. That certainly plays into the hands of when you have mechanical problems or mechanical failures or incidents as well. But Graham Standring, you got more on this?
What was it?
I don't know.
Okay, the crew have just come off working on the car, so they've done something. I just asked one of the crew guys what it was. They're having a look at the engine stuff. They don't know what the issue is, so they're just hoping now that it's okay, especially after a spectacular first heat win. A good finish in the second heat would have put them off the front row. There is a 2-minute bell. They're going to try and restart the car, and then we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, so Ben's giving him the all-clear signal there. They're going to try and get that car fired up, but unfortunately, it may be a fatal from hero to zero after taking that win in that first heat race, Hayden. And that was absolutely dominant. And unfortunately, the joys of man versus machine with these race cars that there's so much going on that anything can happen. The smallest vibration, a component could have broken loose, whatever it may be, that the naked eye can sometimes be hard to find. But it seems like everything is A-okay. Let's wait and see. Does it take throttle? No, he pulls to the infield. So Hayden doing the right thing and pulling to the infield, obviously not happy with what's going on with that race car rather than just trying to persevere. And he'll no doubt be extremely dejected in that race car.
And as you mentioned, the B main structure that we're working with at the moment it's so important to be in that top 20 cars. And if you're not in the top 20 cars, unfortunately on a night like tonight, we're going home. So
yeah,
Hayden Williams' heat win is going to be really important here.
That's it. And Graham Standring, you're down at the gate once again.
Just spoke to Jeff Harper, the crew chief or the car owner for the cars, the HLR cars. Apparently the engine's down a cylinder. He tried to fire it up then, wasn't on 4 cylinders. So they've parked it up and they'll have a quick look at this, which is a bit of a shame.
Thanks very much there, Graham. As we look to get set here for our final heat race here for the International Midgets, it's going to be Buddy Kofoid off the front row with Zen Dudansky with a vacant position on the inside. The outside of the second row for Zoe Pierce. So we look to go green, and Zen Dudansky actually gets that initial jump on Buddy Kofoid. So the midget rookie sliding up the racetrack and just leaving the door open for the American champion. But look at this, a gun move up the inside by the Dairy Master Merch Pro, number 47, and tried to take that spot back, but unfortunately Buddy Kofoid just too good and finds himself back in the lead.
Yeah, all cars battling to the top side down here in turn number 3 and 4 as it continues to be the dominant line. Logan Seavey and Caden Brown still struggling to make any progress at the back, just picking off 1, maybe 2 cars. But those front guys like Buddy Kofoid, Ben Morrison and Peter Honeybell up there in 3rd, just starting to work away from the rest of the field.
That's it, and those 3 drivers deep in the pack of Seavey, Brown and Osborne need to move up to that top shelf as all the drivers around them opting to go to that pole line, so they need to try and find that moisture and work their way forward. Peter Honeybell doing a great job there, running in 4th as he's just in front of Terrence Durrell as he's graduated out of the TQ ranks and into the main game here in the midgets. But Buddy Kofoid leading from Zen Dudansky, and Honeybell throws a slider on Ben Morrison, moving him up the racetrack and gets himself up into the 3rd spot. So great return to form for the Vertex number 39 of Peter Honeybell.
Yeah, Ben Morrison just getting off the gas and giving Honeybell that inside lane into turn number 1. As Ben Morrison just doesn't look like the confident Morrison we've seen over the past few weeks, so still taking his time to kind of get the race going. But Logan Seavey struggling big time as he's still back beyond the top 10, as Caden Brown, who started around him, has been working the outside line on the racetrack and just lifts and works his way to the inside. Slide job into turn number 3 on Terrence Durrell, and he's going to take the 6th position away there.
That's it. So Caden Brown has managed to move himself up the racetrack to find that moisture down at 1 and 2. But here's that battle for 2nd spot at the moment. Peter Honeybell throws a slider once again as we've got Carlos Stone around down at Midas turn number 1 and 2. And that's going to bring out the yellow.
Yeah, we had some great racing there, some really tight battles as we saw slide jobs galore. As you mentioned, Peter Honeybell throwing 2, maybe 3 haymakers down here into turn number 3 to take 2nd. But he's going to have to give 2nd back to Zen Dudansky, as it just looked like Carlos Stone maybe got a tap in the left rear going into turn number 1, and he was sideways for a long time down into there as the left rear is down on that machine. And then, unfortunately, the last guy to the party, Mitch Osborne, made some contact.
As we see a replay there, so Carlos Stone going around, looked like on his own, and then he's going to get collected there in the left rear by Mitch Osborne, and he's going to move him out of the way. So, unfortunately, it looks like that potentially was on his own. And, yeah, as you say, Hayden, flat left rear, and a driver that won't be too happy with this, as he had a monstrous lead, was Buddy Kofoid. But kudos to Zen Dudansky, putting in some good lap times there, only 3 to 4 tenths off the USAC champion as well of Buddy Kofoid. So let's wait and see what Zen Dudansky can throw back in the mix here. But Peter Honeybell is certainly on a mission at the moment. He started a little bit further back out of grid position number 6 and already found himself up 3 spots. And look at Caden Brown now as well, also up into 6th spot, having started out of grid position number 14. So he'll be looking good on points, having picked up that first heat win as well earlier on tonight.
Yeah, and that outside line's going to have a huge advantage down here in turn number 3 when our leader, Buddy Kofoid, takes the green flag. Kofoid's going to take the throttle, and a lot of those cars are going to pull to the inside of the racetrack, but there's so much grip on the outside that Ben Morrison might even get up 2 positions, you know, because of that double file restart that we work on here in New Zealand.
Yeah, that's right. And just the rule technicality there as far as having a flat left rear side tyre. Obviously, you are still able to run with that, but obviously different subject there for the right-hand side. So as we've alluded to in the past as well, Hayden, that once that car gets moving and actually the tyre starts to inflate a little bit, it can be drivable if you manage to get the weight to transfer over to that right side. But obviously Carlos not feeling comfortable driving that race car in its current state. So the lights are out and we are set to go green once again. As we get set to go green for 3 more laps for the final heat race here for the International Midgets. We go green, and it's Zen Dudunsky that tries to get a run up the inside of Buddy Kofoid on the restart here. Kofoid too good, slides it down to that pole line and gets himself back into the lead and stretching out already on the restart.
Caden Brown, one of the few guys to make the outside lane work down there in turn number 1 and 2 as well, as he looks to the inside. And we're 3 wide out of turn 4 with Peter Honeybell, Zen Dudunsky and Caden Brown, as Brown looks back to the outside in turn number 1 and 2. Really the only driver trying to make that other lane work as he looks to the inside of Dudunsky once again in turn number 3. And he's going to get that pass done for 3rd position and set his sights on Peter Honeybell for 2nd.
Yeah, and some real decisive elbows up racing there from Caden Brown. Just really strategic how he positioned that car down at turn number 3 and 4 once again and moves himself up from grid position number 14 up into the 3rd spot. And the white flag is out for Buddy Kofoid and Peter Honeybell currently running in 2nd.
Logan Seavey looking to the inside slightly further back as he's trying to pick up 2 spots out of turn number 2, and he's going to get to the inside of McClymont, who's going to leave the lane open for him into turn number 3, and a big slide job for about the 5th position. But Buddy Kofoid is going to be your race winner as McClymont crosses back over Logan Seavey. He's not going to be able to get that one done. Great drive from Buddy Kofoid with a very interrupted race there, a couple of yellows to really break up the momentum of his race lead.
That's it, but undoubtedly the fastest man on track and picking up victory in the final heat race, the Langslow Engineering 2 USA winner is Buddy Kofoid. 2nd place go to Peter Honeybell. Caden Brown with drive of the race coming home 3rd. Ben Morrison 4th, and Luke McClymont rounding out your top 5.
Thanks, guys. A good run from Ben Morrison, especially when he seemed to be struggling with his form. First meetings here at the Springs, he was absolutely on fire, but coming back in that one in heat number 4, 4th position. But like I say, when it was Hayden Williams' turn to get the car up there, only running on 3 cylinders, but certainly his performance earlier in the heats will help him out as we head towards the final. It is going to be a ripper for the big one. 30 laps, it will be the one, the Jack Daniels 30-lap World Derby tonight, and of course in the Jack Daniels Legends Lounge. Absolutely packed tonight, as always, on a boxing night. And everyone's getting ready to race, going out on the track. And its next chance is going to be, there we go, the Legends Lounge. Evening, everyone up there, waving, enjoying themselves. Always nice to do that sort of thing. Hey, don't forget, with the next couple of meetings here at the Springs are going to be midget focused. We've got the next of the International, which is going to be the 50-lapper as well. And then on the 4th of January, that's the 2nd of January. On the 4th of January, we have the New Zealand midget title here at the Springs, which is going to be great. Looking forward to that. But of course, it's a full-packed venue tonight for the midgets, the F2s, sprint cars, and of course the Kiwi Kids, the big breeding ground for it. And it was on this day. We've already seen that back 23 years ago. Alistair Wooten was racing on the track, as was Shane Van Gisbergen racing on the track, as the Kiwi Kids, who are getting ready to come out on the track and circulate today. So let's watch the future of the motorsport coming up, ladies and gentlemen. These are the Kiwi Kids coming out on the track for their next heat here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway.
Nick, I think it's fair to say that that's the generation and the time period that the real rock stars were made. Wouldn't you agree?
Here we go. Gosh, talking it up. I mean, well, yeah, you could say that the generation like Shane Van Gisbergen back here in the sprint cars, and of course he's been very, very successful in other motorsport ventures. Alistair. Where's the Corvette these days?
The Trans Am's parked up with the engine out of it, actually just getting refreshed at the present time. So look to get the old TA1 car out in due course. But obviously my summer nights tend to be filled of racing here at the Springs, and also with a 9-month-old and a 3-year-old. Life is pretty busy, Nick.
Excellent. There is nothing better than family, and that's the big thing I love about Boxing Night at Western Springs Speedway. It is all about family, and let's get ready to race with the Kiwi Kids.
That's right, and it's going to be the Carbon Zero, number 65 of Hunter Morgan off the front row, and right in behind him as we get set to go green is going to be the number 98 of Josh Brown, and that's Josh Brown that Nick is actually giving away a T-shirt of his a little bit later on here tonight, so you may be able to pick up the answer to that question that Nick had. So if you're tuning in, this is your opportunity to get that as Josh is out there in the CPM Higher Transport number 98. But it's going to be Hunter Morgan that leads this one. And watch out, here comes the running around the outside for the number 5 of Lucas Smith. Right up the inside, though, comes Deegan Thompson with a run, but he just hits that ruck coming out of turn number 2 and loses a little bit of momentum. That allows Lucas Smith up the inside of Hunter. And the All-Tech Jackson Roadhorse, number 5, gets himself into the lead once again, as only 4 more laps left to run for the Kiwi Kids Quarter Midgets, and they are already finding themselves getting a little bit closer to the lap traffic. The James McDonald number 71 machine about to go a lap down with 3 more laps left to run for the Kiwi Kids Quarter Midgets. But as we say, the cream always rising to the top. So Lucas Smith leading from Hunter Morgan, then it's back to Deegan Thompson. Watch out, here comes a run from Lucas Child up the inside of Lewis in the number 77A down into turn number 3. So the CSC man moves himself up into the 4th spot with only 2 more laps left to go. And we see that top 3 stretching away as Lucas Child now tries to get a little bit closer, but it may be a little bit too late here. There's the front 3 have already stretched themselves out, and Lucas Smith making light work of it here as the white flag comes out for our leader. Only 1 more lap left to run around Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. Great camera action there from the Perspective Group team at Jack Daniels Midget Night here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. He finds himself getting through turns number 3 and 4 for the final time, and Lucas Smith is going to pick up his 2nd heat race win here for the Kiwi Kids Quarter Midgets for the International Midget Series. 2nd place goes to Hunter Morgan in the Zero Carbon machine. 3rd place coming home is Deegan Thompson. So as we round up for the 2nd of the Kiwi Kids Quarter Midget heat races here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway, confirm those results. Lucas Smith taking the victory from Hunter Morgan, Deegan Thompson, Lucas Child coming home 4th, and rounding out our top 5 is Hunter Lewis.
It's action for the whole family. With 23 tracks around New Zealand, there is no better way to spend your weekends than at a Speedway New Zealand track.
Here they come to the start-finish line again.
There's something for the whole family. Sprint cars, saloons, stock cars, sidecars, midgets, and much, much more. Pack up the family and make a trip to adrenaline-filled, action-packed bashes and crashes that only Speedway can deliver. Visit www.speedway.co.nz to find out the track nearest to you. Speedway, it's our summer thing.
It doesn't matter how hard the job is, we suck it up and get it done. No matter how dirty our hands have to get, we suck it up and get it done. Suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up.
Suck it up and get it done with suckitup.co.nz.
Hi there guys, I'm up here living it up in the corporate facility here with all the big notice, and I've found one of, in particular, got Andrew Waite. Andrew, a driver mentor doing the Lamborghini Endurance Series, and also you host part of the Sky TV thing. So what brings you to the Speedway?
I've been coming here since I was a kid, and it's quite cool now. I'm a bit older. I got my little boy who's 4 here tonight, so it's kind of the next generation coming up, and I've always enjoyed coming here and had so much respect for these guys doing the Speedway, so it's great to be a part of it, and awesome atmosphere as always.
Yeah, it is certainly the awesome atmosphere, but did you ever try Speedway yourself? I just showed you a picture of Sane Van Gisbergen driving a quarter midget that we just saw then.
I did actually recently. I had to go on a sprint car down in Cromwell, and I already had respect of what these guys can do, but that just took it to a whole new level to see, what they're capable of. So I just sit there and just in awe of how they all drive. It's impressive.
Quite a bit different from a Lamborghini, I'm sure.
Yep, very, very much so. For me, I'll be sticking to the seal. I'm a little bit better on that, but to see what they can do out there is just impressive. It's very cool.
We've also got someone else here, and I'm going to grab him right now. I'm going to grab him right now. A face you'll recognise. He's actually leading the World Formula E Championship at the moment, with the next round in Mexico in a couple of weeks or a week's time or something like that. I'm talking with, how's my name retention? Terrible, eh? Mitch Evans.
Hey, how you going? It's good to be back.
Yeah, fantastic. I know every time you get a chance you come here and love this place like we all do. So, but just briefly, your season started off pretty good with Jaguar this year.
Yeah, we just had our first race 2 weeks ago in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, and managed to get the victory there, which was one of my best starts I've had since I've been in the category. So just really want to try and capitalize on that and start off well in the new year in Mexico. So, it's a big season coming up.
Now, your teammate, I've forgotten his name now.
Nick.
Nick Cassidy, he started here at Western Springs, I think, doing all this sort of stuff. And probably we've noticed a lot of guys have come from Speedway, they've gone to supercars. We look at Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell and those sort of guys. Speedway must help in a way. Did you ever do or consider doing Speedway?
I mean, I had a few races in the quarter midget when I was very young. But I think it's one of the best places to learn your craft, in terms of just car control, especially in the wet conditions. I mean, there's so many great guys we see in the States. Obviously, Shane is a great example. So, I mean, I love to see, the guys come down here and see the guys just put on a good show for everyone. And I really appreciate what they do. It's always a good show here.
So, and just tell us a little bit about Formula E. You've been doing it, I think, for a few years now. I'm not sure how many, excuse me, but it's certainly developing to something that all the manufacturers of the electric power units are very, very close now, and so it's becoming quite an exciting venture. I have to say I don't like the last track for the last round through a car park building.
Yeah, it's not probably a favorite for a lot of people. In the car, it's okay, but look, it's obviously a very unique category. It's new technology. Obviously, the automotive industry is heading that direction, so it's a good test bed for that. But I'm loving it. It's a huge challenge, very different to when I was doing F2 and F3. But really enjoying my time at Jaguar, and hopefully the championship will continue to grow, and I really want to be part of that journey.
How many more rounds have you got this year? Like you said, you've done one in your seconds in Mexico. How many rounds are there this year?
I got 16 rounds. So obviously all around the world, in Asia, Middle East, South America, North America. So and obviously Europe. So a big calendar coming up.
How good is it to be back home with a bit of sun on your back?
I love it. I mean, obviously in Europe at the moment it's freezing. So I've only been back for just over a week. I go back on the weekend. So a short trip to see my family and come and watch some amazing Kiwi racing, and head back for New Year and then get back into it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just like yourself and now the guy that's more famous than the Prime Minister, Liam Lawson, we on behalf of all of us here at Western Springs know that you love this place, you love Speedway racing, and we wish you all the best for the coming season.
Cool, thanks so much.
Christian Larsen's scheduled to start out of grid number 12 for tonight's F2 Midget Heat Race number 2. We're going to leave the outside row vacant for Dion Kendall, who hasn't been able to come back to the racing surface. And obviously Christian Larsen heading to the infield there as well. So James Earl is going to be on the back row there on his own. Corbin Anderson on the front row all by himself. And the rest of the field looks nicely tucked away as we should be getting ready to go in the next 1 or 2 laps here, as the Mahindra Pace truck heads to the infield here out of turn number 2. And our front row, all on his own, is going to be the 69 of Corbin Anderson. Second row, campaigned drivers, both of them, Tyler Brown and Brad Curtin, as we head past the CRC 556 can and creep around here in turn number 3, heading to the start-finish line out of 4. And we're green on heat race number 2 for the F2 Midgets. Tyler Brown with a strong move down there into turn number 1 as that moves Brad Curtin up out of the groove, and moving into second there on the inside is going to be CJ Wilson in the 78. So he gets very sideways down here into turn number 3, and he's going to give that position right back to Brad Curtin out of 4. Corbin Anderson just stretching his legs in the race lead as he's got a 0.3 advantage on the first lap around the speedway here tonight. James Earl struggling to make some moves, but he's getting to work. Otherwise, the majority of the field really rolling around the bottom as James Earl at the back is up and out of the groove, working to the outside of your number 9 of Mark McAlpine. Majority of the drivers working their way around the bottom of the racetrack. Bo Patchett also making some progress from the 5th position as he still floats around that area, but getting settled and starting his hunt on the 78 of CJ Wilson for 4th. Corbin Anderson still continues to stretch that lead as he's showing his experience and track time tonight. Obviously having his midget heat races already completed tonight before his first time out on track in the F2 midget, showing a big advantage here as he has over a second advantage now over Tyler Brown down there in second, as he's got second place pretty under control over Brad Curtin, who seems to be continuing that battle with CJ Wilson as CJ Wilson kind of burns the slick down there in turn number 3 and 4. But on screen you can see the spread field of our F2 midgets as we zoom in around the 37 and the 87. So we've got, we're side by side, James Earl getting to work on the inside there of Maddie Jones, just moving her up out of the groove and then heading to the top side down here into turn number 3. The only car in the F2 field working the top side as Maddie Jones works back to his inside, but not able to take that spot back, and James Earl moves into the 6th position. Corbin Anderson in the last few laps has put together some excellent lap times, 0.6 of a second quicker than the rest of your field, 16.123 over Tyler Brown, and he is all alone. He's got about a half a lap advantage down here as he's heading out of turn number 4, just as the rest of the field heads into turn number 3, as Tyler Brown is very sideways down here into turn number 3. Bo Patchett and Josh Matthews continue their battle out of turn number 4, but James Earl round the outside, top is up here, bud, and he drives right round the outside into turn number 1 as he looks to go to work on Bo Patchett. James Earl just continuing to pursue with that top lane down here in turn number 3 and 4 of NZ Safety Blackwood's turn number 3 and 4 as he tucks in behind Bo Patchett down there into turn number 1. That battle rages on, but on screen, crossing the start-finish line is Corbin Anderson as he destroys the field here in F2 midget heat race number 2. Tyler Brown is going to hold on to second with Brad Curtin in third. In the end, Corbin Anderson with over 7 seconds of an advantage over your second position. We have seen some absolute hidings in tonight's heat races, as we've seen a 6-second win by Michael Pickens, a 4.5-second win by Jonathan Allard, and Corbin Anderson throwing his name into the box there as well with a 7-second win in heat race number 2. It's just on screen. We're going to recap those results again with Corbin Anderson with an enormous lead, 7 seconds over Tyler Brown in second, Brad Curtin in third, CJ Wilson's going to be 4th, James Earl 5th, Bo Patchett in the 37 with a good result there in 6th, Josh Matthews after that battle with Bo Patchett in 7th, and Matty Jones rounds out your top 8.
Look at him. Look how cute he was.
Nice to see the Brad Curtin coming back performing at Western Springs Speedway. He's been away for a while, drove sprint cars for a bit. But a quick question for you guys at the commentary team, Hayden and Ali. There is clearly a moment and a part of the track that is quite quick. And some of these drivers are finding it and they are exploiting it. Like you said, we've seen 6-second gaps over first and second. So what is it? Where does the track lie? How easy is it to pick it up?
At the moment, it just seems like the guys who can commit to the momentum game down here in turn number 3 and 4 and keep working the top side of the racetrack and just keep building that momentum over several laps. It seems like the top in turn number 1 and 2 isn't that great, so you do have to settle and head back to down to the bottom side and then get back to work down here in turn number 3 and straight to the top. But those who commit the most seem to be carrying the most speed, Alistair.
Yeah, and I totally think it's, you know, as always, it sounds a bit lame, but it's just the experience, you know, the drivers that can get a hold of the grip and feel the grip level sooner, faster, obviously can get a feel for the desired line of where they need to try and execute and sort of double down on to try and find their way forward. So it's going to be interesting here for this one because obviously it's the B-dash, but even so, Hayden, the B-dash is certainly no easy feat by any means because we've got Ben Morrison and Mitch Fabish as the front row, Peter Honeybell and the 12A of Mitch Osborne as the second row, and Trent Way and Alec Inslee as the third row. So it's by no easy feat, that this is a soft heat by any means.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of dashes as well. As you do tend to get your best drivers in these small groups, and they just go to battle here at Western Springs Speedway. And this track is going to put together some great racing down here in turn number 3 and 4. We'll see who commits to the top side, opens themselves up for sliders, and we should see some great racing in this B-dash.
Yeah, that's it. And the likes of Morrison, Fabish, and let's be honest, all the drivers, they all want to start as close to the front as possible, because track position, certainly with these conditions, is paramount. So it looks like we're actually getting Ryan Baker pushed off for this one as well. So he wasn't actually entered, as it was only meant to be a 6-car field. So I'm sure what's going on here, whether we're actually going to run an extra car in the dash. Let's wait and see. We might have had a couple of cars equal on points. But yeah, Hayden, how does the whole dash scenario play out and work as far as the points and the A-dash and the feature and so on and so forth?
Yeah, so your qualifiers from 13th to 20th, they lock into the feature. They don't do any more racing tonight until the feature race comes out. What we have here is we have that next group. So we have from 7th back to 12th. And that's obviously in order on track in those qualifying positions. And as they cross the line, that's how they will start the feature race tonight, except for your race winner. So your race winner from this B-dash will head through to the A-dash and try to advance his claim even further in the A-dash. And then that will set the grid from grid 1 all the way through to grid 20, and that will be your feature race tonight. And we also have the opportunity for 2 provisionals from our promoters. So those are kind of handouts for those who may have missed. And it should be interesting. Obviously, with a night like tonight where there is no B main, your qualification has become extremely important, and those drivers who did miss out from the top 20 are in a bit of trouble.
As we get set to go green for the Midget B-Dash for the Jack Daniels Midget Night here, the World 30 Lap Derby is set to go green, and it's going to be Mitch Fabish that gets off the early jump ahead of Ben Morrison and cuts the nose and just pinches that left front into turn number 1, and Trent Way goes around, so that's going to bring out the yellow, and the drivers that are going to miss out on that is Mitch Fabish. Obviously got off to a great start there, but managed to get that nose down in front of Ben Morrison, and really strategic and quite cool, certainly from the angle where we're sitting, Hayden, to see him pinch that left front and just drag that into the entry of Midas turn number 1.
Yeah, something unique about Speedway cars is they do carry that single wheel brake on the inside of the front axle there. So they've got the rear axle brake, which slows the whole car, and then the left front, as we see on screen, Trent Way just getting on the brakes, trying not to make heavy contact with those in front of him. It seemed like Peter Honeybauer and the rest of the field slowed up a little bit, and Trent just had to get on the brakes there to avoid that. So he spins round. Luckily, we'll get a restart here in our B-dash, and we'll grid back up.
So we'll get Trent Way back, slotted into grid position number 5, and the lights are out early once again, and we are set to go racing once again. As we get set to go green once again, our pace setter off the front row, Mitch Fabish, and we are set to go for 6 laps the distance for the Midget Dash. Ben Morrison getting off to a much better restart here as Mitch Osborne tries to get up the inside of Fabish but can't get it done. But Osborne manages to make the position up on Peter Honeybell. So the riffing number 12, Andrew Sims' machine, gets up a spot and now sets his eyes onto the back of Mitch Fabish. So Mitch Osborne, a return to form here at Oils Western Springs Speedway. But Ben Morrison has absolutely checked out, Hayden.
Yeah, Ben Morrison wasn't going to let that start get away from him twice, and has a huge lead over Mitch Fabish in just the first 2 laps here, as there is war going on for 3rd position between Peter Honeybell and Mitch Osborne. Big sliders down here in turn number 3 and 4 as Trent Way takes 5th away from Alec Inslee further back.
That's it, and Alec just sliding back a spot, but moving up the racetrack and sliding and just taking the nose off Trent Way there out at turn number 4. So just remembering, all these drivers are in the show. So they are literally just trying to move themselves up a couple of spots as far as their starting positions. But Ben Morrison was already starting out of grid position number 7. And at this point in time, he looks like he's going to have that position locked in as the white flag is going to come out next time by. Morrison with the wheels flying down the back stretch. But this is the battle on screen for 3rd, 4th and 5th Peter Honeybell right up high on the racetrack. Osborne trying to sneak up the inside. Still some moisture down on the inside there as well, as Peter Honeybell just comes back down to that pole line down at 1 and 2.
Yeah, Osborne just shoves the nose back there for about 4th position, but no question about your leader. With a 1.6 second lead, Ben Morrison's going to take your B-dash victory and head through to the A-dash tonight, followed by Mitch Fabish and Peter Honeybell after a great war with Mitch Osborne for 4th position there. Mitch Osborne with a unique decision to head to the bottom of the racetrack for the last kind of half of the race there.
Yeah, and it definitely paid out for him, because certainly down at turn 3 and 4, where everyone's tend to be running a little bit higher up the racetrack, he actually managed to make something work there at the end. So good to see, and as we say, a return to form for Mitch Osborne. As we check on screen with the results, it's Morrison from Fabish, Honeybell, Osborne, Ella Kinsley and Trent Way rounding out your 6-car B-dash field.
So our sprint car heat race is going to head back out onto track tonight. So we've got our grids coming up very shortly for you tonight. As we mentioned with the track there and Mitch Osborne making that decision to head to the bottom, there does come a time where perhaps the top gets too far around as well, and it is really challenging to grab onto it. Obviously, we saw Ben Morrison had no issues at all with that situation, but the rest of the field was up for the grabs there, and Mitch Osborne and Peter Honeybell, a really good battle there for several laps as well, and then making that decision to kind of move out of the way and lock onto the bottom.
I think just while we've got the opportunity as well, Hayden, as we see the sprint cars getting out on track, we have a 50th anniversary here at Oils Western Springs Speedway tonight, and something pretty special, and it was Bryce Kenyon's 50th year anniversary coming to the World 30-lap Derby, whereas his father actually won it here a couple years ago, 50 years ago. Funnily enough, and so cool that Bryce was able to win that race in 2001 as well, beating the likes of Carl Warboys, and we won't tell him, but I think Graham Standring was leading that one, but a flat tyre. As Graham Standring, I feel like Graham Standring had a thing for getting flat tyres for a time there, because I remember my father picking up a win from Graham in that same scenario. So very cool that Bryce was able to get that win, and he of course joins us up in the control tower on the one-way comms to the drivers as well. So very cool, and happy 50th anniversary, Bryce Kenyon. So very cool to have you up here in the tower with us, mate. And there he is, just down here.
Yeah, as I was working through my research there as well. As I was working through my research there this afternoon and looking at the USAC kind of all-time wins list, we've got our drivers who are here at the moment, and we've got Logan Seavey, who has 18 wins all-time, Buddy Kofoid with, 24 wins all-time. And then there's someone all alone at the top of the list with Mal Kenyon with about 113 USAC midget wins all time. So all alone at the top, and I don't think that's a record that's going to be touched anytime soon.
Man, that's absolutely unreal. And when you heard some of those stats from Buddy Kofoid in that interview with Graham, he did 80 races this year alone in the sprint car program. So pretty damn impressive, you know, the fact that he's essentially driving every 3 or 4 days in a race event. So very, very cool. And that was just in the Wing Monster, not to mention anything else he was driving. So yeah, very cool, and unsure if that historic result for Mal Kenyon will ever get beaten, to be completely honest with you, Hayden.
Yeah, speaking of Wings Monsters, we've got some grids for you here for Sprint Cars Heat Race number 3. So 10 laps the distance, and we have Nico Pinkerton in the 67 off grid number 1. Richard Battersby out of grid number 2 in the 27A. Matt Levisic in the 76C from Christchurch out of grid number 3. SVG Shane Van Gisbergen out of grid number 4 in the 97A, and Keaton Dahm in the 88M is going to start out of 5. Kerry Brocus in the 21, ex-New Zealand champion Kerry Brocus is going to start out of grid number 6. Luke Brown in the 89A is going to start out of grid number 7. Ryan O'Connor in the 98M is going to start out of grid number 8. Steve Smith in the 76A is going to start out of grid number 9. Zachary Sokol, grid number 10 in the 47A. And Jeremy Halpin with a welcome back to Western Springs in the 29A is going to start rear of field. But we are green out of turn number 4. And we're side by side down the front straightaway, but Nico Pinkerton is going to get it done down there into turn number 1.
That's it, and just gets through, but unfortunately that's going to call out the yellow, so a small jump start there. And of course, Richard Battersby on the outside is our pace setter on the front row, so will look to go green, hopefully next time by. And SVG managed to slot there into the 3rd position, so managed to get the jump through on the WD-40 number 78C of Matthew Levisage, but already the lights are out and will look to go green once again and wait and see if the likes of O'Connor, Dahm, Sokol can find their way forward. And already the driver's running wheel to wheel as Battersby wants to go early this time. And we are set to go green once again as 10 laps the distance here for Sprint Car Heat Race number 3.
And they're going to stay green on this one as well, which is very surprising. Richard Battersby is going to lead this one away. And Nico Pinkerton tucking into 2nd. Shane Van Gisbergen into 3rd there, as well as Matt Levisich is going to lose 3 positions there down here into turn number 3. As he just got moved up and out of the way by Kerry Brokers. And then to make things worse, goes around on his own down there into turn number 1 in the 78. So our Christchurch visitor having a very tough time on the first lap of this Sprint Car Heat Race. That's X3 and Z as well, Matt Levisich. So a very challenging first lap here in Sprint Car Heat Race number 3.
I'll tell you what, Hayden, there's a first for a lot of things, but I think that was your first commentator's curse. So unfortunately at the expense of this man on screen, Matthew Levisich, and well done, you've got that monkey off your back.
Feels terrible. I saved it for a friend as well. That's shocking. Unfortunate for Matt Levisich as he got way out of the groove down there and tried to recover into turn number 1. And just how slick the racetrack is through the middle there. And you can see the kind of colour difference on the track there on screen as you can see the brown is those more grippy, more tacky kind of areas of dirt. And the darker areas, obviously less grip. And much more challenging to get the car to actually grab on. So Matt Levisich is going to start from the tail here. The CRC pace truck looks to tuck in behind. I don't think there will be any damage to the 78, but he's got a lot of work to do now. So we're going to head back to not original grids as we did complete a lap. And our race leader is going to be Richard Battersby. 2nd position is going to be Shane Van Gisbergen by the looks of things. Kerry Brokers off 3. And at grid number 4, Ryan O'Connor. As it looks like the 67 has been docked a few positions here, which is interesting. We'll try and get on top of that one.
Yeah, not sure what that's about. And there's actually a bloke just standing down on the left rear there of Levisich's car. Can you tell us a little bit about him, Hayden?
I think that's my dad. Oh. So that's Brian Gupta. I think that's about 30 years worth
I was going to say, how many
experience.
years has Brian been doing this gig now?
Yeah, probably too many years. Too many years. It'll be tough for him to give it up. He's had a challenging off-season with some surgeries, get the body back in nick, and he's. But you try and keep him off the back of that safety ute. I don't think any of us could.
Too good. Too good. So we'll get these drivers back in position of some sort. Yeah, it's been a long time since we've been the blackboard.
It has been a long time.
Yeah, so we'll try and get a zoom in there. 27 goes back to grid 3. So Battersby needs to get off the front row and back to grid position number 3. So Bryce Kenyon, the man celebrating 50 years here at Oils Western Springs Speedway, putting the message across to the driver. So SVG back to the front row here with Nico Pinkerton, Battersby to the inside of the 2nd row, and Kerry Brokers to the outside of him. So we are looking good. Once again, we'll get these drivers gridded up. Yellow lights are out, and we're set to go green once again, Hayden.
The race lead, he's going to inherit the race lead here. Nico Pinkerton in the 67A off pole. So as they edge closer to the CRC 556 can, wait till he goes. He's waited till about midway through the corner there. Very late start for our restart, but he's going to lead them across the start-finish line. But SVG with a sharp chop down there into turn number 1 is going to take your race lead. But who's that? Way on the outside out of turn number 2, picking up 3 or 4 positions there. It's the 88 of Keaton Dahm.
That's right, and the Valvoline number 88 is not afraid to get on the throttle. So if anyone's going to work his way forward at the front end of this one, it's going to be Keaton Dahm. But SVG and the United Truck Parts, Kim's number 97, finds himself in the lead. And remembering, only 10 laps the distance, so short and sweet. 7 more laps left to run around the bullring here at the Springs.
Quick time set currently by Shane Van Gisbergen. No, Nico Pinkerton takes it off and with a 14.265. So perhaps starting to catch your race leader. It doesn't look like it visually right now as Shane Van Gisbergen looks very comfortable out in front as the field is battling slightly further back as we see Ryan O'Connor working to the outside of Luke Brown in the Yale ITM 89.
Yeah, and SVG just responded with that fastest lap to Pinkerton, but Keaton Dahm now up the inside of Kerry Brokers. Here's the action on screen, and Keaton Dahm now goes high and wide down at Midas turn number 1 and 2, trying to find an alternative to get around the seasoned campaigner in the nap at number 21.
We can see the top into turn number 3 just doesn't allow you to carry the momentum you need to get out of turn number 2 nicely. But Keaton Darm drops back to the inside and working through that dirty area through the middle in turn number 1 and 2 as Kerry Brocus has actually started to put a bit of a gap on him.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that track position is everything in these conditions, certainly once it starts slicking out. And we just see how black the pole line's starting to look down at minus turn number 1 and 2 as SVG navigates his way around the speedway here with only 2 more laps left to run.
Yeah, good lead, a 1.6 second advantage over Nico Pinkerton. Both of them exchanging quick lap times as their last time by, as Pinkerton makes a bit of a mistake out of turn number 2, but United Truck Parts number 97 is going to exit turn number 4, and he's going to take the white flag with 1 lap to go here at Western Springs.
As SVG gets around turns 1 and 2 for the final time, he's just going to avoid getting into lap traffic behind Steve Smith. And as he gets around turns 3 and 4 for the final time, SVG is going to pick up victory here at Oils Western Springs Speedway for heat race number 3 for the sprint cars. Second place, great drive in the Mika, number 67 going to Nico Pinkerton. Third place going to Kerry Brocus. Fourth going to Keaton Darm. And it looks like Zach Sokol is going to round out your top 5. As SVG pulls across the infield to bring that race car off the racetrack. We'll be to your official results in a second, and there it is. Confirm those results. SVG from Pinkerton, Brocus, Darm, and Zach Sokol picking up that 5th place finish. So as we round out that 3rd heat race, dropping down to the desk with you, Nick Brown.
Thanks very much, and it was great to see Shane Van Gisbergen getting on top of that one. I actually I saw his dad around here somewhere. I was hoping to get him in for a quick chat about his performance in there, because Shane Van Gisbergen's dad was instrumental in developing the Kiwi Kids cars that we see here at Western Springs Speedway, that sort of started everything for Shane. And here he is racing a sprint car on the track and getting to grips with it. And there was a great shot that we had where he was actually in the car going through turns 3 and 4. And it looked very comfortable, well settled in the car, and found a nice run around the back. Getting a little bit cold at the moment, and I'll tell you what, I've got under the desk, I've got a T-shirt here. I'm going to hold it up and try and cover the name on it, but you see the Yale-sponsored midget there. There is another Yale-sponsored midget, different driver, because it's a local driver in the Yale-sponsored midget. It's a medium-sized shirt, and you can pop around the back of the building and tell me who drives the Yale. There he is. I'm going to grab this bloke, Mr. Van Gisbergen. Mr. Van Gisbergen, come here. We have a special guest in the studio. No, come on. I know he doesn't want to. But, Cheese, if you can come down here, we've just got to have a quick chat about your legacy that you've left here at Western Springs. Yeah, go on, come down here. It's so hard getting people like this. They've done their moment. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment for Shane Van Gisbergen's dad, Robert Van Gisbergen. You got to put those on, flip the microphone down, and we'll have a quick chat there, Cheese. I know you hate this kind of thing, but you have a legacy in motorsport as well as your son. Let's talk about some of your flat track racing. But here at Western Springs Speedway, the quarter midgets, you're responsible for the development of those and the development of the drivers we see out on the track.
Oh, I've helped a few of them, yes.
Yeah, you have.
Over the years. Yeah.
And you've helped your son, and of course you've got to be enormously proud of him. And let's not take anything away. You've got to be enormously proud of everything Shane's achieved. And seeing him in a sprint car out there,
it's awesome, isn't it?
Getting to grips with it, isn't he?
Yeah.
But every time I see him go to, and he opens it wide open, he talks about, it looks like he's going, yeah, this is what I want to do in there.
He enjoys it. He loves it. That's why he's driving the car. He just loves them.
So, look, I know he's busy out there, and so I just want to say, if you can pass on our regards to the young man, and all the best for the season coming up. But he still can't beat you in the escort, I believe.
Oh, I think he's quicker than me now.
Right, let's get to the A-Dash and see how quick the midgets run at the track.
Thanks very much there, Nick. And off the front row for the 6th lap, a B-dash is going to be the 97 AU of Caden Brown. Brad Mosen starts on the outside of him in the 1NZ with Logan Seavey in the 1 USA out of 3. Michael Pickens in the 54 starts out of 4 with Luke McClymb out in the 6M out of 5. And Buddy Kofoid in the 2 USA out of 6. And transferring out of the B-dash to start off at the back of the A-dash is the 97 of Ben Morrison. So the Mahindra safety truck pulls off the racetrack and we are set to go green once again for the International Midget A-dash. As we get set to go green for the A-dash, Caden Brown, Brad Mosen is your front row, and we look to go green for 6 laps the distance. Who's going to get the initial jump? It looks like Caden Brown's going to get it from Mosen, but Mosen with the big run around the outside. Caden Brown running right down on that faster pole line. Mosen goes high and wide, loses a couple of spots, and that allows his teammate CV through along with Michael Pickens.
Yeah, Pickens with a great move to pick up a 2 for 1 out of turn number 2, and he looks to close on Caden Brown, your race leader, as the 2 Greenway cars battle side by side as Mosen takes 3rd back away from Logan Seavey, but they're nose to tail out of turn number 2.
That's it. So the anonymous team cars, the King TRD versus the other King TRD, run 1-2, the United Truck Parts teammate car to that of SVG, currently leading this one from 10-time New Zealand Midget Car Champion Michael Pickens. As the laps tick down, Pickens with the slider down on the pole line tries to take it away from Caden Brown, can't get it done as the momentum of the United Truck Parts number 97s just has too much and manages to get down to the pole line at turns 1 and 2.
Side by side for 3rd as well with Mosen and Seavey, as Seavey looks to the inside, but Mosen's going to give him the chop down here into turn number 3. Michael Pickens running a slightly different line, just starting to slide up into the middle of the racetrack out of turn number 4, nowhere near as high as Caden Brown.
That's it. So it's Caden Brown from Pickens. Then it's back to Mosen, Seavey, and Buddy Kofoid. But the white flag is going to come out for Caden Brown. He's doing a great job in only his 2nd season here visiting Oils Western Springs Speedway. And he's pulled out a couple of car lengths from Michael Pickens as they get around turns 3 and 4 for the final time. And it looks like he's going to do it with ease. And you're visiting Australian driver Caden Brown takes a victory here for the Jack Daniels Midget Night at Oils Western Springs Speedway. 2nd place going to Michael Pickens, 3rd place Brad Mosen, and it looks like Logan Seavey and Buddy Kofoid rounds out your top 5. So there it is, Caden Brown, how strong he's been performing in Australia, and to come over here to Oils Western Springs Speedway to take his heat race win along with the A-dash and doing it with great dominance there. Confirming your results on screen, Caden Brown takes the win from Pickens, Mosen, Seavey, Kofoid and LeClymont. Round out your 7-car A-dash here at Oils Western Springs Speedway.
Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031 or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
The St. Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture Can-Do Fishing's famous Bluff Kinner. Once caught, the kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that Can-Do Fishing can do for you. Try some of their green-boned fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for Can-Do Fishing Kinner, fish or power. Can-Do Fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
So as we roll through the grids for the final sprint car heat race here tonight, off the front row is going to be the 19A of Kendall Savage. On the outside of him is going to be the 92A of Chris Kernahan. Out of grid position number 93 out of Canterbury is going to be Bailey Clive with Ryan Barry in the 16A out of 4. Christian Hermansen in the 99M starts out of 5 with Michael Pickens in the 54 starting out of 6. Jamie Duff in the 71A starts out of 7, with Carl Fenton in the 77A out of 8. Jonathan Allard lines up off the back row in the 4 USA out of 9, with James Dahm in the 6M out of 10. So 10 laps the distance for this final heat race here for the sprint cars. We're going to have to wait and see. It's going to be certainly exciting with Jonathan Allard and James Dahm lining up off the back row, but Pickens with a little bit of inside and track knowledge coming off that A-dash as well. He'll obviously have a little bit more up his sleeve, knowing where the driver's, but with a little bit of track prep going on down at Midas Turns 1 and 2. That may change it up just a little for our 10-time New Zealand Midget Car Champion.
He's going to have half a lap to kind of get a quick feel for the car as well. One of the unique opportunities to run multiple classes is we've got both Michael Pickens and Corbin Anderson running 2 classes here tonight at Western Springs Speedway. We have had a few other drivers in the past run multiple classes. We've seen Travis Buckley do it a little bit here and there as well. So not unheard of, but definitely rare in the Speedway community.
Yeah, I tell you what Nick Brown was saying a little bit earlier with Corbin Anderson, have you ever seen anyone do the triple duty?
I don't think so, no.
That would be interesting. Let's wait and see if he can do it.
I did it once in a TQ and a midget, and that was hard enough for me.
I reckon. As Megan Humphreys pulls off the Mahindra safety vehicle, it's going to be Chris Kernhan in the Aztec Electrical. J.A. Russell, number 92, your pace setter on the outside of the front row. On the inside of him is going to be Kendall Savage. As Kernhan brings us round as the pace setter, we're set to go 10 laps the distance, and across the chalk we go, and the initial jump looks pretty even. Who's going to get the roll down the pole line? There we go, as we've got Duff around on the Dalton straightaway, and unfortunately that squashes the front wing of the Haikoki number 71.
Yeah, I missed that completely as I was looking slightly further forward in the field as Michael Pickens got a great start outside of the third row looking to the inside in front of Bailey Clive, and I just happened to see the 71 Haikoki machine spinning to the infielders. We've got a replay on screen here as James Dahm way out of shape in front of the 71 and Ella just with nowhere to go as Duff is trying to avoid that contact in front, and unfortunately just seems like one of those Constantino effects. And Duff, unfortunately, the result of all of that. And as you can see, sprint cars take up X amount of the space here at Western Springs Speedway. There's not an abundance of room down the straightaways here, so chaos is bound to happen every now and then. And unfortunately, it does seem like there is front-end damage to the 71 Haikoki, a car of Jamie Duff. So it looks like he is getting hooked up to the rear of the tow truck there, as it seems like it's more likely than anything a collapsed front end or something along those lines, as it does seem like the Ford Dalton's machine of Jonathan Allard has got away from that unscathed, as he's able to pick up the throttle there down into turn number 1 and 2. But we're going to re-grid here for sprint car heat race number 3 with Kendall Savage off your front row with Chris Kernaghan outside of him. Bailey Clive is on the front of the push truck, actually. It doesn't look like he's going to restart down here into turn number 3, as he has had some issues. He wasn't involved in the wreck, but he has actually had some issues since that time, as he was stopped out of turn number 4 and hasn't been able to restart. So we're going to try one more time down here in turn number 3. The RSP Automotive Parts, GE Construction Limited 49C of Bailey Clive. Great to see Bailey making the effort to get up here to Western Springs Speedway, as the car has started to turn over down here in NZ Safety Blackwoods, turn number 3 and 4. But it doesn't seem like he's able to get off the front of the push truck. Very unfortunate for Bailey Clive, and that will be a scratch on the inside of row number 2. Outside of row number 2 is going to be Ryan Barry in the 16A. Christian Hermanson is going to have a vacant spot in front of him now in the 99M of grid number 5. And Michael Pickens will return to grid number 6 in the 54. Jamie Duff will be a scratch after that contact and front end damage, and Carl Fenton will be outside of row number 4. Jonathan Allard, narrowly escaping that, will start grid number 9, and James Dahm out of grid number 10.
So the lights are out once again for Chris Kernaghan, our pace setter on the outside of the front row. Can he get as good of a start as his initial one? We're about to find out. The Aztec Electrical, J.A. Russell, number 92. Actually a better start this time, Hayden, and actually with plenty of distance pulling away already from the number 16 of Ryan Barry.
Yeah, they get away clean there, but it does look like Michael Pickens is ready to get after it, and he's carrying a lot of car speed down here into turn number 3. He's gone from 6th to 3rd in the first lap and is starting to close the distance on Ryan Barry for 2nd.
Yeah, that's it, and Pickens on a charge. Kernahan doing a great job out front at this point in time, but watch out because the CRC Zeeble number 54 is now up into the 2nd spot. So here comes Pickens.
Kernahan still doing a great job out in front, but he doesn't know that Michael Pickens is closing the gap in behind him as he works just another lane lower than Kernahan, and Kernahan's going to leave that lane open for him. He tries to cross him over out of turn number 4, but he can't get that done, and Michael Pickens is going to take your race lead and look to win both heat races here at Sprint Cars.
That's it, and makes light work of it as he finds himself into the lead. Kernahan still doing a great job leading Ryan Barry at this point in time. Jonathan Allard now finds himself up almost into the 4th spot, gets the nose cut from Savage down into turn number 1, but Jonathan Allard will be looking pretty on point in this one along with Michael Pickens. As we say, the cream rising to the top here in the final heat race as Allard still trying to work the outside, manages to cut across the nose of Savage and get himself up into the 4th spot as the front wheels fly on the 4 USA Dalton's machine.
Yeah, he's starting to close onto the back of Ryan Barry, who in turn is closing on the back of Chris Kernahan. So we're going to have a 3-way battle for 2nd here in a second as Barry just looks to the outside of Kernahan out of 2, but there's no room for him to go there. Kernahan covers the bottom, Barry to the outside, and Allard just a little bit too far back to actually get in on that battle.
Yeah, and Ryan Barry just starting to come to grips more and more every week, getting used to that wing on top of the race car, trying to keep that wind speed up and trying to position that car and keep out of the dirty air, as we say, of Chris Kernahan. So with only 2 more laps left to run for our leader, Michael Pickens, with half a lap ahead of anybody else, the white flag is out as he finds himself working into the lap traffic by the end of this lap.
Yes, we've still got our eyes on that 3-way battle for 2nd as Michael Pickens is over a 6-second advantage once again. So 2 6-second wins in his heat races as he's going to take Sprint Car heat race number 3 there, or heat race number 4, I'm sorry, as Kernahan and Barry continue their battle out of turn number 4, but it's going to be Kernahan who holds on to it over Ryan Barry. Jonathan Allard from the rear of the field is going to make his way up to 4th, and Kendall Savage doing a great job to hold on to the top 5.
That's it. So Pickens with a blistering 14.1, some 7/10 of a second faster than the drivers around him. But the only driver that came remotely close was Jonathan Allard, obviously in traffic. So confirming those results on screen. Pickens taking the victory from Chris Kernahan with a great drive in 2nd. Ryan Barry 3rd, Jonathan Allard 4th, and Kendall Savage rounding out your top 5.
Thanks very much, guys. An exciting race here. And one of the things I've always been enormously proud of in the open wheel speedway is the amount of women that get involved with the sport. We've got a midget driver from the USA, from Australia that's driving with us today. But let's start at the grassroots level. Let's go back to the Kiwi Kids. And one of the drivers in the Kiwi Kids racing in the, I've just got to get this right, it's the number 11A, isn't it? Yeah, 11A. It's Jamie Alsop-Smith. Now, Jamie, this is your 2nd season in Kiwi Kids, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So you're no longer a rookie. How does it change when you're a rookie to where you are now in the track?
Yeah, it gives you a lot more confidence-wise because, like, before I was scared to be in people's way and, like, get in trouble for, like, crashing into people. But now I'm a lot more confident and know that my car's right set up for me.
Yeah. And now you told me that you've had a bit of advice from Jonathan Allard in there. And is a sprint car where you want to end up?
Yes, I would love to end up driving one and see how it feels. They seem a lot more powerful and fast.
All right, well, you've got your the Kiwi Kids feature is coming up in just a couple of seconds. We've got the F2s, Kiwi Kids features. Watch out for the 11A. Jamie Alsop-Smith, she'll be driving that one. Graham Standring is in the pits right now.
Right, everybody, I'm down here with Shane Van Gisbergen. Shane, before we start, I'm just going to show everybody this picture of you. It's going back a haircut or two. It's you and a quarter midget at Rosebank Road. Talk us through the development in there.
Well, I don't have hair like that anymore. That's probably 26, 27 years ago, so pretty cool. But yeah, it's going awesome tonight. stoked to get a win here for the United Truck Parts guys, and Caden's going amazing in the midget too. So, but yeah, what a blast! That was so much fun out there.
It looked like fun, and I saw you up on the top of the tower watching. Did you pick up anything watching Pickens and Allard then?
Yeah, they just seemed to search for the track a little bit better than me, and especially in that first heat, it took me till the last couple of laps to find the line I wanted. Those guys are just so much better at finding where they need to be, so that's a skill I need to get better at, but I think we're getting there.
And now, next thing is, I believe you won the World Dirt Track Championship, the SADA or something, SADA race. Tell us a bit about that.
Oh, just some buddies and I will get some crap cars together and go racing. So, yeah, that was fun on Saturday, and this thing's got a little bit more acceleration than my car did on the weekend.
I believe you won, though, and I saw the Dane and Templeman car. It looked like it was ready for Bathurst or something, so some of the cars are pretty good.
Yeah, it looked good, but I smoked them. But, yeah, no, it's just a lot of fun. Everyone paints their cars up, strips them out, and, yeah, we go have a blast. So, yeah, always a good day out.
Okay, thanks a lot. We wish you luck for the feature. Hope the weather stays away, but, man, if you can do what you did last week, we're all a bit excited.
Hope so. Thanks, Graham. Cheers, guys. Cheers.
Thanks very much there, Graham. As we roll out for the third and final heat race here for the F2s tonight, off the front row is going to be the 17A of Scotty Cossey. James Earl starts on the outside of him in the 22M. Dion Kendall is not gridding up for this one. It looks like that may be Michael Stone, actually, there out of grid position number 3. Declan Insta starts in the 12A out of 4, with Holly Russell in the 25M out of 5. Blake Allison in the 73 starts out of 6, with Troy Jeffries in the 5M out of 7. Mark McAlpine in the 9A starts out of 8, with Bryn Jackson in the 47. Bo Patchett out of 10. And then it's back to our rookies, Renee Jeffries, and then Tyler Brown and Corbin Anderson start out of 12 and 13. As we get across the chalk, it's going to be F2 rookie that gets the initial jump of Scotty Cossey and tries to jump at James Earl down at turn number 1, but the experience of the RNS Automotive, number 22 of James Earl, just too good, and strikes out into the early lead.
Yeah, Declan Inter had a big moment there into turn number 1 as well, as we've got cars together down in turn number 3 here. That's the number 9 of Mark McAlpine, as he was climbed all over a couple of other cars down here, tried to keep it going and made a bit of contact with the wall. So hopefully no front end damage to that machine.
Yeah, and that looked extremely messy, and it could have been a lot worse for our opening lap incident here, as we see a replay on screen, and he gets into the left rear of Bryn Jackson and hops over and then actually hooks hard right. Tyler Brown doing a great job to avoid making contact there, as the Joker number 9 of McAlpine just nudging into the wall, but it looks like potentially he may get a restart here, Hayden.
Yeah, it didn't seem like the contact was too hard down there into turn number 3, but it does seem like he is making his way to the infield. So very unfortunate start to this heat race for Mark McAlpine, as he's going to head to the infield, and this will be a DNF, as we're going to have to re-rack them here. As you mentioned, a great start by Scott Cossey down into turn number 1, but James Earl just showing his experience and just carrying so much more car speed into turn 1.
Yeah, and really been impressed with Scott Cossey in his rookie season here at Oils Western Springs Speedway. He's keeping his nose clean, and with not a huge amount of dirt racing under his belt, he's managed to get up to speed really quickly in that ex-HLR Racing B&T Auto Super Shops Pack and Save Avondale number 17. So the lights are out once again, and we'll be set to go green for 10 laps the distance here for heat race number 3 for the F2s. Your pace setter, James Earl, off the outside, off the front row in that RNS Automotive machine, as he looks like he's not actually going to take throttle. And that gives the easy jump there to Scott Cossey, but that's going to call the yellow. So knowing James well, I wouldn't say he was playing any games by any means. It just looked like that car didn't take any throttle height.
Yeah, I think they were. Scotty Cossey kind of picked up the speed about maybe 10-15 metres too early, so we'll see how they go again, as we are lights out, and we're going to go again down here into turn number 3. It's going to be an original grids restart, as James Earl just hangs back a little bit, gets a good run out of turn number 4, and he's going to be well in the lead as they make their way down into turn number 1.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And look for that driver on the outside, that number 12 machine of Declan Insta, trying to go the long way round of the outside of Michael Stock in the 81. So he's trying to make it work along with Holly Russell and Troy Jeffries on that higher line. So they're the drivers trying to work their way forward up a shelf higher than the others. But at the moment, James Earl already stretching out to an early lead on Scotty Cossey.
Yes, Holly Russell had a really good first heat race as well, so this will be a good result if she can keep this one together here as well, as we're side by side out of turn number 4 with Declan Inter And Michael Stock, as they go into turn number 1, is very close contact as we see Corbin Anderson way out of the groove and pulling it down from the wall. So very lucky not to end up with more damage down there.
Yeah, that's it. And he was trying to go high and wide down at NZ Safety Blackwood's turn 3 and 4 around the outside of a handful of drivers and was getting a bit of a run, but unfortunately got squeezed down the Dalton straightaway as Holly Russell goes half spin and gets collected by the 73 of Blake Allison. And that straightens her up, and away they keep going. So Rubbin is racing, and she's got Bo Padgett now trying to get up the inside of her. But here's that battle with the 12 of Declan Inter now. Bangs wheels with Michael Stock and move the number 12 up a spot. So it's still James Earl from Scotty Cossey, and then Declan Inter now finds his way up into third. Unfortunately, it looks like Troy Jeffrey's machine has just stopped taking throttle, and unfortunately the number 5A finds his way to the infield.
Yeah, Brett Jackson going to work out of turn number 2 as well, starting to close the gap on Declan Inter to turn number 3 as Michael Stock has fallen off from that battle. It's a great move to the inside by Brett Jackson, but not able to get that one done. But still plenty of time left as we've still got 4 laps to go in this heat race as James Earl is a mile ahead, 3 seconds ahead of your second place car of Scott Cossey.
That's it, and just doing it with ease. And now that we've got lap traffic in the mix as well, that's going to allow James and Scott to pull that little bit further as Declan Inter and Bryn Jones having their own heated battle. And what can spice it up? I'll throw a lap car in the mix. That's how it's done as Inter gets around the outside now along with Bryn Jones, and Michael Stock now is going to have to do the same. But watch out, Corbin Anderson trying to apply the pressure around the outside and use the lap car to his advantage and gets up the inside and almost makes contact with the lap car, but the white flag comes out for our leader. So the 22 on screen, the RNS Automotive machine out of QMU, leads this one. James Earl has been an absolute jet so far this season, and he's got a third of the lap ahead of Scotty Cossey at this point in time as he heads around turns 3 and 4 for the final time. And James Earl takes victory in the third and final heat race for the F2s. The Packensen BNT number 17 is going to take home second. Declan Inter with a strong drive in third. Bryn Jones in fourth, and Corbin Anderson rounds out your top 5.
A very good recovery for Corbin Anderson there as well after making that contact with the wall down into turn number 1. So that'll be a heat victory and a 6th place for Corbin Anderson. So looking for a good starting position in the feature race, and we'll see if we can get another one of those James Earl, Corbin Anderson battles.
So that's confirming those results. It's Earl from Cossey, Declan into third, and Britt Jackson and Blake Allison round out your top 5.
Everyone has accidents, but thankfully, there is always someone there that can help fix your problem. Fraser and the team from Elite Wheels in Christchurch can put your wheels back to the way they should be with state-of-the-art equipment and operators that will have you back motoring in no time. Custom fabrications is their specialty, from wheel manufacturing and whitening to suspension manufacturing and modification. Elite Wheels have you sorted. Elite Wheels is also the preferred repairer for all major insurance companies. Drop down and see the team at Elite Wheels, 240 Annex Road, Christchurch.
At Mag & Turbo Christchurch, we are New Zealand's largest Cooper tyres dealer. Made and tested in America at Cooper's purpose-built test facility, Cooper tyres are one of the best brands in the world for both their on- and off-road capabilities. We have Cooper tyres in stock to fit all small to large four-wheel drives and constantly see customers getting up to 100,000 kilometres mileage from them. So if you want the highest quality of tyres for your vehicle, backed up with the best after-sales service around, get down to the number 1 Mag & Turbo Tyre and Service Centre.
Great drive from James Earl there out on the track as we get ready for our features. First of the features is going to be the Kiwi Kids. Then we'll be moving into the midget feature, sprint car feature, and the F2 feature.
As we roll out for the Kiwi Kids quarter midgets, the Josh Brown number 98 machine. Great to see all 4 wheels on that race car now after that unfortunate incident in that first heat race. And great to see Curly Brown and the team getting that race car back, G'd up and ready for the feature race here for the Kiwi Kids quarter midgets. Unfortunately, we haven't got any grids, but I think it's fair to say, having won everything to be won here tonight at the Kiwi Kids quarter midgets, it's going to be Lucas Smith starting off the front row, and I think it's a fair assumption that Deegan Thompson's probably going to be second as well, and that is a fierce battle that we are so used to seeing here. The Good Thunder number 46 and the Alltech number 5 have definitely been in some heated battles of late, and I can assure you that for the Kiwi Kids quarter midgets, the feature is not going to be any different.
Does look like Lucas Child is actually heading to pole position. So it seems like Lucas Smith has selected to start off of grid number 2 as well, as you can typically carry a bit more car speed off the starts and try to get a better run down into turn number 1. So Lucas Child looks like he's going to be starting out of grid number 1 with Lucas Smith out of grid number 2. The 46A of Deegan Thompson out of grid number 3. The 45A of Hunter Morgan, 65A of Hunter Morgan out of grid number 4. The 8N of Monika Rawson doing a great job as well, starting out of grid number 5 from Nelson. Jaden Sardalich out of grid number 6. Hunter Lewis in the 77A is going to start out of grid number 7. All the 7s down there in road number 7, yep. And then at grid number 8, Jamie Alsop-Smith, who we saw on the broadcast not too long ago. Cody Lynham is going to be starting out of grid number 9. Jaden Hyde, grid number 10. Josh Brown from Josh Brown TV in grid number 11.
As we get set to go green, who's going to get the jump into 1? We're about to find out, but Lucas Smith has been a jet all night long, but he's got some fierce competition with Lucas Child, Deegan Thompson, and Hunter Morgan off to a ripper of a start. Lucas Child caught napping there, and look out, here comes the number 8N of Monika Rawson as well, but the yellow comes out, and unfortunately that is at the demise there of Lucas Smith. So he was gone, signed, sealed, delivered, and probably the driver that would be most excited and happy to see that yellow flag is Lucas Child.
Yeah, Lucas Child had a really tough start there, as I don't think he was ready for Lucas Smith to go so early down there in turn number 3 and 4, as he was swallowed up. I think he ended up about 5th or 6th down there into turn number 1. So we're going to re-rack them down here in turn 1 and 2. As they make their way down the back straight into NZ Safety Blackwoods. Turn number 3 and 4, we're going to try this one again.
And somewhat perfect track conditions for the Kiwi Kids quarter midgets with a really nice smooth surface here tonight. And taking good advantage of it is the drivers off the front row. Your 2 highest point scorers, Lucas Child and Luke Smith. Much better restart here for Lucas Child as we go green. As we've got drivers all kinds of out of shape further down the field, but we stay green, and we're 3 wide down at Midas turn number 1 and 2, and Hunter Morgan right out wide, and Deegan Thompson there right around the outside of Lucas Child. So trying to build some momentum, but in the process, Lucas Smith has absolutely checked out of this one.
Yeah, perfect racetrack for quarter midgets here tonight, and we're seeing it with this 2 wide racing out of turn number 2. Deegan Thompson and Lucas Child going into turn number 3, and they're still side by side, as there's an attempted slide job almost by Lucas Child into turn number 4. Deegan Thompson crosses him over, and it's going to look to the inside into turn number 1, as they're still side by side. A real testament to the racetrack tonight, as Deegan Thompson finally stamps his authority on the 2nd position.
That's it, and Lucas Child jinxes that car to the inside to try and move up the inside of Deegan Thompson, and almost tries to take the nose off him, but still with small overlap down there at Blackwood Safety, turn number 4. Still side by side, pinches him down to the inside, down on the concrete pole line, but still side by side. And look at this run that Hunter Morgan is just building that momentum, just running that slightly higher line, and that's going to catch these front 2 out once they get a little bit closer here, Hayden.
You see how important momentum is, and Hunter Morgan hasn't been interrupted for the past few laps as those 2 drive into each other once again, so more contact for 2nd as Hunter Morgan looks to the outside of Deegan Thompson. He's going to try and take both of them on this lap.
2 for the price of 1, it seems, but the white flag is out for our man who's got virtually the length of the straightaway, and watch out, here comes the hard charger of Hunter Morgan, just building that momentum little by little. Lap traffic coming into play here. That'll take the attention off Deegan Thompson. A little bit closer here for Hunter Morgan. Tries to go the long way round. Can Deegan Thompson hold on to 2nd? It looks like it. And Lucas Smith takes the victory from Deegan Thompson. Hunter Morgan doing a great job coming home in 3rd. And Lucas Child 4th there. But no doubt about it, this guy on screen, small but fierce in stature, the Alltech Jackson Road Haulage, number 5A of Lucas Smith, brings it home. He's been doing double duty in the north and the south in the Kiwi Kids quarter midgets, but he's going to bring it home and line it up on the top of the podium. We got donuts on the infield for Deegan Thompson. The drivers are happy, but ladies and gentlemen, as he climbs out of the car, put your hands together for this youngster. Lucas Smith taking victory here in the feature for the Kiwi Kids quarter midgets. And just confirming those results, Lucas Smith taking the win from Deegan Thompson. Hunter Morgan with the drive of the race in third. Lucas Smith in fourth. Jaden Sardalich rounds out our top five. Graham Standring down there on the infield, waiting for the drivers to remove their helmets. And he's got the race winner down there along with Deegan Thompson and Hunter Morgan. Graham Standring just waiting for the youngster, Lucas Smith, coming to the podium for a final word.
Right, I'm here with Lucas Smith. Lucas, man, that was quite a race. You checked out a bit, but the real battle was between second, third and fourth. But your car certainly was going very well.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see my car on victory lane. Every time I went around the track, looked on the big screen and just saw them battling it out and knew I was good. And just hoping that I don't have problems. But I'd like to say a massive thank you to Dad for all the help and support and bringing me here today. Lance, Cedric, all, another massive thank you to R&R Power Sports. Yeah.
Okay, well done you. Certainly quite the race, yeah. Tell me, what's your plan? Would you like to move up from TQs, midgets, in the future?
I think we're going to go F2s for a year, then maybe a midget. But, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well done. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Lucas Smith. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the way she's going to run tonight. You've just seen the future of midget racing here at Western Springs Speedway. And just like Lucas Smith said, couple of years in TQs, and then he wants to move up to midgets. And this is what we're here for tonight. It is the Jack Daniels Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway World 30-Lap Derby. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll lead the drivers around. The cars will come out of the field. We will have our international drivers, Caden Brown, Zoe Pearce, Logan Seavey, Ethan Mitchell, Buddy Coforth, who you've seen racing tonight here at the Springs. Of course, with New Zealand's cream, Michael Pickens. We've got Brad Mosen. And ladies and gentlemen, to lead them around in their grid order, we've got a special piper, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to lead them around the bottom of the track. Give them a huge round of applause as these drivers go around. Caden Brown, brilliant performances there. Michael Pickens right next to him, so this is going to be coming fast out of the front. But we've seen so much great racing on the track tonight. As the pipers and the drummer lead them round, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a huge round of applause as we get ready for the 30-lap special here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. The first of our international midget meetings here at the Springs. The young drivers, the Americans who love racing here. There's number 97, Ben Morrison. So we can actually get some great racing out the track. Ben Morrison's had a couple of great wins at the Springs here. Hayden Williams, a brilliant drive last week at the Springs. There's the New Zealand number 1, Brad Mosen, out there, getting ready to race around the track. So many great drivers. Brock Maskovich, all prepared to go out there and run for 30 laps on a track that we've already seen is hard and fast tonight. Find the fast line, and that's the way around the track. All of these drivers are capable of doing it, but over 30 laps, who knows what can happen. A little bit of last-minute work on the track. We're getting ready for some great entertainment. Pick your driver. Who is the one that's going to bring it home for you tonight at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway? The very first of our internationals. Even the sky is holding it back tonight, so we're going to have a heck of a good race tonight. Cool conditions at the Springs. Drivers from the USA, Australia, and of course the New Zealand contingent. Some of these drivers, particularly the Americans, heading off to Chili Bowl after their racing here in New Zealand. I wonder what Michael Pickens is thinking about as he's got Caden Brown on the outside. How's the drop going to go? How are we going to run at the corner? Who's going to get the first shot down the street? Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, you can come and see them after the race tonight here in the pits. Join us around for the podium after the race. 30 laps of great racing. They're making their way around. They'll come down to the center of the track where the cars have been pushed out. You can just see on the Salters straightaway as they come down. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen. Always a great night at Western Springs Speedway is Boxing Night. And that's when we kick it off with some great racing. Of course, we've got the 50 lapper coming up. The New Zealand title is also coming up as well. There's Brock Maskovich giving the big thumbs up. All these young guys, a lot of smiles out there. A lot of pleasure to get ready for the racing. Michael Pickens, the 54, looking to upgrade to another number one. Already a 10 times New Zealand midget champion, making his way across the track and pulling double duty tonight, midgets and the sprint cars. And we've already seen what a great performer he is on the track. But standing right next to him in the United Truck Parts, Caden Brown, what a performer so far tonight. But let's not hold back. We've got two number ones out there, the New Zealand number one and the USA number one, both Greenway cars. Getting ready for some great performances on the track as the drivers settle in, strap in, and then we get ready for 30 laps. Graham standing out in the field. Might be able to get a quick chat with some of the drivers as they get ready for their cars. So relaxed, some of these guys. Trent Wayne, the number 9, getting ready to jump in with the hands device that goes across. Getting ready to strap himself in. The number 24, and as I said, Graham Standring out there in the field as the drivers get ready for a last-minute confidence boost for some of the drivers. Brock Maskovich going out to say hi to some special fans. Here's Graham.
Right, I'm here with Mitch Fabish. Mitch, that was quite a feature last week, and you're starting it pretty handy this week, so it looks like it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I'm starting near the front, which is good. You always need to be out the front, and yeah, we got a fast car. The boys always give me a fast car, so I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, if you don't go too good, you can have a fast dad on your case, I imagine.
Yeah, he's not too bad.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks, mate.
The number 6, Luke McElmont, the Dayglow car, sitting up front there. McClymont, sorry. From this distance, I get confused. The guys in the commentary box, they do it all the time. The USA number 2, Buddy Kofoid out there, the undefeated New Zealand sprint car champion. And as he said, he's sticking around for the New Zealand midget title as well before he heads off to Chili Bowl. The 71 of Alec Inslee with the Yale sponsorship on there. Really settled down into that car. And there we go, the number 19. Ethan Mitchell. Spoke to Ethan Mitchell before. Happy to be in the country. Really enjoying himself. Just the one day off. And there is number 39. Peter Honeybell has been New Zealand number 1 before and is really getting to grips with his cars. Really enjoying his driving this season. And that is the USA number 1.
Are you ready? Oh, yeah, okay, I'm here with Logan. Logan, I expect to see you on the infield. I didn't think you were starting this far back, and I hope this is not your grid position, but then so far so good, enjoying it?
Yeah, having a blast. I always love coming to New Zealand, and of course racing here at Western Springs. This is one of the coolest tracks in the world, I think, and to get to come here and race for Wayne Green and his whole family is a great time, and I just really love this country. So yeah, we're grid 4, luckily, so not too far back. And yeah, I'm excited. Our car's been pretty good, and these guys have been working really hard to make it even better and a little more comfortable for me. And they're doing a good job. And yeah, like I said, we're just making small changes as we go, and I think we're really close. So we should have a good race car here.
Okay, I'm just going to get my camera guy to come in a bit closer and just have a look in the cockpit, how much space they've got or haven't got. So his knees are protected here around the steering box, seat belts over the shoulders and one up through the crutch called the crutch strap, and that's it. So that's how tight it is in these things. So if they should crash, which we certainly hope not, they're very safe. Thank you.
It's always impressed me that someone once told me that driving a midget is like sitting on a toilet holding a steering wheel. And that's the kind of position you have in that car. So you really are locked in tight with all that horsepower, getting ready. The car's circulating, getting ready to start, getting ready for the 30 laps tonight. The World 30-lap Derby, the first of our regional races at Western Springs Speedway. I'll turn you over to Hayden and Ali.
Thanks very much there, Nick. And a bit of hurried work going on down trackside there with the Caden Brown machine, and all hands on deck. Even the some of the Alec Inslee crew, Justin Inslee in there, Sean Inslee, of course, and plenty of concern around that right rear. They've had hands of cable ties. Even Hayden Warrington's in there as well. So obviously the whole King support network down there, and making sure that that car is up to speed and ready. They're obviously doing a wee rollback on that to make sure that the thing has compression. And they'll get that car in position and ready to go. And all is looking okay for Caden Brown there. So as we look to roll through our grids for the Jack Daniels Midget Night World 30-Lapper Derby, it's going to be Caden Brown and Michael Pickens, your front row, this man on screen. Starting out at grid position number 3 will be the 1NZ of Brad Mosen with his teammate, the 1USA of Logan Seavey, starting out of 4. Paddock Kofoid in the 2USA starts out of 5, with Luke McClymont in the 6M starting out of 6. Ben Morrison in the 97A starts out of 7, with Mitch Fabish in the 3NZ out of 8. Peter Honeybell in the 39A starts out of 9, with Mitch Osborne in the 12A out of 10. The Blaster, number 71, Alec Inslee, starts out of 11, with Trent Way in the 9A starting out of 12. Ryan Baker in the 17A starts out of 13, with Brock Maskovich in the 2NZ out of 14. Jaden Worthington in the 63M starts out of 15, with Ethan Mitchell out of the United States out of 16. Morgan McHugh in the 24A starts out of 17, with Corbin Anderson in the 69A out of 18. And off the back row will be Terrence Durrell in the 22K out of 19, with Shaden Austin in the 8M starts out of grid position 20. So 20 cars, 30 laps. Hayden, let's take our picks for the 30-lapper. Give me your top 3.
I think we're going to see the return of Michael Pickens here. I think he showed a lot of promise in that first, in that A-dash, and then I think Caden Brown definitely on the podium, and then I think third place is a real toss-up. You could put Mosen, you could put Seavey. There's obviously Buddy Kofoid there as well, so I can't really settle on third, but I think we're going to see a Michael Pickens win tonight.
Pickens win, and Nick Brown, I'm not too sure if we've got you still down at the desk. No, he's not there at the moment, so I'm going to take my wild swing. I'm going to go Caden Brown for the win, Brad Mosen second, Logan Seavey third. So Graham Standring, you're on the infield, mate.
I didn't interview Logan Seavey all night because I thought I would see him on the infield. So he's going to be my call, but either him, Pickens, or Mosen. I'm very pro-New Zealander. Let's hope that the New Zealanders can come out on top. I did get a call from you guys before, and you're all-American first, second, and third. So I'm not going to tell them, the audience, which one of you two were ratbags and sorting that out. But certainly, I'm going for a key win. But I'll tell you, Caden Brown. Keep your eyes on Caden. He knows what he's doing. He's really good. So watch that. So I've covered the field now. Good on you.
have it, ladies and gentlemen, as we are set for the Jack Daniels Midget Night World 30 Lap Derby. We're set to go green. Caden Brown, Michael Pickens is your front row for the World 30 Lap Midget Derby. Who's going to get the jump into one? Who is going to dictate this one? And Caden Brown gets off to the early start and will lead Michael Pickens down into Midas turn number 1 as we go green for 30.
Greenway cars side by side on turn number 2, but the officials weren't happy with that start from Caden Brown, so we're going to head back to NZ Safety Blackwoods, turn number 3 and 4, and get them re-racked. We'll try and get them going once again.
That's it, and just of this teammate game start to play, although they're the same chassis, same engines. It's the tactics, it's the upstairs battles with the drivers playing the mental games as we look to go green next time by. Caden Brown, Michael Pickens is your front row. Let's get this race started. The World Midget 30 Lap Derby here at Oils Western Springs Speedway as we head around turn number 4. The drivers leave it late, but it looks like Caden Brown is going to get the jump, but we've got one slow starting further back, but the lights stay green and Caden Brown takes advantage and gets out to the early lead. Michael Pickens slots into second place, Mose in third, and here comes the man from the United States, high and wide, down at NZ Safety Blackwoods, turn number 4. Logan Seavey is on a mission as he's in a heated battle with his teammate Brad Mosen.
Yeah, great run there from Seavey off the top side in turn number 3 and 4, and it looks like the majority of the field has actually gone up there this time by Mosen, still committing to the low side as Caden Brown in control.
And Caden Brown just looks super confident out front, but Michael Pickens isn't letting him get too far away. And that's the tactics and the experience of the 10-time New Zealand Midget Car champion. Just sticking with him, waiting for the mistake, waiting for the tyre to go off, and playing the long game. 30 laps the distance here, and then it's Mosen, Seavey, and watch out, the slider from Buddy Kofoid almost collects Mosen in the process, and he drops back behind Logan Seavey. So Buddy Kofoid on a mission early.
Keep an eye out for a Michael Pickens slider down here into turn number 3, coming this time by Pickens to the inside. Slide job for the race lead. Caden Brown turns it down under, but he won't be able to get the run out of turn number 4, and Michael Pickens is going to take the lead of tonight's feature.
And Pickens just slams the nose, the United Truck Parts, Chems number 97, and unfortunately it gets through, does Michael Pickens. Mosen now right on the back of the number 97 as well, along with his teammate. So the front 5 have checked out once again, much like what we saw last weekend.
Yeah, and then a big gap back to Luke McClymont back there in about 6th position as Alec Inslee goes to work slightly further back. Single file around the top side as your top 5, and then a big gap back to about 6th position.
And once again, it just shows the class of our international drivers, along with New Zealand's best, Michael Pickens, Brad Mosen, in the thick of it as well. The Trans-Tasman trio out front in this one, but another slider from Buddy Kofoid now as we check out this battle with Ethan Mitchell trying to get up the inside of local driver Trent Way. So the international drivers still in the thick of it a little bit further back, and there's the front 5 checking out with this one. Almost 10 laps in the books already. Pickens now already with half a length of the straightaway ahead of Caden Brown before Mosen, Seavey and Buddy Kofoid, leading this one from Luke Brown.
Starting to work very close to lap traffic too. That should be a factor in the next kind of 5 or 6 laps, and then we'll see what these guys have to offer as Mosen and Seavey are starting to get closer to each other as the Greenway teammates.
That's it, and that battle outside the top 5 at this point in time is the battle of the young guns. Luke McClymont, Mitch Fabish, Ben Morrison and Alec Inslee. They're the young drivers that are certainly emerging out of the midget ranks at this point in time and doing a great job, as we see Ethan Mitchell just throwing sliders on Mitch Osborne a little bit further back, but wheels starting to fly from Logan Seavey. No doubt those drivers at the front busy on those internal adjustments within those race cars, trying to get as much drive as they possibly can as that fuel load starts to burn off.
12 laps completed. Pickens still under control. 1.4 second advantage over Caden Brown, who has a second himself over Brad Mosen, but Mosen is definitely closing that gap, and he's bringing Logan Seavey with him.
And all the drivers at the pointy end just shadowing that line of Michael Pickens, especially his teammate of Caden Brown running second. Virtually identical track position there, and probably only with another lap or two to go, Hayden, and he's going to be in lap traffic.
Most of those guys running the bottom in front of Pickens too, so he's going to have to look elsewhere down there in turn number 1 and 2. As we hear a car way off song down here into turn number 3. But on screen, Logan Seavey closing the distance on his teammate Brad Mosen. Opts out of the slider into 3, but Brad's going to get very tight out of turn 4.
And they're starting to see a little bit more moisture coming out of that racetrack down here at turns 3 and 4 as we're halfway, as we see the Greenway teammates in a heated battle of their own. And that's just allowing the 2 other teammates at the pointy end of Pickens and Caden Brown just to check out.
Yeah, Michael Pickens finally made his way up to the rear of the lap traffic, as well as he looks to the outside of Terence Durrell. That's going to be the first car. Looks to the inside, crossover out of turn number 2, and he's going to deal with him very quickly. And suddenly there's a car in between Michael Pickens and Caden Brown.
And that has just slowed up Pickens just enough to allow Caden Brown to get a little bit closer. But now there's a car between them. So Pickens now in the thick of it. And let's wait and see how good the Australian is navigating his way through lap traffic at the bullring here at Oils Western Springs Speedway with 12 laps to go.
Michael's still working closer and closer, but there is a car spun around, and it's Ben Morrison. Morrison has stopped on the bottom down there in turn number 1 and 2, and we're going to go yellow, and that's going to erase the advantage that Michael Pickens had over Caden Brown.
And both those drivers, Pickens and Caden Brown, virtually identical lap times on that previous lap, but as was Logan Seavey and Buddy Kofoid. So now this thing closes up. This is going to be thrown wide open. Fuel loads have burnt off, the edges come off the tyre, and let's wait and see who's got a little bit left up their sleeve to bring this race alive. So unsure what happened there with the number 97 Promo Lab machine of Ben Morrison, but unfortunately for our 50-50, that is unfortunately not going to be taken tonight, as we just start to see that curb starting to build up there in the middle of turn 1 and 2. And that was it. Sorry, that was for the sprint cars. That was for SVG. I got all excited about her wearing the Ben Morrison shirt. So Morrison gets pushed off. He'll go rear of field in this one. And Caden Brown on the inside. Pickens opting for the outside of the front row. So no doubt Caden Brown with that little bit of experience early on in that heat race with himself and Jaden Worthington, where they were moving each other up the racetrack. So the mind games continue, as already Caden Brown has pushed Michael Pickens a little bit up the racetrack. As the lights are out, Caden Brown, Michael Pickens on the restart. 13 laps the distance in the International Midget 30-lap Derby. Pickens gets off to the early jump. Caden Brown slipping in to that second spot, and watch out, here comes the attack from Buddy Kofoid, running in the 5th position at this point in time. Then it's the Greenway teammates trying to joist and battle. Caden Brown trying to defend from those 2 Greenway cars now as Seavey gets up the inside of Mosen, and it's action aplenty with 12 to go.
Ella Kinsley to the inside of Buddy Kofoid there as well, as he's going to take 5th position away from Kofoid, and Kofoid fighting for his life to hold on to 6th from Luke McClymont.
And the absolute attack out of nowhere from the Yale number 71 finds himself inside the top 5 in the mix with the best in the business, and always looking like he's on a charge and on a mission in the late stages of the 30.
Seavey has made his way into the 3rd position over Mosen here as well, and he's working to the inside of Caden Brown out of turn number 4. He's not going to get it done this time by, but he will continue working there as Brown gets tight out of turn number 2.
And it just looks like Buddy Kofoid has just gassed his tyres and has nothing left now, as Mosen now gets up the inside, and we've got one up and over, and we're going to have to wait and see. It looks like Peter Honeybell potentially. No, he's still in this one. So we're going to have to wait and see. We can't quite see from it's Morgan McHugh in the number 24. So unfortunate to see Morgan up and over, and it looks like that's actually flat in the right rear. So that'll be the end of Morgan's run here in the Jack Daniels Midget Night 30-lap Derby.
quickest on track last time by was Logan Seavey as well, as he started to close the gap on Caden Brown real rapidly, just running slightly lower out of turn number 4 than both Michael Pickens and Caden Brown. So we've got 10 laps to go in this one, and there's a hell of a finish on the way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Pickens just definitely asserting his dominance there on that restart. But Caden Brown just didn't look like he had what the others did on that restart. But I tell you what, Alec Inslee is coming for him. And here's the wheel-to-wheel battle here with Seavey and Caden Brown. As we say, it just looked like Seavey just had that edge. And it was about this point that the yellows came out and Seavey just straightened up that race car. And there it is. There's the yellow lights there. So Seavey is coming as we see some fluids leaking out of the Morgan McHugh machine. So let's wait and see. We called it early when we were talking about Seavey and how he tends to race in the United States and playing the long game. And this is definitely what we're seeing here, Hayden.
Yeah, 10 to go as well. It's right in his hands. He's been able to see the track develop and those drivers adapt to the racetrack around him, and he's been the best out of turn number 2 for sure.
So it looks like we're having a word come through. Ethan Mitchell on the infield with that torn left rear tyre. So unfortunate there for the 19 USA. It'll be interesting to get a look on that tyre at the end of this one. Maybe Graham Standring might be able to see a little bit more if we go to yellow a little bit later. So we'll wait and see later if Graham manages to get any insight. But still a little bit of insight going on here down at Midas turn number 2 where that oil went down. And, the Western Springs crew just getting the drivers to drive through that, absorbing the moisture, and we'll be back racing very shortly. Lights are out on the restart. 10 laps the distance to go. Pickens goes early. Can Caden Brown go with him? Logan Seavey was the hard charger on the last restart. Let's wait and see what the Americans got as he slips into the 4th position. Alec Inslee losing out on that restart, just dropping back a couple of spots there, but Pickens gets on it early and already stretches a couple of car lengths ahead of his teammate Caden Brown.
Yeah, McClymont to the inside of Seavey out of turn number 4 as well, but he's not going to be able to get that done as Seavey takes the lane away from him into turn number 1. Seavey's teammate Brad Mosen has really ruined his run with only 10 to go in this one, as we're inside the top 10 as Mosen looks to the inside of Caden Brown this time out of turn 4.
That's it, and it's certainly taken the wind out of Seavey's sails there, and Mosen trying to throw everything at it, using his local track knowledge to his advantage, trying to get up the inside of the United Truck Parts. Number 97 as the laps tick down. There's only going to be 7 to go for our leader in the CRC, number 54, Pickens, leading this one from Caden Brown. Then it's back to the 2 Greenway cars. And then it's Luke McClymont, Alec Inslee, and bring in Ryan Baker into the mix for this one.
Pickens still one of the only cars committing to the top side of the racetrack down here in turn number 3 and 4, and it's not hurting his pace, but he's definitely not getting away from Caden Brown the way he was at the start of this one.
No, Caden Brown definitely has more pace in this one here, and starting to get a little bit closer to Pickens now, so let's wait and see in the closing stages. Has Caden Brown got anything for Pickens? It looks like that he might have something to swing at Pickens in the dying stages.
Inside the final 5 laps here as well. Perfect opportunity for Caden Brown to strike as he's getting very close down here into turn number 3. Michael still just carrying the momentum out of turn 4 and continues that lead of 0.4.
And if anything, the only variance for those 2 drivers is Caden Brown down at turn number 3 and 4. Just looks to be a little bit faster than Michael Pickens, but there is only 3 more laps left to run for MP.
Mosen and Seavey continuing to run that battle there as Mosen's got good control of third position, but not getting away from Logan Seavey. And it does look like Caden gets really close down here into turn 3, but Pickens just carries the momentum out of 4 with just 2 laps to go. This could go either way.
Yeah, that's it. But the laps are counting down, and Caden Brown may not have anything left up his sleeve. As you say, Hayden, the track position just goes the advantage of Caden Brown as he squeaks around on the infield. But there's a run up the inside from Caden Brown with only 3/4 of a lap left to run. Has the Australian got anything for Michael Pickens? We're about to find out. Pickens goes defensive down on the pole line. Doesn't leave the door open for Caden Brown. And the 30 lap Midget Derby goes to Michael Pickens. What a drive from your 10-time New Zealand Midget Car champion. Pickens taking the win from Caden Brown in second. Third place going to your 1NZ, Brad Mosen. Fourth going to Seavey. And Luke McClymount from Mount Maunganui coming home in fifth. There it is, your results on screen. MP Michael Pickens taking the victory from Caden Brown. Brad Mosen in third, Seavey fourth, Luke McClymont fifth, and driver of the race coming from the back to the front, Brock Maskovich in eighth, and Buddy Kofoid slipping back as far as 10th. So not the run he was looking for, but ladies and gentlemen, this man on screen, Michael Pickens, with the drive of the race, bringing home victory for the 30-lapper, and he heads down to the podium with Graham Standring. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Your winner of the World 30-lap Midget Derby, Michael Pickens.
One sec, someone else. Good job, Michael. Well, that was well done, like led from start to finish, but track got a bit tricky at times.
Yeah, we got real tight on the right rear for some reason, and I just couldn't run into turn 3 like I could earlier. We were really good, but just had to cheat it on entry and not get myself tight. You don't know how hard to push when you're leading, but obviously did enough. So the car was really good. Thank you to all the guys. A lot of work running 2 cars, so appreciate their support.
Yeah, the United Truck Parts car never gave up chasing you. I imagine you could almost see him on the second to last lap. That's perhaps why you went to the bottom the last lap?
Yeah, I saw his right front coming off a 4, so I just protected the bottom on the final lap, and I knew he was going to try something, or maybe on that last lap, so I just protected the bottom and protected it.
Yeah, and the cars look the best it's looked so far this season, all night so far, so testament to the crew.
It really is, and thank you to Jackie and Rowan Geeko on Toyota, CRC, obviously our major sponsors, Justin Inslee, the crew chief, he builds the cars, and all my guys, they work their butts off and need to get them a win.
Okay, well, you're halfway there. So you've got another, 25 or 30 laps to go. So good luck with that, and well done. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. World 30-lap Derby winner, Michael Pickens.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I called it that you were going to get on the podium. Well done. Look, you never let go. You chased and chased and chased, but not quite. The second to last lap looked like you had a chance.
Yeah, bit bittersweet to be honest. Obviously, super pumped to be able to run with the big boys here. You come to New Zealand, and there's no slouches here, so to be able to run up the front, a real testament to this team, and just so close. When I was here before COVID, I think we ran 2 or 3 thirds here, and got that sniff, but then to be that close, and I knew Mike was going to go to the bottom in 3 and 4. I just couldn't quite get enough speed to get to him into 1 to not allow him to go to the bottom. But hats off to Michael and his boys, and testament to Brian and Nat Theobald from United Truck Parts for bringing me out, just a not so young anymore Aussie kid, to come out here and be able to run the front. Shows how good this outfit is, and Sean Inslee on the spanners, Dad, Brad, Ronnie, Anton, just this got such a good team in the pits, and then all the sponsors as well, Power Up Lubricants, United Truck Parts, Chem Z, King Chassis, Filter Pro, my sponsors back home for allowing us to get there. got my mum and sister here, which is really cool, and got all the Insleys as well. I think young Brooklyn might be up in the hill. I think it'd be cool if I could shout her out as well. Hopefully she can hear me and she's not asleep. But yeah, bring on Bay Park in 2 days.
Okay, yeah, look, fantastic job, ladies and gentlemen. Second place, all the way from Sydney, Australia, Melbourne, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Caden Brown.
Awesome, thank you.
And finally, the Kiwi at the other end of the sandwich. Man, that was quite a race. You were with Logan Seavey dicing it out there for quite some time.
Yeah, it was a I guess you could call it a fun race. I mean, for a third place, watching the front two, it was fun to watch at least. But yeah, we just need to find a little bit of speed. When the track dries out, I don't know what it is. I mean, we just found potential issue with our left rear shock, so hopefully there's something wrong with it. And we've got a little bit more pace because these guys are a little quicker tonight. So well done to them. Thanks to all the crowd for coming out tonight. It's great to see you all here and supporting Western Springs, and looking forward to the next couple of nights.
Yeah, no one realises the importance of shock absorbers over the last few years, how the development's been and how a crucial part of the setup they are. They're the last part of like the icing on the cake, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it changes everything, and when you're racing in a field that's as competitive as this, you need like everything you can get, and it comes down to like a couple of adjustments here or there, and we're playing with them throughout the whole race. I was playing with the shocks the entire way and just trying things, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and unfortunately I couldn't figure out what was going to work, but we're lucky to get it at home in third.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Kiwi on third place, New Zealand number 1, Brad Mosen.
Thanks everyone.
Hessel's Poultry Farm is a family-run business situated in the heart of the Horowhenua that produce over 800,000 eggs a week to your community. With 60 years' experience, this fourth-generation business know how to look after their customers. They truly are locals looking after locals all over New Zealand. Head into your local supermarket and make sure you ask for New Day free-range eggs or morning harvest eggs. Hessel's Poultry Farm supply fresh, quality eggs to your local community. They are the pride of Foxton. Anderton Decorators are a long-established Canterbury company covering the whole of the South Island who love to support their local community. If you require expert advice from design to application, then Shane has the expert team to ensure your next project is hassle-free with a professional finish. Floor to ceilings, walls to roof, inside, outside, commercial or residential. Let our team take the hassle out of your decorating. Give us a call now on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators, we have you covered.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. The World 30-lap Derby, and what a dice for first and second. Brilliant drive by Michael Pickens. Caden Brown coming home in second. And, of course, Brad Mosen, the New Zealand number 1, will be back here at Western Springs on the 2nd of January. And we'll have the 50-lapper, and Michael Pickens and Brad Mosen will be going for the New Zealand Midget title on January the 4th. So that's going to be exciting. But now it's time to turn your attention to the sprint cars. And you may remember this is the 50-50 race. And $890 if Shane Van Gisbergen wins this race. He's coming out of grid 3. So that is going to be big. But there it is, the United Truck Parts 97 with the Mr. Van Gisbergen at the wheel. Michael Pickens just stepping out of the midget straight into his sprint car. So he's going to have a knowledge of where the track is hot and running, and he knows it. But that doesn't mean anything in a race like this. 20 laps to go. Jonathan Allard, the big dog, is going to be hot and running. Shane Van Gisbergen, he is going to be hot and running, and look for him to move around the outside. And let's not discount anyone else in the field. This is a great field of sprint car drivers. Let's get the grids with Ali and Hayden.
Thanks very much then, Nick. And, of course, off the front row for the feature for the sprint cars is going to be Michael Pickens starting out of 1. Jonathan Allard in the 4 USA starts out of grid position number 2. Shane Van Gisbergen in the 97A starts out of 3, with Zachary Sokol starting out of 4 after a great run tonight. Keaton Dahm in the 88M starts out of 5, with Chris Kernahan in the 92A out of 6. James Dahm in the 6M starts out of 7, with Ryan Barry in the 16A out of 8. Christian Hermansen in the 99M starts out of 9, with Kerry Brokers in the 21K out of 10. Matthew Levisage in the 78C starts out of 11, with Nico Pinkerton in the 67A out of 12. Ryan O'Connor in the 98M starts out of 13, with the 19A starting out of 14. Steve Smith in the 76A starts out of 15, with Carl Fenton in the 77A out of 16. Then it's back to Luke Brown in the 89A starting out of 17, with Battersby in the 27A starting out of 18. And off the back row, starting out of 19, is the 29A, along with Jamie Duff in the 71A out of 20. So as the drivers are all started, they set off and get set to grid up for this one here. Well, we've got the opportunity. Hayden, who's your pick for the top 3, mate?
I don't think you can look past Michael Pickens with his 2 heat victories tonight. They were both over 6 seconds. So clearly the dominant car. I know Allard won't be giving that up that easily, and he'll definitely try to put a fight to it. And Allard's been in traffic the majority of the night. So we'll see what he can do in this one.
There we go. And Nick Brown, who's your pick for the top 3, my friend?
Wow. Throw me under the bus on that one. Naturally, I've got to go for Shane van Gisbergen. The reason is that was our 50-50 winner. She spun the wheel, picked up grid number 3. That's SVG. There's $890 riding on it. And I tell you what, watching him get to grips with the car and knowing that he's thoroughly enjoying getting out there and throwing it around, he'll be watching the 2 in front of him, watching for the fast line, and then he'll hook it up and you watch him go.
You still haven't given me your top 3.
Well, Shane van Gisbergen, Jonathan Allard, and Michael Pickens, in that order. How about that?
You're so easy to read, Nick Brown.
Oh. Thanks. I'm really going to throw it in under the... Next time we're here at the Springs, I've got a wild card for you.
Wow, I look forward to that one, actually. Off the front row, I'm going to go Allard. I'm going to go a wild card for a top 3. I'm going to throw Sokol in the mix. As we get set for a 4-wide salute to the crowd as we set off here for the second and last feature race here at Luxor Western Springs Speedway. Have it as we get set to go green for 20 laps distance for the sprint car feature here tonight. As we say, the second and last feature race with still the F2s to come up after this one, ladies and gentlemen. While we've got the opportunity, don't forget we're back here on the 2nd of January for the World 50 Lapper. Michael Pickens, Jonathan Allard is your front row for the 20-lap feature here at Luxor Western Springs Speedway. We head across the chalk and we are green, and Pickens gets the initial jump and they go wheel to wheel, and Allard takes the nose off Pickens and it's a clean start, and they go wheel to wheel coming out of turn number 2, and Allard gets the initial jump as they bang wheels, but Allard looks like he's going to have the clear run and lead out of turn number 4 to lead lap number 1.
Yeah, first time Allard's been in the race lead tonight in this one as well, as he seems to just be creeping away from Michael Pickens just slightly. Very different lanes down here in turn number 3 and 4 as well, as Allard commits to the top side. Michael Pickens running more of a slider middle line there.
And check out 3rd and 4th, the youngsters, Zach Sokol, Chris Kernahan doing a great job there as SVG slips back into the 5th spot. So unsure what's going on there, whether he's just lost a little bit of grunt or struggling to get a hold of the racetrack. But our 2 leaders, Allard and Pickens, have checked out here in the opening 3 laps.
A race for the lead, still within half a second, so well within striking distance, and Michael Pickens knows he's got 17 laps left to do this one, and we're getting close to lap traffic already, Alistair.
Yeah, that's exactly right, as the laps tick down. Only 20 laps, not a big one here for the sprint cars tonight. All the attention was on the midget cars for the 30-lapper, but Allard and Pickens, the cream rising to the top as always, but we're about to head into thick, heavy traffic as the first car of Jeremy Halpin is going to be Allard coming up onto the back of him.
Allard choosing a different lane this time into turn number 3 as well, going to the bottom of the racetrack, leaves the top side open for Michael Pickens, and it looks like Pickens actually closed the gap a little bit that time down the front straight.
That's it, and Allard with the wheels flying coming out of turn number 2 gets up to the back of Jeremy Halpin and Richard Battersby, and that allows Michael Pickens to close like no tomorrow as Allard goes conservative down the bottom. Pickens goes high, and that leaves the door open for Allard to get up the inside of Jeremy Halpin. So Halpin knows that he's there. Allard gets up the inside of Battersby and clears him. So that now puts 2 cars between himself and Michael Pickens.
And he's looking to put more in between them as well as he works to the outside of Steve Smith down there out of turn number 2. And he's side by side with Steve Smith, and he's going to put that one away. Still 2 cars the distance between your race leader and second place, Michael Pickens, as Zach Sokol has joined the party as well.
And Sokol's right up on the back of Michael Pickens. There's a lap car in between them, but this is going to be going down to the wire. And Michael Pickens having a tough time trying to get up the inside of Jeremy Halpin, but it looks like he's cleared him this time by.
Yeah, clean the distance much more there, and we're halfway in this one. 10 laps done, 10 to go as Allard looks to the inside of ex-New Zealand champion Jamie Duff, but we're going to go yellow for a spun Keaton Dahm down here out of turn number 4.
And that's going to close this thing right up. Allard and Pickens, the wheel-to-wheel duel at the halfway distance. 10 to go. We're used to calling it, and then it's going to be the second row of the 2 buddies. Chris Kernahan and Zach Sokol. So check this out on the restart. Keaton Dahm brings out the yellow, 10 to go.
Yeah, that was the last thing that Allard wanted, as well as he was dealing with lap traffic so well there, just slicing through each one at will. How Michael Pickens just having a little bit more trouble. It does seem like Michael's got a lot of pace to burn here though.
Yeah, it does, and both drivers matching each other with virtually identical fastest laps and somewhat half a second at least faster than the drivers further back. So definitely the 2 front drivers have got an edge on the others.
Ryan Barry showing good speed back there in about 6th position. SVG has dropped back to about the 5th. Inside the 3rd row there, so those 2 drivers starting 5th and 6th might be showing something, and a little bit of pressure to the back of Zach Sokol and Chris Kernahan on the 2nd row.
Let's wait and see what drivers have got a little bit of tyre left up their sleeve as Allard and Pickens just clearing the throttle as the anticipation builds, as we should be set to go green with 10 to go next time by. Lights are out and we're set to go green with 10 laps the distance as we head past the CRC can. Who's going to get the jump? Is it going to be Pickens? Is it going to be Allard? We're about to find out, but Pickens gets the initial jump and will lead them into minus turn number 1 and 2. Allard just not able to get the power down early, and that leaves him lagging. And Chris Kernahan now with the move up the inside of Zach Sokol. So the youngster finds himself up in the 3rd spot. So great pass there from Chris Kernahan.
Suddenly your hunter has become the hunted as he's pulling away from Jonathan Allard here as well. We mentioned he had speed to burn, but he's pulled almost a second advantage as Kernahan's actually looking to the left rear of Jonathan Allard out of turn 4.
Absolutely out of nowhere, the youngster out of Henderson, Chris Kernahan running inside the top 3 behind the man out of Chico, California, Jonathan Allard. Zach Sokol settles into the 4th spot with Ryan Barry right behind him. But Pickens is checked out in this one well and truly.
Pickens quick time last time by with a 14.353, 7/10 of a second quicker than your second place car and previous leader Jonathan Allard. So he is gone in this one.
That's it, and it looks like Allard hasn't got anything to fight back with Pickens. He's going to need a yellow to close this up, and Allard just clipping the wall down the back straight away. But Chris Kernahan still doing a great job running that pole line in 3rd position with Zach Sokol right behind him, but only 6 laps left to go for Pickens, and traffic is going to come into play in this one once again.
Yeah, just enough time for him to catch traffic before we get inside the top, the 5 laps to go, as Allard still just holding that distance at about 1.5, 1.6, but he may be too far back, but he's going to throw everything at it.
Yeah, and already Chris Kernahan starting to close that gap more and more to Jonathan Allard, a sentence that he'll love hearing at the end of this one. But Michael Pickens with 5 laps left to run is now on the back of Richard Battersby. So is that going to close this one up? We're about to wait and see. So drivers doing everything they can to squeeze everything out of their race cars in the closing stages. But the man that has saved it up and primed it like the pro that he is Michael Pickens. Now as Chris Kernahan gets even closer to Jonathan Allard with only 2.5 laps to run as Pickens flies the wheels.
Huge wheel stand out of your race leader, Michael Pickens, down the back straightaway there into turn number 3, as he's got 2 cars between him and your second place car of Jonathan Allard. Allard's closed that gap to 1.2, but he's going to get held up massively by those cars out of turn number 2.
That's it, and Chris Kernahan's going to be there to take the opportunity of any opening door, as this one is wide open, and the 1 lap white flag is out for our leader, Michael Pickens. He still tries to navigate around Nico Pinkerton in the lap traffic, but he heads around NZ Safety Blackwoods. Oh, the one goes round and the yellow comes out, but the checkered flag is out and Pickens takes the win from Jonathan Allard. Chris Kernahan comes home in 3rd. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going again by the sounds. The race is not finished. No celebrations just yet. We're getting the call across the radio from Speedway New Zealand.
So we had to go yellow there, so it didn't give most of the drivers the opportunity to race to the finish. So we're going to have basically a green-white checkered, or maybe just a green checkered here. So Allard might have 1 shot at getting in front of Michael Pickens on the restart here.
This is going to be exciting, but remembering single file restart because we are under 5 left to run. But has Jonathan Allard got any tyre left under him? As we see a replay on screen, there's Pickens running right up against the wall, and the lights are still green, yellow. There it is. So he hadn't yet got to the flag to take the checkered. So the field are going to stretch out once again, get themselves in position. There's the replay. So lights are green, car goes round. Pickens right up high and wide. Lights still green, green, yellow. Doesn't get it to the checkered flag. So this is exciting, Hayden.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. The only thing is there's not too much opportunity to get off the bottom down there into turn number 1. It seems like the lower part of the racetrack is the fastest part, and you can see Michael is probably going to commit down there. So as Allard, do you follow him into the bottom and try and make a move down here into turn 3, or do you try and make something happen straight away off the restart?
Yeah, I think the thing is that he's going to have to rely on whatever Pickens does on turns 1 and 2. He's going to have to leave a little bit something up his sleeve at turn 3 and 4 to make the big swing, because I just don't think there's going to be any power down advantage or putting any of that drive down on the slick racetrack. So we're about to wait and see, because we look like we're going to be good to go green next time by. Lights are out for Michael Pickens. Let's wait and see how this one is going to finish, ladies and gentlemen, as we go green. Has Allard got anything left for him? Chris Kernahan tries to get up the inside of Jonathan Allard, and it's going to be a green flag, and we are good to run this thing out to the flag as the white flag comes out for Michael Pickens.
Allard's still a distance back. He's probably going to be too far to make a move at Michael Pickens down there into turn number 3. Chris Kernahan still holding on to your 3rd position. Ryan O'Connor looking to get inside the top 5, but Michael Pickens is going to lead them into turn number 3 and out of turn number 4. And Michael Pickens is going to be your feature race winner over Jonathan Allard and Chris Kernahan rounding out the top 3.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute stunning drive from this man on screen. Michael Pickens takes victory in CRC Z-Build number 54. Second place going to Jonathan Allard. Your results on screen. Chris Kernahan with a career best performance. 3rd place in the sprint car feature here tonight. Zach Sokol in 4th and Ryan O'Connor rounding out your top 5.
What a performance that was from Michael Pickings. That's 2 from 2. Midgets and sprint cars, and what a great way to finish up with the donuts there. But like the guy said in the commentary box, what a drive from Chris Kernahan, pulling off the 3rd place there. And Michael Pickens, just the best way to restart every time coming out of there. And don't forget, you'll be able to join us after the final race of the night. Behind the podium here, we'll have the Jack Daniels podium, and we'll do the presentation of the guys. It's the F2 feature coming up, and Graham Standring's going to have a few words with Michael Pickens as soon as he gets over to the victory lane, getting the cars up there, and then you can see, have a replay of the donuts as they come down there as Michael lets it go. Look at this. The best thing about that, look at this. He spins it around like that and then parks it in the right way. Going to carry on with the race. Jonathan Allard in 2nd place, Chris Kernahan in 3rd. A brilliant piece of racing. Graham Standring down there as the car comes across the finish. And there's Michael Pickens. 2 from 2 tonight here at Lucas Oil Western Springs Speedway. But we ain't finished yet.
Yeah, here with Michael. Michael, fancy seeing you here again. Well done, man. What quite a race, but I bet you couldn't believe it. What was going through your mind when you got that last yellow with about 2 laps to go?
I thought I'd obviously done enough, and the checkers were out, but obviously the cautions come out right before, so I had to do it all over again. But massive thank you to my guys all night. Both cars have been absolutely flawless. Warwick McKenzie, my car owner, CRC, Z-Build. We've got so many partners that help us do what we do, and need to reward them with 2 wins tonight. It's awesome.
Yeah, fantastic. It's almost the Michael Pickens show, but certainly just tell us roughly, like I know the midget and the sprint car have quite different characteristics. Do you find it an advantage having done the midget feature and getting to know all the characteristics of the track?
It certainly doesn't hurt. Yeah, you get to, you're reading the track for 30 laps like you say with the midget, and you sort of learn some little idiosyncrasies about the place, and they don't race necessarily the same, but it surely helps for sure.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm looking around for Ron Salter because Ron Salter was meant to present this cheque, a cheque for $2,000. So certainly on behalf of Salter Cartage, I'll be the new sales rep for those guys. But yeah, again, good big crew effort. You've got a lot of guys that work with you and really good people around you.
Yeah, it's neat to start. I think it's 6 races in a row we got now off on this on the right foot. So it helps with the boys' morale getting up tomorrow morning to wash the car. That's for sure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, please put your hands together for the winner of the 20-lap sprint car feature, Michael Pickens, and the Salter Cartage $2,000 cheque. Tonight, didn't they? And but not quite enough for you tonight.
Oh, I think we just got beat on the restart. Chose the wrong lane, I guess, and need to do a better job. Just need to make sure that I don't let them lead me, and it's just all my responsibility. So I let the guys down. They had a great race car. I thought we had a good shot coming back at them, but I just didn't hit my marks. Got a little rattled there, but he did a great job. He's a great race car driver. And how about Carnahan here? I mean, honestly, the kid just gets in the race car and comes up, and I definitely thought, what the hell is he doing here? And he did a great job. We're real proud of him. Great to have him out. Great team, and would like to congratulate them.
Yeah, look, honestly, Mike, I mean, Jonathan, don't beat yourself up too much. You've been on the podium every night so far this season. A fantastic effort, and again, with Peter Murphy here, what a big influence that's having on your career and your racing so far this year.
Yeah, it's a testament to the guys. I mean, Turtle and Crusher, they work their butts off, and they have Peter's mentality around me, and we just get to be able to talk to each other and talk things out. He may need to help me on my restart, so that's what we'll work on this week, I'm sure.
Okay, well, thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan Allard, second place in the sprint car feature tonight. Okay. First time on the podium for me, and I had to even ask his first name, so how bad's that? But really good job. I mean, you were really on the hammer tonight.
Yeah, no, for sure. Tonight was definitely one for the books for us, to be fair. We've struggling a little bit this season, so we're stoked to be able to finally land on the podium, for sure.
Yeah, again, like you didn't let anybody go there. You were really right on it. And when the yellow came out with a lap to go, did you think you had a chance? Do you think this could be your night?
Potentially Allard, but definitely not Pickens. He's too quick. But we'll get there eventually. It's all about learning. And every meet and every race, we just try and get better. So it's great to be here in front of a huge crowd.
Yeah, fantastic, and great to see a new face up here on the podium. So, ladies and gentlemen, third place in the feature race tonight, Chris Kinahan.
Awesome, thank you. And just real quick, I'd like to thank Jay Russell, Simon Jaffe's out there somewhere, the Aztec boys, and Marley, of course. Couldn't do this without them. Honestly, you guys have turned my race career around, so wherever you're up here, thank you. And all the boys, thank you.
Thank you very much.
What a brilliant performance from Chris Kernahan there, and like he says, he's real happy to be up there on the podium for the first time this season. And don't forget, you can join us for the podium presentations after the final feature race, which is the race that's coming up now, the F2 feature. And this one is going to be quick. We've already seen the traffic is fast and furious out there for all the finals. So whoever gets in front has got a big challenge coming up. The likelihood of traffic is going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. So don't go anywhere. Get ready for it. And if podium celebrations later on at the Jack Daniels podium just behind me in the tower here. And if you are thinking to yourself, well, I've got to get up early to do something tomorrow morning, make sure you get your tickets, because January the 2nd, we're back here doing it again at Western Springs. And yes, it's more international midgets. And yes, the sprint cars are going to be here. And yes, it's going to be like tonight, but much more fun as well. Got a 50 lapper coming up for you. And then on January the 4th, we've got the New Zealand midget title. So a lot of great racing coming in the Springs. And we ain't finished yet. F2's ready to take the track for the final feature of the night at Oils Western Springs Speedway.
Thanks very much, Nick. And just while we have a little bit of housekeeping as we wrap up here, ladies and gentlemen, if you have lost a debit card, we can't disclose the name on it, but it has the first two initials MR, and then the last name starts with L. So if you are missing a debit card and your initials are MRL, please can you come to the control tower and meet Amy Worthington, and she'll be happy to hand that back over to you. So M.R. Lawton, we have your debit card. So as we roll out for the F2 midget feature, James Earl is off pole position with Corbin Anderson in the 69A, starts out at 2. Scotty Cossey with a great drive here tonight. He'll be starting out at grid position number 3 in the 17. Brad Curtin in the 51M starts out of 4, with Josh Matthews in the 87 out of 5. Madison Jones starts out of grid position number 6, with CJ Wilson in the 78 out of 7. Holly Russell in the 25 starts out of 8, with Tyler Brown in the 96 starting out of 9. Bryn Jackson in the 47 starting out of 10, with Declan Inter starting out of 11 in car number 12. Blake Allison in the 73A starting out of 12, with Bo Paget in the 37M out of 13. Michael Stock in the 81 starts out of 14, with Mark McAlpine in the 9A starting out of 15. Dion Kendall is starting off the back of this one, actually. He is taking the green. He starts out of grid position number 16 in the 81. Christian Larson starts out of grid position number 17, with Troy Jeffrey starting out of grid position number 18. And car number 11 is, in fact, Troy Jeffries. He's swapped his car with his sister and will be running rear field in this one in car number 11. As we get set for the final feature of the evening, James Earl, Corbin Anderson is your front row as we look to head across the chalk for 15 laps the distance. James Earl picking up plenty of wins here tonight, but it ain't going to be without a challenge from Corbin Anderson on the outside of him. But it looks like James Earl gets it done and clears him down at Midas turn number 1 and 2.
And then they're side by side down here into turn number 3 as both of them get up on the bike into turn 3 and manage to bring the car back down. So a big moment for your race leader, James Earl, and the following car, Corbin Anderson. But those two just start to creep away from your third place car, Scott Cossey.
Scott Cossey just settling into that third spot and looking comfortable there as the rut's starting to develop down at turn number 3 now as well. So the track is continually evolving and changing even in the late stages of the evening. So plenty of drive still down at both ends of the racetrack, down on the bottom.
We're seeing two different approaches with our race leaders as well, with James Earl running right around the bottom the whole way, and Corbin Anderson opting to run kind of 2 or 3 car widths higher, as we see on screen side by side for about the 5th position between Brad Curtin and Bryn Jackson there, as they slot single file, as the whole field is single file actually down there in turn number 1 and 2.
Yeah, and just Corbin Anderson getting a little bit closer this time to James Earl, so just building that momentum and that number 69 Garrett Turbochargers machine. So we got the K Series versus the F Series, the 2 Hondas out front, and then it's back to the 3rd Honda, which is the Scotty Cossey machine, the ex-HLR racing machine, as another run here for Corbin Anderson around the outside of James Earl down into minus turn number 1. Can't get it done, and James Earl just stretches away just to give himself a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, very fine margins for Corbin down there in turn number 1 and 2. If he enters slightly too high, it hurts his exit quite dramatically as he closes back to within about maybe 1 or 2 car lengths down there into turn number 1 and 2. Runs a little bit lower, and James Earl just continues to put together the perfect race as your race leader.
Yeah, and it looks like Corbin's definitely faster down at 3 and 4, but James just has the edge on him down at minus turn 1 and 2. So it'll be interesting to see if Corbin can work that out. And just like that, he gets a little bit lower. So he should get a little bit closer down here into turns 3 and 4 and be able to slingshot around the outside. We'll wait and see if he does that for a couple of laps, if he can make it work.
These 2 cars over 3 seconds ahead of the rest of your field. As on screen we see Josh Matthews there in 3rd, and the race for about 6th position between Dion Kendall, who started last by the way, and is up to 5th as he's worked past Bryn Jackson and also Matty Jones there. So Dion Kendall on an absolute tear as he tucks in behind the 17 of Scott Cossey and actually gives him a bit of love into turn number 3 here.
And with only 6 more laps left to run, can James Earl hold off the hard-charging Corbin Anderson? All it's going to take is a little slip-up out of the R&S Automotive number 22, but Corbin Anderson, closer than he's been all race long, gets right alongside James Earl down into turn number 1 and 2 once again. And Corbin Anderson just shadowing the back of the number 22, applying that blowtorch, plenty of heat to the back of the 22, and here he goes even closer again as they head down the straightaway. He'll get that run once again with only 4 more laps left to run.
Last time by a huge crash down here into turn number 3 as we see Holly Russell upside down, as you see on screen. Also involved, we've got the 81 of, I believe that is Michael Stock, and also the 12 of Declan Inter. So the safety crew checking on Holly as we speak, but quite a big crash down here into turn number 3 as it looked like a lot of cars got themselves together, and obviously that being the end product there.
Yeah, and just as we said a little bit earlier, just the amount of drive still down on the pole line, there's still plenty of moisture as those cars have dug in and obviously ridden a wheel and dug into the clay and flicked over Holly Russell there, the young female racer out of Whangaparoa. So we'll wait and see. Western Springs safety crew making sure that Holly's moving around in the car and A-OK.
Does seem like Holly is okay as they're starting to work on the vehicle itself and starting to get the cars cleared out of that area.
Yeah, so heavy damage to the roll cage of the Lucas Oil number 25 machine, as we see the St. John safety team down there as well. And you see that top rail there of the race car just bending down in a V there. So the cage doing its job, but certainly heavy damage there. Putting your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as Holly jumps out of that race car and walks across the racetrack under her own steam.
Yeah, Holly's been doing a great job so far this season and did another good job here tonight, qualifying inside the top 10 and had a good race going on there as well, as we see Corbin Anderson actually stopped on the inside of turn number 3 here with a push truck tucked in behind. So it'd be interesting to see what that one's all about and what the...
Yeah, so that's going to be a rarer field restart there, no doubt, for the number 69. So he won't be able to slot back into that second position where he was running. So no doubt James Earl will be feeling somewhat of a sense of relief there for the restart for this one. And we've seen that a couple of times this year with a couple of the F2s as well down at Bay Park. So unfortunate there for the hard-charging Corbin Anderson. We were in for an absolute doozy there with 5 laps left to run.
It's just, I think, a testament to how strong those Terra chassis out of the BSL racing team are, as well as that cage made direct contact to the concrete there with quite a lot of force, and to be able to hold up as well as it has and actually protect the driver there in that situation, very pleasing to see, and glad to see Holly Russell make her way out of that race car safely. Meanwhile, we're going to be single file here as well as we get going, because we are within the final 5 laps.
Yeah, so great testament there, not only to the race cars, but also the development of safety equipment in open wheel racing as well. The likes of full containment seats, Simpson hybrids, enhanced devices and the likes as well, allowing all the drivers to walk away from the majority of these incidents somewhat unscathed, and the race cars doing their job.
Corbin Anderson starting to make his way back to the front of the field, so it'll be interesting to see what that decision was, or the reason for that stoppage, but it does seem like he's going to be able to restart back from the front of the field, as Josh Matthews hasn't quite got the memo that we're going single file for the final 5 here, as the 81, it looks like, is giving him that message.
You can always rely on the Kendalls.
Yep. Been around a long time, the Kendall family, notorious.
So a little bit of damage there to the muffler on Josh Matthews' car as well. So no doubt there's plenty of dicey wheel-to-wheel racing going on here tonight in the F2 category, and it looks as though they are going to allow Corbin Anderson to slot back into that second spot.
Interesting. Well, it looks like we're going to get the battle that we wanted, Alistair. So we've got 5 laps to go here and 2 very different approaches to the racetrack. So Corbin Anderson and James Earl both approaching turn 1 and 2 pretty similarly in those last few laps. However, down here in turn 3 and 4, we saw Corbin just committing to the outside of the racetrack. So let's see if that yellow has hurt his momentum, and we're going to get going in maybe 1 or 2 laps here at Western Springs.
So with under 5 laps to go, the way the ruling is here on the restarts, if there's under 5 to go, we're single file restart. Outside of that, the drivers would traditionally be side by side, but with only 5 laps left to run, Indian file restart, single file. So the referees have made their call that we are set to go green once again. As we head past the CRC 556 cone, James Earl, our pace setter, with 5 laps left to run in the F2 feature here. James Earl gets off to a great start. What has Corbin Anderson got for him? We're about to find out. Josh Matthews running in 3rd with Dion Kendall 4th, and then it's back to Bryn Jackson in 5th, as Corbin Anderson with a big run around the outside of James Earl. Can he get it done with only 4 more laps left to go? The closest he's been, he gets right around wide around the outside of him. James Earl throws a haymaker at it to try and clear him, but can't get it done. And the Garrett Turbochargers, number 69, gets himself into the lead.
Corbin with a huge mistake through the hole down here into turn number 3, but fortunately not going to be punished, and he's going to hold on to your race lead, as it looks like Dion Kendall back there in 4th. His momentum has stalled out as Josh Matthews is continuing to hold him out. Corbin Anderson just edging a little bit further as he actually goes to the outside of the racetrack, to the lane he's been running the majority of the race, and he will stretch that lead out of turn number 4.
And only 2 more laps left to run, and he's running that low line down at 1 and 2, and we've got one around down here at Blackwood, New Zealand Safety Blackwood's turn number 3 and 4, and that's going to bring this one right back into the mix. So that's Christian Larson in the number 42. Looked like he did that all on his own, Hayden. So the rookie, beautifully presented race car, and always unique. So given the clearance of the cage heights with the drivers as well, that's the reason for the extra extension on the roll cage there, to give Christian the extra clearance he requires.
And now the ball's in your court, James Earl. We're going to see if James has anything for Corbin Anderson, as he hasn't actually moved off the bottom of the racetrack for the past 13 laps. But if he's going to want to get this one done, he's going to have to search around, or at least throw something at Corbin down here into turn number 3. I think the lane's pretty set down there in 1 and 2, but down into 3's his opportunity, and I don't think he can just follow him for these final 2 laps if he wants to win the race.
No, and definitely down here at 3 and 4, it's definitely the roughest the track has been all night down here as well, which is James Earl's preferred line. So it's pretty much monkey see, monkey do down at turns 1 and 2. But let's wait and see how this evolves down at turns 3 and 4 on the restart, with essentially a green-white checker here on the restart as we get Christian Larson pulled back up to the back of the field. He always likes to remind me that he's got the same initials as Kyle Larson. And he'll be starting rear field of this one as we get set to go green. Lights are out and we're set to go green once again for a green-white checker here for the F2 feature at Oils Western Springs Speedway. A couple of drivers caught napping a little bit further back, but Corbin Anderson gets that early lead and already pulls out a couple of car lengths on James Earl on the restart.
Yeah, Corbin Anderson all alone out in front. Now it's up to Dion Kendall, who's looking for a podium finish here. With only 2 laps to go, so we're going to be white flag this time by Dion Kendall, just trying to get the momentum up, and it looks like he is going to be able to get that built a little bit, but Bryn Jackson's going to take that lane away as James Earl makes a huge mistake out of 2, and that's going to lock in the victory for the 69 car. Out of turn number 4, Corbin Anderson is going to win tonight's feature from James Earl, and a very close race to the line there, but Josh Matthews is going to hold on to 3rd, followed by Bryn Jackson and Dion Kendall. Those 3 cars separated by less than 0.2 of a second across the line. Great racing from the F2 class there, and a great win by Corbin Anderson, really persisting with that outside lane.
There it is, results on screen. Corbin Anderson confirmed with a victory from James Earl. Josh Matthews, Bryn Jackson and Dion Kendall round out your top 5 for the F2 feature. So as Corbin climbs out of the car, we'll get Graham Standring to the infield for post-race celebrations. But ladies and gentlemen, as he climbs out of the car, your F2 feature winner, Corbin Anderson.
Corbin, that was quite a race. I mean, a game of inches, I'd say, until you could get close enough position to actually pounce.
Yeah, exactly. Just it's a waiting game a lot of the time, and just biding my time behind him, waiting to pass. Tried a couple times and obviously fell back a bit and had to catch up. So yeah, glad to get in the end. But yeah, it's definitely close in the F2s.
Very good racing between both of you. I mean, all very polite and nice and things like that, but that high line around there, it looks like you give it up when you go into the turn, but you certainly pick it up coming off turn 4.
Yeah, there's sort of a patch in the middle that has a little bit of grip that I was aiming for, and there's a big streak coming in sort of in the middle, so I was just trying to hit that and lay off the throttle and play the waiting game. But these guys are all great drivers, so it's always tough.
Your car's pretty good also, and you've done a pretty good job as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Corbin Anderson.
Thank you.
James, you got your pocket picked there.
It seems to be the theme this year. I've done it a few times, but full credit to Corbin. That was a good move, and hey, I got caught napping.
Yeah, it was a very good race actually. You had the line, and he was struggling. He was really struggling for quite a while to get those inches that he needed till he could get enough momentum to come off the turn and past you. But certainly your car was going pretty well.
Yeah, no, it was going well. It's we've got it tuned up pretty good at the moment, but obviously from that push from Corbin, we got to get it a bit better again.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, second place in the F2 feature tonight, James Earl.
Thanks, Graham. Cheers.
And in third place, Joshua Matthews. Josh, what do you say? Third place?
I did, yeah. Got to be happy with that. I mean, the track really come on at the end of the night there, and we're having a good little battle. It's my whole racing career is just a massive credit to the people behind me, my mum and dad, the boys on the tools, McPherson Tree Care, Trailer Po, AB Installations, Tiger Turf, Repco, everybody that's on this car and has helped me this far. We really appreciate it all.
Yeah, again, you're just probably a little bit far back to pounce or get amongst those two guys, but certainly long race and well done.
Yeah, look, we thought we'd have a crack at him at the end there. He sort of slipped up, but then I didn't want to bin myself trying to do it. So we're happy with the podium. So, yeah, we'll go. Come again next week.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, third place in the F2 midget car feature tonight, Joshua Matthews.
Cheers.
All right, thank you, Graham. And that's it for tonight here at Boxing Day at Western Springs Speedway. We're back here on January the 2nd. It is the 50-lapper in the International Midget Series. And then on January the 4th, we have the New Zealand Midget title here. Plus, we'll have sprint cars and we'll have TQs. We'll have the Kiwi Kids. We'll have all the action you need for your summer of Speedway right here at Western Springs. Don't forget, you'll be able to catch this on Sky as well. Check your local guys for details. If you've enjoyed the stream, lock it in for next time. We'll catch you back here at Oils Western Springs Speedway, and we'll go one more time around the track.